separator between the dark and the light, wheat and chaff. Thank you for that. More light on the subject there. All right. Thank you, Father. Thank you for the light. Without the sun, without the light, without the division, too much light, it'd just be too hot. We'd all fry, wouldn't we? So we need the dark. There has to be that evil that you create. You create all things. So you create evil. Thank you for that. What a test. What a test we must go through. A test of our faith and of our will. So thy will be done is agape, that's your will, and then there's porneia, which is the will of self-will. So thank you for creating that. Thank you for giving me this understanding so I can share it with others so they can see the light. I'll be brought to. It's you that is the word, that is the light. That it's all spoken into existence. So it can't be dark without light, can't be light without dark, and that is just part of our test as we walk. I can't imagine living for hundreds of years. I don't think I'd ever want to live that long. That's a long time to live. How do people want to live that long? Well, I guess you gave them the will, right? You give me the will to get up every day and continue to do this. So I thank you, Father, for that. Thank you for the blessings of having this interweb net to so others might see what I'm saying. They might catch, might ring the same tone, hearing ear. So frequency, sound, wave, resonance, spoken. Remember, all this was spoken into existence, and well, he created the light from the dark. So the dark was here, like Satan fell from the ruling class, from the heavens, from the top. Who do you love? Who's ruling you? Who's ruling this flesh? God's in the sky, or dollar bills? Is it money that rules you? What rules? Is it dirt? Is it idolism? Or is it the word? So, not a religion. How about the word? Are you in love with the word? So, love is the word agape, and that's you can find that in the book of 2 John and 6. It defines love as agape, and that's to walk and follow in the commandments of the Father. So, do what you're told while you're here. And he tells us to take up our cross, be crucified by the world, and not loved, but hated. Does the world love you, or does the world hate you? If you were loved by the world, he said you'd be hated by my Father. So famous people they don't have any chance, like rich people. If you have too much, well, it depends on where you put your treasure. You want your treasure now or later? A savings account. If you're saved, you have to endure to the end to be saved. So if you spend it, then you won't have any for later, right? Isn't that what a savings account's all about? So I have an eye, and I see a world full of well, people who don't study and they don't love the word. So they don't walk in the word, they walk in the world. Traditions, mammon, flesh, go after other gospel, is what Paul said in his writings. They follow another Jesus. So if you tell these religious, whatever religion they say they are, they don't know that there's two Jesus. Like, oh Jesus, what their celebration Jesus, Christ didn't he came to fulfill all the celebrations and rituals, so we're not bound by the law to celebrate. We're not going to get into his grace by, his good graces by putting up riches or celebrating. Our treasure is supposed to be spiritual and not of flesh. So that's what religion does to houses made by hands. And he declared twice that he doesn't dwell in temples or synagogues, or it's just what they are today. The synagogues of the adversary, Satan, is the word adversary, but no definition is in any of these religions. They're all just words without definition, translations. The transgender Jesus, the one with breasts birthed in the middle of the winter, they call him Jesus Christ, born in a manger, and with both, it's called Baal, sun and tree is grove, Baal in the grove. They went after Baal in the grove. This is why Father divorced his bride Israel. So they're doing it again today. Everybody you know is going after Baal in the grove. If they're religious, they go after Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter, in the New Year bang ritual. They have that orgy. It was outlawed in America. They would throw you in a jail cell, find you, and it's called Christmas. And they would, because it was an orgy. They knew it was a Roman orgy, and people celebrate that same ritual of the wheel, of the svasti, the what Adolf inverted in in the 40s, is a symbol that is they thought there was a goddess of heaven, and the North Star was a goddess of heaven, and spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star, all right, around the North Star, and that was that the sun was dying at the equinox. They have their Samhain pagan rituals that the church um, took over, and their Satanism. Satan is the adversary. Father used to require, remember, sacrifice. He said, take your son Isaac, put him on the altar and sacrifice. Remember what he said? And to Joseph, we had, to sacrifice a lamb and put it on the headdress. Anybody got an address? I don't live on the grid. I don't have an address. You have a post office where you live. They put the head of your doorway, your headdress, your address over your, marked with the blood of the lamb. This is Passover, not Easter. That's a translation. It's only ever written once, and that's not even the right word. There's not about rabbits, you silly rabbit. The New Year's April Fool's starts in the spring. They celebrate their spring goddess, Semiramis, the wife of Satan, Jesus Christ. Well, Horus and Isis, baby Jesus, the one birthed in the middle of the winter. That was outlawed. This is the celebration of sex and sex with beast, and it was a bestiality ritual because they loved to have sex. This was Rome. Remember how Rome, they loved their orgies, so it's an orgy. So Christmas is an orgy, and they celebrate the orgy marination of a man. Like a biscuit, he becomes marinated if they dip him in sex and wine and cheese of the finest veals and caviar. And it was a lotto. Like they would draw straws, or like red and blue, like Democrip and Republican. They do the same thing. Everything is still continuing. Nothing's changed. It's just gotten a lot worse. Like the scripture says it will do with sorrows, and everybody wants to great again, or things are going to get peace. Anybody who says peace is an antichrist, not the one that's locked in the pit. Revelation 9:11. They have a king over them, a messenger, an angelos, a messenger, a king, right? This king is a messenger. He's an angel. It's Apollyon. Baal, the sun god, Baal, that had three genders, both man, beast, and woman. Baphomet, whatever you want to call it. This is the one Elon Musk, he was wearing that people's champion. He had the Baphomet symbol on his chest. So They love their Satan. Grove is the birth of the sun. Krampus. Remember Santa Claus, eat your kids, right? Throw the Yule log. Yule is a baby lamb. Throw the Yule on the fire, right? Yule is the Yule wheel. That's the worship of the goddess of heaven. They thought there was, again, goddess of heaven that was the North Star, spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. They were idiots. They didn't know. Just like most people are idiots today. They don't know. They think God's in the sky. There's no gods in the sky. This is the same reason why Father divorced his bride. They went after Baal in the grove. Gods in the sky. Sun gods and tree gods and gods for pole, tree worship. For one, cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They bring it home. They deck the halls with boughs. No, they deck it with silver and gold, right? Like balls or tinsel, and they, fasten it with nails and hammers so it would stand erect and moveth not, stand upright, like a palm tree worship, like Nimrod, the evergreen, the mighty hunter, the one with the bow, the toxon, the rider on the white horse of Revelation. And here we are in those exact days that it speaks of in Scripture, and everybody's like, still living in Pisces. Pisces is the age of deception, water, fish. When Christ was birthed between 2 and 3 BC, the celestial firmament declared it. Remember, Father's the controller of the Pleiades. Through Christ, he said that on this rock, I tighten the Pleiades and I loosen Orion's belt. Remember, Orion's belt's part of the Big Dipper, but there aren't many magi that walk this rock. Well, there are few. Many are called, but few is the word oligos, O-L-I-G-O-S. Oligos are chosen. Like most people go to hell, because hell's not a place. Hell's not in space. Hell's not below your feet. Hell is the word bis. Like I just said, Revelation says they have a king over them. That angel or the messenger is the messenger of the abyss. That is knowledge. Abyss is hell. Hell is no knowledge. Hell's not a place. Hell's not below your feet. That's not what the word hell is. See, people are ignorant. Ignoramus means you don't know. You've never heard or even taken the time to even define. That word is aletheia, the truth. If you leave definition, you leave the truth. So hell's not a place. People don't die and go to the sky. Father's not in the sky. Father's inside the heart of the bride, inside you. Christ in me. That's the one who was anointed in oil. Remember, the Star of David was that celestial firmament marker that was declared in the celestial firmament. Remember, it says in Psalms, I am a magi. You might have not met a magi before. Magi is somebody who Father has birthed to have celestial eyes and could take you back in time like astronomy and place you into the future to a select alignments. Before. Not never before. Before means astronomy, or back in time where those celestial markers stood in the firmament. But they want to make astrology theory, and astrology and astronomy to be very close, but people don't understand yuga cycles, and they change. They think it's 2025. It's not 2025. So you don't know anything of this. If you think it's 2025, you obviously don't know the yuga cycles. There's Kali yuga cycles. These are the cycles of the celestial firmament. Like, that's what Christ knew. How did he know? I loosen, right, Orion's belt. Do you know how many Kali yuga cycles you would have to know for that to even be possible? In the Pleiades, he says, I control the Pleiades. I control the 7 stars, which are the 7 churches, which were the 7 candlesticks in the temple, where they used to have the table of showbread and the altar of incense, where they used to have a sacrifice on the altar, a sacrifice by the high priest of Aaron, where God only loved the Jews. His favorite, the heavens. Heavens aren't above your head. Psalms, go to the book of Psalms 19. It says, heavens declare the glory of God. That's the ruling class. Father had a favorite that was called pride. Aaron and Levi didn't love the Gentiles. He did not love the Gentiles. They couldn't even enter in the temple. Remember, a woman couldn't even speak in the temple. So I don't want to hear it. Father don't love everybody, and not everybody had a voice. And he still doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. And under the Old Testament, where was the law. And I'm not under the law. People, oh, you're so judgmental. You're damn right I'm judgmental. I judge everybody with the word. I'm not under Aaron and Levi. I'm not under the Levitical law. I can only eat this or celebrate this or do this. No. Only by faith am I saved. And saved is for salvation, and that is the word Greek S-O-Z-O, sozo, and it says to be carried, picked up, lifted, beginning point to an ending point. So healed is what he does. He will right all the wrongs. He will make it straight. Whoever was not with you, you're not going to hide from him. He's inside of each one of us, but each one of us, he's only on the hearts as far as he calls out to the hearts of the bride. These religious idiots say, oh, well, God knows what's in my heart. God is a title, okay? But our hearts, it says in the scripture, in the word, not book is Bible. That's the word Bible means book. In the scripture was written on scrolls and tablets of stone. Remember, it's now blotted out. Remember, they used to have a sacrifice at the altar. Bring that blood of the lamb inside, past the table of showbread, the altar of incense, the 7 candlesticks, as I mentioned, which are, again, the 7 churches, go behind the veil. That is the word toxon. Or bow, like bow, that is the word toxon, like the rider of the white horse of Revelation. That it speaks of. We're here today, whether people understand it, and it's just a cyclical thing. There's nothing new, like King Solomon said, under the sun. So you're just off on your definition. You speak translation. You speak what Christ spoke of another. Well, Paul said another, but Christ said many. There's all these different flavors or religions, but none of them, they're all vain. None of them hover over the word to define every single word that's in that old canonized version of the text where they took each word out and defined it. I've studied the 22 rejected texts that were not canonized in the 12th century, and I have a good understanding, but there's no gospel in those books. And so this is a gospel-based ministry where we focus over what the gospel of Christ through Peter, Paul, Matthew, Luke, all the 13 apostles that were part of this gospel. Like Paul, look at Paul in Corinthians, he told us, right? Once it was written on tables of stone. He's talking about this literal physical tablet. Remember, they'd go behind the veil. They would take that little blood of that lamb and sprinkle it over the Ark of the Covenant where the 10 commandments were held, right? This was the Old Testament. This was probably some energy coming from the sun, guys. They wandered in the wilderness for 40 years because they didn't kill the giants that were eating human flesh. Father doesn't want us to eat. The word is called Masse, M-A-S-S-E, the eating of human flesh, Christ Mass, Baphomet worship, Baal in the Grove. There's more than which Christ speaking of. He said many Christ. So these idiot religions, no, there's only one Jesus. Okay, well, you're hooked on the letter J. I can already tell you. If I tell you there's no letter J, that doesn't exist. So there's no way his Shem, didn't say name, it said Shem, was right. Well, he said, I am. J didn't exist in none of the texts, Old or New Testament. Old Testament, as I said, written on stone tablets. There was no J's in Hebrew. There was no vowels in Hebrew. So his name is not Yahweh or Yeshua or Yahushua or Hamashiach. I know these texts. I've studied these texts. So there's no vowels in Hebrew. There's no, right? So these people fight over letters. So we won't do that in here. He said before Abraham was I am. So we know he is the father of sacrifice, fee, fine, war, ritual, have sex with your sister, be fruitful, multiply, right? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Somebody comes in, breaks in your house and kills your brother. You sneak in his house at night and kill his brother. Does that sound like the covenant that we're under? These are the laws of flesh, so you know. In the book of Corinthians, right? Or excuse me, Colossians. I say Corinthians, Colossians 2:14. Boy, I get the Corinthians is, well, that's if you're bound by, never mind. So anyways, Colossians, Paul's writings told us once was written on tables of stone is now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb. Remember blood, right? Drinking blood and eating flesh is cannibalism, Satanism, paganism. It's called Christianity. They go after the communion of Catholicism, all their isms, Mormonism, Calvinism. They're all insanity. They're Christianity. They're all pole worshipers. They go after this north and south God. He said, I am the horizo. I am the separator. I am the divider of the dark, the light. Not this pole God. Why do you think they hung him on a tree? Nobody ever hung from crosses. Nobody ever carried crosses. That tells you, if you want to know somebody who doesn't know anything about Christ Jesus, the Mashiach, right? I am Shiloh, the one who will return and redeem Jesus. That's already. This is a gospel that's been up and it's always been there. You didn't need some interweb to find this out. Just study Roman torture. I know it bothers the hell out of you and you feel like you can't breathe and it's taking your breath away, but that's I'm not here to be nice. That word means be stupid. So I'm not here to be stupid and make friends and try to worry about how this message Father speaks through the word theologo, to be pushed from both sides when nobody speaks any Greek. None. Like priests eat meat on Sunday. Remember? None. They eat any human flesh. Mass A, Christ Mass, Cracker Jesus. Hey, it's a stick up. Let me see your Decamai. Everybody get their Nimrod. All your pole worship, your Washington Monument, same thing in front of the Vatican, same phallic, same dicks. You don't like the message, go somewhere else. Pound sand. Let's go back and get rocks. He said, I am a rock, right? Like Hector. Don't build your house on seed and sand. Not worry about if you're your friend or try to pick up subscribers. This is a shadow man. Thank Father for even allowing me to be here. For this to be in your eyeballs and your earballs. Well, you see what I'm saying? You got my same taste of music, so somewhere else too fast, you can take notes, you can go back and slow it down, they have speed up and slow down. I'm all here for a countryman and I'm eternal, so I don't ever die. Death is a doorway. You don't die. What is death? Are you a child? You live enough. Can't breathe. So go carry your cross. That's what he says, carry your cross. In Matthew, he tells that in Luke as well. There's always a sister chapter. There's a feminine spirit and father that is the bride, right? And that is your mother. But Father is without breast or without flesh. So take your flesh Jesus, cracker, sex pistol with breast Jesus somewhere else. I don't go after your Jesus, so you probably you like it lollipop and your ear tickled. You like to put a sucker in your mouth. Don't worry about it. I got another one for you. Dumb. Oh, you're so judgmental. Yes, this is called the word. Judge with righteous judgment. Father condemns. He separates. He's the divider, not this north and south pole hanging from a tree is what they hung them from. They didn't hang anybody on crosses. Don't fool yourself. Stop being fooled. That's to twist warps, or, well, I say warp speed. How about Godspeed? How about warp speed? Okay. Warp or change, like a candy cane, pull, twist. Kind of like a DNA, like two protein. Helix cycle, right? Don't worry about it. It's too complicated for you. Just focus on the gospel. Be all right. Go see Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries. He'll give you the gospel. He's on right now. Right now. Go now to see Jim Brown and take pieces of paper with you and write some notes. He'll do it a lot slower for you. And he's not a mad guy. I'm a mad guy. Brother Jim has got nearly 4 decades of teaching the gospel on me, so he has a much better way of conveying it. You don't like the delivery. Well, guess what? This ain't Domino's pizza, okay? You don't like it. What's going on with that? A square box with a round pizza cut in triangles. Let's have that conversation, all right? How about the gate? The Broadway box gate, the pizza? Never mind. Nobody cares. Everyone's like, oh, we'll vote for this guy. He decorates his house with Satan and his buddy Joe. He let the bite in. First, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. I'll get you and your little dog, Toto, too. You're Wizard of Oz is all you are. You're a little scarecrow tin man. I know you're scared. If you're scared, go to church. There you go. Right along. So, I'm always there. I'm always churching. He says, where there are 2 or 3 of my Agape, that's Shem, under this covenant, they'll all be in their midst. Like water. Like little spray. Water. Oh, that's a droplet. Lots of droplets. How about hailstones? You got a hail plan? You can sit there and read the scripture, but if you don't do anything about it, you're just some head knowledge. You got to put legs on faith. By faith and faith alone, we are saved, but you have to endure to the end to be saved. You can't just sit down one day Sunday. It's not a sit down. It's a stand up. Christ. Can't sit around Jesus on a church pew or one day or by celebrate. You're not going to, only by faith. Maranatha, he said, right? Have your loins girded. So see, that's the word believe. That's an action word. You can't believe in Jesus. If you know somebody who thinks they believe in Jesus, they're an idiot. They're a religious idiot. Let me guess, they're a Presbyterian or a Lutheran, or maybe they're Mormon or Baptist. There's no such thing as water baptism. That's a halakha ritual that was perverted by the Pharisees. You sound like a Pharisee. Remember that word earlier? Forward, warp, twist, change. Give it your own twist, spin. corkscrewing on a planet, ball, or block, rock, third from the dimension. Third dimension, third rock from the sun, right? On a ball or a block. Well, I think of two L's, like two 90-degree angles. That's a cage to be. Oh, wait a second. Enslaved in a box. Kind of like this copper you've been enslaved in right here on this World Wide Web, huh? What do you know? Yeah. In the book, remember? You believe what it says in a book. You think you can believe in Jesus or you can believe in Bigfoot. You can't believe in God. So are they in the fourth dimension on Mars? Oh, fourth rock from the sun. That's pretty funny there. Lion comes up with something goofy like Scooby-Doo or, whatever. Shaggy. Whatever. Goofy. He was a dog too. Remember? Pluto. Goofy. Oh, wait. Goofy was a duck, wasn't he? No, wait. Goofy. Wait a minute. Who's Goofy? Who's being goofy in here? Ronald McDonald? Maybe it's Mr. McScrooge. These people like their anime, Did you see what they just did with Mr. Warp Speed? They put him in bed with Satan. He's in there, chumming with wow. The Simpsons, they never let me down. I'm telling you. I definitely did. I've never watched a whole episode, but wow. You talk about just going, pushing all in. Listen here, Dumbo. Now we're doing elephants, right? Who's the donkey? Oh, it's the Shrek movie, right? It's the donkey. It's Eddie Murphy, right? Playing we know what he's in with bed with. He's an island boy. Don't fool yourself. He's in with Mr. Warp Speed. They're all part of this baby oil party. The wrong oil, these idiots. Father said have extra oil through Christ, right? Have extra oil and have your lamps trimmed. And that's not the kind of oil he was not speaking about, baby oil. And so careful who you jump in bed with. That was a big bed in Hollywood. Holly, their Hollywood orchestration, Yeah. I've been telling anybody, if you follow this channel, Lion, have been saying it for, I don't know what, like a year and a half. I've been talking about this wide gate, the Broadway gate with their pizza slices with Billary. That's why I call it EpiPen, Island Boys. And I've been saying it for how long in this ministry now? I can't warn you something if it's already happening. That's not how an angel or a messenger works. You may have never met an angel in your life, but you're looking at what an angel looks like in flesh, physical angel. Angels don't have wings, so I can't sound the alarm, blow the trumpet, right? Sound that horn. That's called the shofar, like the ram's horn. They blew that Ricola. Remember? Oh, cough drops. Never mind. All right. How about 3 Roman, sound, of the Roman trump, right? The sounding of, remember Reveille, the morning, all these, it can mean something. It's a message. So that's what an angel is. An angel is a messenger. Angelos in the Greek is the word messenger. That's the definition of a messenger. So Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. The king of the abyss, knowledge, no knowledge. That's what hell is. Hell is bis, B-Y-S-S, bathos, B-U-S-O-S, or busos. That's B-A-T-H-O-S or B-U-S-O-S. B-Y-S-S is K-N-O-W-L-E-D-T-E. Knowledge, that's what hell is. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king, an angel, a messenger over them. The messenger of hell. Hell's not below your feet. Are you learning anything? That's what definition does. It helps refine. Like, it can't put you, and be refined. He said we're supposed to be like gold and silver. Unless you're put in a constant fire, you're not going to burn off any of those impurities, won't rise. Like leaven, leaven causes the whole lump. Well, it's knowledge though. Remember, it's still the word knowledge. Bathos, busos. You're just talking about different levels of understanding or understanding. Because you think hell's below your feet. Most people think Earth's below their feet. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on Earth. Father never created one single planet. People think they live on planet of the big feet. Well, whatever. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet. Oh, wait. We got to know big feet. It's the Abominable Snowman. I went to Disney. I was there. I saw him at Walt Disney. I went on the ride. Was there. We went for my high school graduation. I want to hear it. Nonsense. Maybe it wasn't my high school. We were pretty young. It was somewhere. It was. Shit, how did I end up going? But I in there Yeti. But he's still the same big feet. He's an albino big feet. Chewbacca was an albino. He was a cousin of Chewbacca's albino big feet, right? And that's says in scripture. You know what I'm saying? Talk about high school. We're talking about now. They still got the big feet running around. Now you can get them on the AI. Or people think AI computer learn. They're an idiot. I'm old enough to remember that. I've been here before there were computers. You know, before microwaves, before VCRs, before all these modern day electronics. Now these people are controlled by their personal Jesus, their black mirror in their box that rubs and buzzes their, you know what, they're, well, these nuts to them. They get smacked right in the jaw by this thing, right? They're gobblers. They love it. They eat it up. The box all day long. Their personal, like I said, tracking. I need to chip anybody. They got, oh my God, honey, I have my tracking device. Oh, what? You did what? I left my iPhone at home, honey. My Android. So, stop being an idiot. Stop giving into this box, Cabra. Your little personal Jesus. Tell you what to do, your little Google gods. So, yeah, let's not worry about high school, right? Listen to, what was that? Nick and nose? Is that what that is? Nick and nose? What do you got in your nose? You smoking cigarettes through your nose? Remember I used to smoke. You used to kind of let that smoke go up my nose. Disgusting. But now I only do it with cannabis. So, but anyways, yeah. Word to her, play tricks on your nerves. But it's what it does. It helps my nerves because otherwise I'd be have some serious issues like rolling stones. All right. Are you out of your league there? Nose? It's right there in front of your face. If you look down, you'd see it, but you don't. You have to actually look down. It's right in front of your face. So what have you done since high? What are you high? What are you on that little dragon pen with your little dab oil? Let me guess, you're a straw man. Nope. See what's right in front of your face. Speak up there, child. Come in there and speak up, right? Class is in session. There'll be a pop quiz at the end of the live. We're doing it live. Remember, broadcast means to sow seeds. So the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. Did you go to sleep or did you just drink too much tap water, nose? You been doing the nose candy? Too much of the little white candy? Remember, little snowman? Get it? Nose? Candy cane, Yeti. All right, Kane. So come on, speak up. I'm waiting on you. Everybody's in the room. There's only two of us in here right now, but we're kind of enjoying our, just keep your hands inside the ride until it comes to a complete stop. Did you leave? I think he bailed right in the middle of the ride, guys. Man, they jumped the train. Going off the rails on a crazy train. Freaking idiots. All right, live in a world full of idiots. They think it's 2025. They get schooled, go to public schools and watch public television. Is there such a thing as public television anymore? CBS, PBS, always broadcasting crap, these lamestream media channels, the Clinton News or Communist News Network, whatever these, I forget, the Faux or Fox or whatever, they're all 666 channels. They're man channels. Man! Anderson Pooper, remember? CIA trained operative. Oh, they got their, yes, they love their tubs. Well, they go to bed and they wash, they bathe themselves in this waves, millimeter waves, microwaves, towers, broadcasting towers. They're Nimrod. Every time you see one of those towers, that's an oath to Satan, because remember they hung Christ on a tree. So every time you see one of those poles, it's like a spewing semen tower. Apologize. Well, it's like a microwave fire, but it's not there. Yeah, you're getting cooked. You're like stew, and you guys go there in these cities. That's where they're a tub. So like Teletubbies. I'm trying to tell you what they're doing, but you got they want their belly. Oh, it's not. Hey, honey, did you fart? That's like the frog in a pot of boiling water. Oh, honey, we got bubbles now. I'm not getting out now. Shit, this is the best here. I just love it. It's waves of bubbles. Well, they like bubbles and butterflies. They like the effect, like the Mandela, like, did they get out of prison? They don't need to put cages up. They've got waves around them, and they're encaged, enslaved in their own. Well, think of it as like a Nimrod tower, like spewing orange venom. Right? He said, "You knew I was a snake before you let me in." And remember, he loves his 5G whiz. Why do you think he paints his face orange? Somebody's blowing that 5G whiz in his face. I think it's all vomit. It's like a vomit tsunami of waves. Vomit tsunami. Get it? All right, never mind. Maybe it's just some anal syrup coming out the backside. I don't know. But I'm telling you, it's not a game. Those were just gamer tag names back in the day when I used to COD a little bit. But, Fisher of men when I was young and dumb and full of... Anyways, these 5G towers, every time you see one of these towers or millimeter towers or broadcasting towers, just remember that's an ode to Satan. And they have them all creating an ether, like 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down, like knocking down 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, and then resurrecting or re-erecting the one that Vomit signed the top of. Vomit. So everybody knows, remember, known homosexual. His name is Barry. It's not Barack Obama, was his uncle. He was not birthed as Barack. Barack Obama means I saw lightning fall from heaven in Hebrew. So know your words, know your dialect. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't that happen in Revelation? Oh, yes, it did. And here we are. This is it. The apocalypse. Whoa. Oh, this guy's done. Oh, I say that at the end of all the videos. So whatever. Pastor Revelation. This is what I do. I minister this apocalypse daily to help pull those lies off and expose that. Doesn't need stood up like a palm tree erected, with nails and hammers. The truth stands on its own. It's just been covered by 2,600 years of deception. Lots of drops. Water. 2,600 years of deception. That's a lot of years of lies. You remember Constantine rebranded what people think is religion as Satanism, the deadly head wound that was outlawed, right? That was healed. It was healed when Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire to this Baphomet worship. Baal in the Grove, just like it was Tony, sun and tree worship. This is Christmas. They worship the birth of their sun god on December 25th. He's born in a manger, Horus and Isis. I don't know why people go after this Jesus. They outlawed this tradition of an orgy. It's an orgy. It's an orgy Jesus. Whatever you want to call it. Christ, not the. That's the celebration of, the Antichrist. You're celebrating Antichrist when you celebrate Christmas. Mass is the eating of human flesh. They used to have a ritual for a week from the 17th on their lunar calendar to the 24th, and they would have sex with man, beast, and woman. This is called the Feast of the Yule, and they would bestiality ritual. Orgy Jesus, you can call it that. Cracker, whatever, Sex Pistol Jesus, let me see your decima, everybody get their hands up. Those words are foreign to you. They're alien. You don't understand these words. That's what alien. Alien isn't a physical thing. Alien is a word. Yes, they do it. They birth and bang, 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 and then they have a week of bang ritual where they bang, right, and have sex with man, beast, and woman to their sun god, and then 1 week later they're banging pots and pans, saying Happy New Year in the middle of the winter. Yeah, so giving all that energy to the new year, right in the dead in the middle of the winter, their sun god. Boy, they got these people like, they're idiots. Most of them don't even know what they're doing. They just go along to get along. They're the silent majority. I call them suckers. Well, sucker religions. Suckers. They don't ask questions. They're sweet. It tastes sweet. It's supposed to be bitter to the belly, but they don't remember where they swallow all that orange gee whiz and they're fine with all that. So, no, it's the same thing. This is exactly what happened at the time of Rome. They were going after Baal in the Grove, and celebrating the new year in the middle of the winter. And this is the deadly head wound that, again, Constantine thought he was going to lose his, his kingdom to those Gothic Vandal tribes, those Visigoths and Ostrogoth and Vandals and all these tribes to the north that were celebrating this sex beast of gods with heads of, same thing as Egypt. very similar. And that's the same thing about people call these people Native Americans. I think I'm the only person right now that is pastoring that they were not Native Americans. They were pagans and they were Satanists and they were going after gods with heads of men and poles and beasts. Look at their totem, and that's all that is. That's pole worship. That's tree worship. That's the same thing as Satanism. So they weren't Native Americans. They were Satanists. And there's a reason why Father allowed the genocide of hundreds, potentially millions of these people who were not indigenous. They came from the north, for over the ice bridge and wandered these Mayans from the south and the tribe of Gad, all these up to this region. The Chinese were here in the 14th century. Remember, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue 1492. So they were here before. They had the Beaver Wars before they ever got here. Remember France? And it's ridiculous. These people fall for this, it was outlawed. They would throw you in prison, fine you and throw you in jail, for celebrating this orgy. It was literally the reason why this country was founded today. America was founded off of Christmas, what people know as modern day Christmas. Remember, it was Puritans that came over here, not pilgrims. They weren't pilgrims, they were Puritans, and they would not celebrate this Yule wheel worship, where they would eat flesh of man and drink blood and have sex with beasts and have sex with men, and man on man and man on beast and beast on woman and beast on man. And again, it was an orgy. And that's why it was outlawed. They actually came over here fleeing that same tradition. It was the Roman Catholic Church, or the church, right? Catholicism, that celebrates this Mass. That's what Mass means. Mass is eating human flesh. That's why they perverted this drink my blood and, crackers and grape juice ritual they do, where they do their cracker representing the body of their king, Satan, Apollyon, the sun god that was birthed on December 25th. And they would eat that king, that peasant that got to live like a king for a whole week. And they ate his body and they drank his blood. And it was a suck and pump and dump and ritual where he was completely marinated. He was so full of cum and alcohol and cheese and wine, and it was in and out. It was like a purge. So you ever get that rack of ribs where you open it up and it comes pre-marinated, you're like, it comes like, oh, there you go, man. You throw them right on the grill. Well, after a week, I never knew. I was like, well, what do they do? Put garlic on this guy when they cooked him, or he came pre-marinated? He came pre-marinated, brothers and sisters. And I know this is not nice, but this is what they did. And this is what you're representing when you say, oh, Horcus Corpus, so this is the body of Christ. No, the body of Christ is the church, not he severed the head of the Father. The Father used to write one Aaron, Levite, his favorite. But when Christ, Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns, because he now holds the scepter, the inheritance to the church, whatever you want to call your religion. They were Puritans. They really weren't Christians. They followed that Christ faith. But we lost everybody. We lost everybody. We're having a little bit of connection issue. The sun looks like we had a solar filament release, and we're seeing some of that. I don't know if it was the plasma density, what it was when I was looking at the graphs. One of those things is off parts. It's actually dropped down like a wall, just fell off, So we'll see what's going on with that. That's probably what's happening here. I think we're probably experiencing a geomagnetic storm from our sun, where the magnetosphere gets punched, and it affects such as things as ham radio. And you ever go to the website called Solar Ham? It's called ham because they look at the solar weather affects the weather that when we use communications on our ionosphere. This is how they bounce all these communications. And there's, the sun is ions, ionized and deionized gas, plasma. It's electric. So when we have this discharge come from our sun, like a solar filament release, in this case, I think that's what happened. And, it's like a coronal mass ejection. It's a big release of a mass amount of plasma, which is ionized and deionized gas. So that's going to affect such things as internet and satellite type internet, Starlink, that type, not this hardwired. Most of the internet's through the ground, like fiber optics, that type of. There's a lot less internet running above your head than there is below your feet. So uh, most people think internet comes out of the sky, but there is you know there's more and an ever increasing amount of people who are using that type system now today too. So, but these are the things that are affecting our weather. And I have an old 4G phone because I don't want 5G whiz on my phone. I don't want that weapon on my phone. And I live out in the country because I live away from people. So I do better when I'm not, around a bunch of people, and it's too many in those cities. I don't like all that extra energy and microwave towers and millimeter wave and 5G whiz towers. It's just a big, like I said, a big electronic stew. So there's already enough energy coming from the sun as it is. It's raining right now in your house, wherever you're at. I don't care if you're on the first floor, second floor, you're in a basement. It's raining in your house right now on top of your head. It's raining solar radiation pounding you right now, going straight through you, down through wherever you're sitting on, standing on the floor, all the way down to the ground. So that's something you're not going to get. You can put an umbrella above your. It's something you can, you know, uh, try to protect yourself, but it's not easy to protect yourself from the energy coming from the sun. So there's already enough energy coming from the sun. I don't need extra energy. And I've busted my back a couple times, so I've had some serious nerve, conductivity, problems in the past. So I don't need all that extra crap in my system. It makes my communication get all weird. I actually went to visit my son over where he was overstaying, and on the other side of the I-5, and that place is just covered with microwave towers, millimeter wave towers, and brought all these radio and whatever. And after 3 days, I had to come home. I had been sciatic from having that kind of, like, already had sciatica and had it like 4 or 5 years, and just going and being in that city hammered me. I mean, it made me get almost all shrimped over and feel sciatic again. I haven't felt that way in many years, but I can't do it. So I live out where I live. So you'll have to excuse me. I don't have the best signal. I know that. And I'd rather just do what I can do and work with what I have here. So you'll have to deal with the fact that I don't like being microwaved in a city, and I'm out here in the country, and I have there's a tower, but it's 1,000 feet over the top of my head, more of a repeater tower, and there's no 5G out where I live. So it's not 5G capable. I won't live where there's 5G. If they bring 5G here, I'll move. So I don't want to live where 5G's at. It's bad enough I got to live near these radio towers, and as far as cellular towers, but don't want the 5G whiz if I can help it. Remember, these are Nimrod towers, and so every time you see one of these towers, try to remember that's their oath to Nimrod. They're a pole god. So all those steel poles, I don't care what they're made of, they're a pole, and they love erections, and they love erecting towers. Each one of those, just consider it like like that steeple on the top of a church, what represents Satan's, his genital, his phallic. So that's what those towers all are in my eyes. I don't care what you. And look, they decorate some of them in cities to look like trees, to just blast it, put it in your face. You're not fooling any. None of those things look anywhere like a tree. They're just showing you who their oath is to. Moloch, the tree god, tree towers. So what? They don't have to decorate them. They're still spewing 5G whiz all over the place. Microwaves and radio waves, and so keep staying in your soup. And people always gripe it because I don't have top of the line internet, but I don't care about having great internet. As long as I can still be heard a little bit, that's all right. Even if just one person hears me, it's not in vain to me. So thank you, Father, for that. I don't remember the saying about a numbers thing. I'm not going down as the silent majority. I have been on this platform for, I have 6 channels at least that are still up right now, and for a dozen years. So I'm not going down to the silent majority. I can cut the channel off today and never produce another piece of content and never do it live. And nobody have thousands. I can't imagine how many, tens of thousands. I don't know how many thousands of hours of content that's been produced, over the last dozen years. So thank you, Father, for giving this platform, the ability, like people like myself that don't want to go down as the silent majority in history. People walk right to their death during World War II, just smokestacks, and feels like the same thing right now. People living in these cities, it's even worse in my eyes. I mean, yeah, I know people aren't dropping dead, but this stuff has an effect on you, like background radiation. It does stack up. 1 + 1 is 2, +1 is 3, +1 is 4. It doesn't go away. Unless you're having a super clean diet and super less stress, free. And who lives that life anymore? And just living it, it's going to just keep building up in your body. And so we don't eat very good. And, we drink garbage. A lot of people drink tap water. Oh my God. Just drink the tap water. Why don't you? Fluoridated, chloridated tap water. You'll just be good. That's exactly what they did during World War II. They sprayed them with fluoride. How do you think they got them to walk to their death? Gee, I wonder, like Stevie, I'll make you see why Stevie had to wonder. Think about that. That'll make you wonder. So, all right, what do we do? We've been doing about an hour. Good. Thy kingdom come is Shiloh. Shiloh return to redeem the bride, and that is the redemption. He said, look up. So there would be celestial markers. He said in Matthew, stars, sun, and moon. He didn't create any planet, so I hope you don't think you live on a planet. If somebody lives they think they live on a planet, they're an idiot. And they know nothing about the celestial firmament above your head. And they probably think we landed on the moon, right? On the Apollo mission, the sun god Mithra to the lunar Semiramis. It's the marriage. It's an idiocracy. It's a NASA Masonic ritual. So remember, we destroyed all the technology, but it's okay. Don't worry. Remember, I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep at this point. You're not going to make people look up. They've got their head up their forward point of contact. They're so stuck in this black box. Ooh, it's getting windy out there. That they can't see straight. You had people just re-elect Warp Speed, the guy who decorates his house with Satan, and he got re-elected. So what are you going to do? And that was like 81 million people the second time around, right? So I don't know how many exactly it was the third, but definitely they voted for this guy 3 times, and he had, the guy who dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so he can resurrect his, one world vomit tower. Man, something just hit the door. Huh. Might have to go there and see what just blew over. Something blew over outside. Oh, I think I know what it might be. I think it was my solar panel. I don't know what that was. All right. Anyways, thought I'd come in here and share a little bit of the gospel as always. Don't know what's going on in my life. Father always makes me go through some pretty difficult things. So tomorrow's another day where I'm going to have we'll see what goes on mañana. I just got mixed feelings that nothing's still happening, but it is at one point now. It's progressing because I obtained some legal counsel, and we'll just have to take it one step at a time here. So I will update you guys, some of you regulars that come back here, and let you know, just kind of make a little documentation that I have this date tomorrow. Most people know that if you're following the channel that I have this court date. So I have to drive down there so they can appoint counsel or do a status hearing update. And last time they were just going to throw me to the dogs without even, having a jury selection or, having witnesses called and violating my Sixth Amendment to call witness in my favor. And there not even been any witness summons to the case. So that definitely glad that Father didn't throw me in there, because I shouldn't, I would have, if they would have had their way, I'd be in here right now. That's why I'm just kind of hanging out with my dogs. I haven't done the things, a bunch of things around the ministry like I kind of wanted to here, but just did some more work for the ministry here online than doing around here at the Silver Rock Ranch. But I'll get to it. I'm gonna have to get myself a little more, picking my bootstraps here after tomorrow. I've been very preoccupied with trying to locate my son and my daughter, so I don't feel like it was wasted time. Any of the time that I'd spent on here was wasted. I need to communicate with others and document and create discovery about my efforts. That way my son at least knows, and my daughter, that if something happened to them or something, that they're still in a bad position, that I didn't give up and I just continued to look for them. And I didn't, like today, it's just a hard day to just, tomorrow is a day where they're going to set for trial potentially. And so now I have to wait longer, and it's already been 15 months and my son's been missing since September. So we're literally going almost a year now that he's been, by the state troopers, said that he went missing in September and didn't show up. And so I located him myself and my daughter, or at least the vehicles and where they were at, and reported it to the law, and that he had been potentially kidnapped, my daughter raped, my daughter kidnapped, murdered my son, and they didn't do anything about it. They actually threatened to arrest me. So I've been threatened now a couple times with arrest by trying to locate my son. I've actually caught charges, which I have the attorney looking into, retaliatory charges, because I told the local law enforcement, the county, over this case, who I'm having the issue for them trying to arrest my son and throw him in jail, when they said he didn't do his probation. And not only did he do it once, but he did it twice. So they're trying to go after him years later, like 4 years. 42 months before they violated him for something that he had already done, and twice. And his wife even helped do the hours to be a witness and go. She didn't get credit. She just volunteered. He didn't get credit. He, or for her hours, he got credit for going, but she went with him too. So after working 5 days a week and then going to work with him for 7 days, I need to stand up for my son and daughter, and nobody has, and nobody will, and nobody's come to me. Nobody in their family, my daughter's family side, she's my son's girlfriend of many years. And so kind of old fashioned, I say his wife, because they've been together and lived together for many years, and quiet couple, and do everything they're supposed to do. And they're getting attacked. These are retaliatory charges against my son because they attacked me because of my YouTube channels and my activism. And I protested the COVID, and I protested the Donald Trump, and I protested Kate Brown, and I protested Michael Taylor, and I protested the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Literally held protests across from their police department, and held prayer, and had city council show up, and my First Amendment right to peacefully assemble. So I assert my right because I'm a constitutionalist. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I don't claim none of that nonsense. I don't want to be a part of the corporation. I'm a veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution, so that's what I defend. And whatever I suffer because of it, that sucks that my people around me have to suffer so much, though. So I have to do what I have to do, though. I only get one time to be in this third dimension, whatever meat suit this time. So I'm not going to, there's opportunity everywhere. And maybe people don't have, the measure that I've been given. Most people weren't in law enforcement, weren't SWAT certified, weren't reconstructionists, weren't a military police in the Army. They don't have the background. So you're not going to be held to the same measure as me. I was. And so I know these things. So I have to stand up to these corruption. That's the word froward. That means to pervert. and perverting the law. I was a law enforcement officer, so you're not going to tell me. And I took a note as a soldier. It says your first general orders: do not quit your post until properly relieved. So they don't like it. I brought up things when I was in the military. The military had a hard time with me because I don't stand for hypocrisy. You put your pant legs on one leg at a time like me. Now I know rank, and I have to, if I'm enlisted, and respect an officer, somebody outranks me. But if you're a law enforcement, you can't be breaking the law. And so there's always been hypocrisy. I've always known it. And so I stand against that. What Father birthed me here to do, I stand against perverted law. And that Hebrew word again is froward. And it's what he told us not to do in Scripture. He said, don't add or take away from my book. So I know that Father's writing all these things, but he does create evil. And it says in that book, in Psalms, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good man to stand around and to do nothing, to say nothing. Don't do anything about it. Man, one race, the human race. But I think the women got more cojones than the men now. They truly do. I think they're more hardened. And I don't know, can you squeeze a watermelon out of a crack in the wall and leak 9 quarts of oil every month and still operate like a well-oiled machine? That's freaking crazy. I'm not even sure if they're real. That's pretty hardcore. But anyways, we're all one race. We got to be here together on this rock. And, if you're supposed to be upholding the law, if you're a community servant, if you're a public servant, you're supposed to be holding yourself to the highest standard. So I guess maybe that's why he made me, to even being a military police in the Army, we set the standard. We don't meet the standard, we beat and set the standard. There's some people who just go out there and try to meet the standard, and that's okay, because that's how you stay in. But there's those that raise. See, I just can't help it. It's just the dialect. I was an MP, 95 Bravo. I can't help how I was raised. So I joined the military literally as a minor child. Well, I was an adult, obviously, but still, I was 17 years old and went in the military's delayed entry program called our DEP, or Delta Echo Papa. As soon as I was 18, it was see ya. I'm out of there. My family told me that I stopped worried about everybody else's problems and fix my own problems. I probably wouldn't have so many problems if I was worried about everybody else's problem. That's my exact problem right now. I'm standing up for my son. I'm standing up for the Constitution. You don't tell somebody to stop serving. Remember, do not quit your post until properly relieved. So I'm not going to stop. Father's making me do this. You think it's me doing this? You're out of your mind. You don't know me. You probably been here before. This might be your first go around. So appreciate it, but it's what I have to do. And like I said, if you were in this line of work, then you'd probably be held to the same measure as me. But I have even a larger measure now that I serve Father, and through this covenant, it says, let vengeance be mine. So I serve Father and convey as much as I can on this regular basis, that we're not even supposed to even have a military outside our borders. And that's not right. We have 1,000 military bases, and we are the police state, and we police the whole world. And we got more people locked up in America in our prisons and private prisons and jails than all the other countries in the world combined. How's that a free nation? So no freedom. Free will is not a thing. There's no such thing as free will. If Father created all things, there is no free will. So get over yourself. That's self-will is what it's called. That means Father knows what you're going to do. He created vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. And he created them to commit sin, all kinds of sin. You can sin in your head by thought, covetousness. There's many ways to, or sin was a sin under the Old Testament. Be thankful that we have salvation and redemption, and these things now. But, Father knows. So you're not going to change this. Most people, they have no faith, or little, and little faith is not going to get us there. Our only thing that's getting us there is a lot of faith, because we have to put legs. Be girded in my service. He said, carry your cross daily. Remember, there was no such thing as being hung or carrying crosses. It's a idiom. An idiom is like a parable. It does nobody. Hate to break it to you, Lot's wife was not turned to salt. There was no sodium involved in Lot's wife being turned to a pillar of salt. You're a religious idiot, and you just let them give you a candy coating of whatever feel-good Jesus, and you don't define. If you start studying, it's a lot more than just definition. You have to study. Remember, there's such thing as parables, maps. You know, it was called the Great Sea. Now it's the Mediterranean Sea. You think the names were changed to protect the innocent? Zionism? Gee, I wonder, right? But whatever. You know, these people think that when it says Jews in Scripture, that it's talking about, or Israel, it's talking about that one place in the desert, and that's not under this covenant. It's all flesh, Jews and Gentiles, all flesh. Not everybody, just a little tiny bit of everybody. His flock is small, and that really upsets the religious people too, because they think, well, my church is going to heaven. Well, you sound like the Seventh-day Adventists, is that what they call them, or Jehovah's Witness, or whatever. Every one of these denomination thinks, well, I'm the right one. You know, well, no, you're not. He said the Most High doesn't dwell in temples. The Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. So he's not a God in the sky, and he never was in the sky, and he used to visit one day a year behind the veil, but he didn't come from the sky. Father's not in the sky. God's not in the sky. Dead people don't go to the sky. That's what the world thinks. They also think it's 2025. They think his name is Jesus, and name is Shem. Shem is the second born of Noah. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem meant authority, or ox, or leader, or Aleph. Not Elohim, or Yahweh, or Jesus, or Yeshua, or Yahushua. It's all the letters in the book, but none added to or none taken away. And you have to know what a parable is, or the difference between an idiom and an idiot. If you don't know what an idiom is or an idiot is, then you don't want it to speaking up, especially when it comes to the words that are written in that text. They're written on scrolls and tablets of stone. Bible means book, and were never written on paper. That modern day convenience was done out of convenience. Constantine thought he was going to lose his kingdom to the Gothic Vandals tribes, all those Ostrogoths and Visigoths and Vandals and all those different tribes that were going after Baal in the Grove. Same thing. I keep doing the same thing, going around in a circle with you. Why does this guy keep talking about the same thing? Well, I'm just pastoring you. What you don't know is the aletheia. You've been under some other spell. They told you lies and stung you since you were a child, and you got poked at, and you went to public school, and you watched television. So you drank tap water, and they got you to go with the flow, and you got schooled, like putting your currency on both, like two banks to a river. You were birthed out of this mother's canal, so you're part of this system. And this is this go with the flow. You got schooled, channeled. You grew up, watched channels, programmed, remember? Stung by the spelling bee, started doing visual voodoo to you, poking at you, playing with your eyeballs like a flicker rate, you know. Green needle, brainstorm, you know. Careful what you think you see or say. Might be the complete opposite or the other. Just for an example, in a modern day term, to show you what they can do. If you don't know what that is, apologies, but you're just on some other, Jesus, because there's more than one Jesus. So thank you, Father, for that. But either way, like I said, I'm not here to make friends with the world. I'm not here to be nice. That word means to be stupid. So I'm definitely not stupid. So I know I have to do this. Christ stood up to what was known as the halakha, and you can call that mandate. I don't go on dates with men because that's not lawful, nor is it legal. It's meant for a corporation that governs corporations. So mandates. I don't go on dates with men. So write that down. Codes. I'm not a corporation. I'm not a business. I'm not some kind of, enterprise. I am a man of the land and soil. I'm breathing. I'm not a statute revised. Like you could just get me to stand there like I'm a corpse dead, like a phallic worship tower. Well, like a monolith, right? But I am a goofball. I am, but I know the law because I know there's a difference between legal and lawful. So I definitely don't go by these mandates because they're not lawful or legal. And he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances. So codes, mandates, and ordinances, I don't go by these. Halakha, Christ stood up to that. Remember this water dipping? That's a perversion of the Pharisees. Water baptism is to be drowned in. You can't breathe. Like I can't breathe. At this time, instead, it would just be, like by fire, you drown on your own fluids. By water, but this time it's actually supposed to be spiritual fire. So how about that for silly? That ain't silly. You won't be freaking laughing about that, will you? You'll be deader than a doornail. So baptism is the word is bapto or baptizo. I might be a little goofy, but at least I define the words that are coming out of my face. So I go to the Bible. The Bible says Jesus is God. What are all these words you speak of? But okay, Jesus came in the flesh to draw humans to himself. Jesus returned to heaven when the Jews decided to hang him on the cross. No, that's blasphemy. Mark is a idiot. Now, this is a religious idiot. Now, if Mark was offended, because he's probably some denomination like Christian or Catholic or Presbyterian or Baptist, Bible, nothing was ever written on paper. And now it's not on paper, it's on the hearts of the bride. But nobody was ever hung from a cross. So this is what you call a Nephilim. The word Nephilim means bully or a demon. This is a demon right here. A demon, they used to have burnt offerings. Remember, they had their sex orgy ritual to Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the New Year's, baby Jesus, the celebration of the birth. That's Satan. These people are such idiots. They've never taken the time to study anything. So it might be a Christian, could be a Catholic, but definitely a Satan. It means adversary. So this is a Satanist, a Nephilim, and the word demonion is the word what is now replaced with the word devil. So Mark is a demon because he's distributing lies. An idolater would be a distributor of fortunes or lies to self. Nobody's ever hung from a cross. So he's an idiot for sure. He just has no idea what he's talking about. And what Christ told us in Christ is a pagan term, which means anointed in oil in the book of, and I am Pastor Revelation. Okay. Because I don't sit here and just spew this without looking at this. So yeah, Revelation. So in the book of Revelation, it says, don't add a jot. Okay. Jot. So this person couldn't define. Remember, it has no definition. It was never written on what you know as a Bible. See, look, let me show you here. This is how much of an idiot Mark is. And it's okay, because it's not an insult. The idiot's not an insult. Mark's probably offended because he can't even define. See, this word Bible, that means book. There's a rejected text that were pulled from the canonization process. I bet you I could ask Mark what the canonization process, he don't even know anything about that process at all. And brothers, it's not like you need to know everything. You need to know the gospel. But see, Paul said there was another gospel. And that's what Mark's on, the other gospel. Can guarantee the other Jesus, because there's no such thing as J. There's no letter J. I have all the text right here. I have the rejected. This is a combine, and I have other books, but I have the canonized version from the 12th century. There's no other version that you can study. Everything else is swine, burn it, piss on it. I don't care what it is. And that's what he's speaking of, swine. It's crap. It is. It's low energy, and it's not of the aletheia. So if he's somebody, and you know what the word teacher is, that's the word prophet. There's no such thing as prophecy. He fulfilled all the rituals and celebrations and prophecies. There's nobody can speak one language and then understand it, and they're from any other language. No, that's not. Yeah, there is a universal language. It's called the aletheia, but there's a reason why aletheia, truth. They rejected text because they weren't aligned with the definition. So Mark doesn't speak any definition. Mark, if by definition, is a Nephilim. Nephilim means a bully. He's trying to bully some other version, saying that Christ was hung on a cross. Nobody ever hung from crosses. That's the Ankh. That's a pagan Ankh. That's it. See, he warned about idolatry, and I can always support mine with historical, biblical, scriptural record. I know the difference between an idiom and an idiot. So I'm actually he's not speaking, so he must be listening. Might not be an ass and might not be brutish in nature. Father does it, not me. It's the word that refines him, not me. We're shows people the light. If they're in the broad way, we show them the narrow way in here. Remember, we're not trying to change Mark. Mark's just a nitty, and I've been a Nephilim. I've been a demon. I've been an idolater. I'm still filthy rags. I'm still working on refining. You need to be put through fire if you're going to burn off the impurity. So nobody ever hung from crosses. Christ didn't hang on a cross, and nobody ever carried crosses. So Mark, I've been studying for 30 years, okay? You just came into High Desert Faith, the Truth Ministries. You bring any pastor to me, okay? I'll give you help if you truly want. See, you're asking, you're not brutish. Hey, Mark's not brutish in nature. Not just sit there spewing, and maybe has a willingness. Remember, an ass, brothers, sisters, is somebody who has an unwillingness to learn. And some people can, because Father makes them have the ability, because he makes them hungry for the word. So you can find it in the interlinear Textus Receptus. This is the accepted text in the 12th century where they defined every word, Mark. Every word they pulled out. Oh, it's giving me chills. I just love it. Every word they pulled out, and they rejected 22 of the books. What you call Bible is the word book, because it wasn't written on a paper form. There's the only accepted text is this version right here. You can screenshot this, or you can go right now and go see Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries. He's the only other pastor I know that was going to give you the gospel. There's nowhere else. I know nowhere else in the world like else I can send you. And it's a classroom where I'm sending you, so it's not a church. Get a piece of paper, write it down. You'll learn more in 1 3-hour session. He's live right now. You can go there right now if you'd like, because he does Wednesday and Sunday lives, and learn. Tell me you don't come back after his thing. Come back and leave a comment and go, dude, that's the best thing I ever had. Well, as far as the word, because you'll know that the words that Brother Jim and I speak have been defined. Definition is aletheia, the word truth. He said, I am the hados, I am the aletheia, and the horizo. Brother Jim can speak fluent Hebrew and Greek. I don't, but I can still help bring you to the narrow way by teaching oligos. I know a little bit of Hebrew and a little bit of Greek, and I know the ones that are in this word, because I only stick. It's called the interlinear. Mark, it's called the interlinear. Watch, if I open this book up, see, it's an old Jewish book. It's in Greek. This is in the 12th century. They took every word and see, they put a number above this. This goes with a concordance, so you can pull out and study every word at one time. Stop trying to study it and read it like a book. I did that for decades, and it didn't work. I get a little bit, but I didn't. You got to slow down and understand the words that you're speaking, not in translation and literal definition. Transliteration means you've not literally changed a jot, a yod, a tittle, no punctuation, no letters. That's what I just said. That's a jot or a tittle. These are like grammar. This is what Brother Jim, he's way better than me at doing this. I'm just a tip of the iceberg. Brother Jim will give you the whole darn thing. I mean, he'd give you the meat. I'm giving you meat now. I'm not giving you now watered down Jesus. Jesus is all glory to Jesus Christ, but Jesus is his translated Shem name of I am. You know, which Jesus, all glory to Jesus, but what's Jesus, right? It's not Jesus of Nazareth. He was born of Bethlehem. They called him Jesus of Nazareth because he let him hang him from a tree. Nobody was ever hung on crosses, Mark. They were hung from trees. It says that in the book of Acts. If you read your book of Acts, okay, it does say cross, but that's a parable. The parable of the cross is being crucified. He tells you in the book of Matthew, I constantly say and bring people to the gospel that says, I don't, Father helps, I have to do this. In book of Matthew, it says, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. So don't worry, it's not even a physical cross. He was, you know what the symbol is on the Monster Energy drink? That's that va. That's Hebrew for 666. That's man. 666 is the number of man. I can ask that in here every day, and people get it wrong unless they follow the ministry or they're reading the word. Because 666 is not the number of the beast. There's more than one beast in Scripture. There's many beasts in Scripture, but those pegs or those stakes are what they staked into a stock or a yoke, and he carried that yoke, and they raised him on a tree. That's the Romans' favorite way to crucify. They would stretch you back, peg your feet to a cleat, and stretch you back so you couldn't breathe. That's why we just all went through this ritual with the crown, corona, like a beer. Hello, there's two kings. I have another king crown over here. Not, Mark, that's why you got to study. Now listen, here's why. Here's what I'm going to tell you, Mark. Here's how you can do this. Thank you, Father, for bringing Mark here. All glory to Shiloh. All glory to Christ Jesus. All glory to the Hamashiach. All glory to the Father, the Most High I Am. Okay, for bringing Mark here. Mark, you can do that by studying one word. I don't have it right here because I was using it to study, but you concords. Look, this is an interlinear Textus Receptus. This is an old Jewish book written in Greek. Even in the book of Matthew, how many parables? He speaks in the book of Matthew, the parables. Right there is a good way for you to start understanding the parables, and start with Matthew. That's a good way to start to understand parables. And like, there's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. I was calling you an idiot, Mark, because an idiot is the same word as ignorant. It means you don't know. I really wasn't calling you a bad name or insulting you. An idiot means I felt somewhat, I'm eternal, I don't care about this flesh, a presence that you're not. We get a lot of asses in here, people who don't want to learn anything. And you can talk to them till you're like an Avatar or Smurf or Smurfette or whatever, till you're blue in the face. They just don't want to learn. But then there's people that are hungry for the word. And that's the beautiful thing about the word, is you don't need to worry about changing anybody. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. They're going to be hungry for it. So I felt that's why, just for a second, and you didn't say anything for a while. You were listening like, oh, he's not an ass. He wants to learn. So I can already sense that. So all glory to Shiloh, all glory to Father. What you can do is, as I repeat, go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. He'll help refine everything I'm saying. But look, he helped teach you the same way. He's the one to refine me. Stop lazy studying. Go back to the accepted text. And in this book, it says, now, each one of these, if you took out the word like salvation, which is the word sozo, you're obviously not going to find that in the Old Testament. So maybe that's not a good word, because that's something more, well, let's just go with that. It said 10 times. That's what this does, right? Concordance. The concordance is where it takes the one word and it takes it out, Mark, and it says it in one sentence. Now, my concordance, they're tiny, and my eyes are, I get a problem with my right eye and whatever, but it's okay. I use this as a cheat code. I just get my little magnifying glass, and because I'm not Brother Jim. Brother Jim is a walking concordance. A concordance, Mark, is where that one word is said. They pull that sentence out, and it says 10 times here, and who said it in the sentence. It's kind of like a cheat code, but you're just cheating yourself if you actually don't take it back to the book and now read 2 or 3 passages before that sentence, because you're not Brother Jim. He is a walking concordance. He can tell you where the scripture's at, and the sister chapters, and very seldom do you have to see him refer, and that's fine. He still does. He's not perfect. Brother Jim's not perfect, but he truly is like a walking concordance. He knows where these chapters, and he can explain the dialect as far as grammar, neuter gender, feminine gender. Is it a verb? Is it a noun? Is it an adjective? Because he said, if you don't want to add any jot, like a period, that's a punctuation. Remember? So like the difference between adding money's the root of all evil. Normally I can trick people very easy when I say, you know what I'm saying? That's right. He is Father. Father is Christ in flesh. I don't know if you hadn't figured that out. He is 3 separate, but he is Father. That's why he said, Justin, before Abraham was, I am. He said, I am the Alpha and I am the Omega. I'm the beginning. So I was already, and I always will be. Remember? So he is absolutely Father, is Christ Jesus. Christ Jesus is Father in flesh. He had to birth the only begotten Son. That's why he had to birth that flesh vessel through right? It had to be a son, see? That's why it had to be through flesh, to fulfill the Gentile flesh nation, because he didn't love everybody, right? And that took down the law of flesh. He said it was fulfilled as he hung from the tree. It is fulfilled, all laws of flesh. So he's 3 separate. Well, that's true. I totally agree with that, Justin. But remember, Christ can't sin. Paul told us that in his writings. Christ is Father, and Hokadesh, not with breast. Father didn't have flesh. Father had to birth a flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation, because he didn't love everybody. He only loved Aaron and Levi. So to fulfill the law, the Jews and the Gentiles, man and woman, good and evil, he does these things after his own pleasure and his own counsel. So Paul knew that Christ is inside us, and he is spotless. He's without blemish. He was the unblemished sacrificial lamb. He kept his word because he is Father. His Father I am. He is the Hokadesh. He is the Holy Spirit. He's the Holy Ghost that's within inside of us. He is separate, but you don't understand. You're just not understanding it. He said, before Abraham was, I am. You're just not getting it, Justin. He says this over and over again. I'm just giving you one pure example because you could just go study that. And Brother Jim does a great teaching. How could he know Abraham? He was in his 30s. How old was Abraham? He would have known that because he is father. He had to birth a flesh vessel. He severed the head of father. Okay? And father is a separate vessel, though. They are both sovereign. So is the Hokadesh, the word Holy Spirit. That is the pure, unadulterated word. In the beginning was the word. This was all spoken into existence, correct? So those are three separate, but all sovereign, one, right? Not three in one. That's Baphomet worship. So I like that you want to keep it separate. Your mind is telling you, no, I don't want to do this three in one God. That's not who Christ is, but Christ is Father. He would have said, before Abraham was, I am. He would have never told Peter when he, things get, turbulent, be comforted. I am. I am his Father. I am his fire. I am his light. I am his vessel, right? That requires, right? No, without vessel. I am light. I am pure, unadulterated. I require sacrifice of vessel flesh. I require fee. I require fine. I require war, right? All these things. I have my favorite. I have pride. I have my heavens. Now heaven is within inside you. You need to go back and read Paul's writings more. Maybe you just haven't read enough of the gospel. So it's okay. Go see Brother Jim. There's another great. Brother Jim is a great way to learn that he is three separate Godheads. And I don't hardly ever hear Brother Jim say that Father is Christ, but he does through the Word. Just don't fool yourself. Why would he say, I interpret John to mean I am chosen before the foundation of the world to be the Messiah? Yeah, to be the Messiah, which is the word Hamashiach, which means the anointed one that was anointed in oil, who hung from a tree to fulfill all the celebrations, rituals, right? Fee, fine, the laws, the prophecy. There are no prophets walking this rock right now. Nobody can heal people, speak in one language, and they could interpret it in their own language. Nobody can do that. So there's no prophecy. You have to understand what he means, that from the foundation of the world is that he is Father. Who do you think created all this? Just like he said in Jeremiah, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside as my prophet. As Paul knew it of his writings in Romans 8:29. He said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to my image. Predestined, right? Those I divided from my light, from my sovereign without flesh. I have to birth a flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation, fulfill all laws of flesh. I am. Right? I am the Aletheia. I am the Hados. I am the Harizo. I am. He made it very clear that he is Father. So if you can't understand, don't worry, Justin. You're not. You have enough discernment. You go back and read more and more. Remember, Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow. Foreknow is the Greek word prognosko. That means to have foreknowledge of, from the foundation of the world. How could he not be Father if he was? He is the Creator. He is the Son, separate, and he is the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. Three separate gods, right? All one God, not all in one God. See, we want to make sure you got this. You do have this. You have this. Right. That's right. Absolutely. Because of the stars. Do you know anything about the Magi? Why would he say that? Because maybe, tell me this then, see if you can interpret this. It says the angels in heaven. What does it mean by the angels in heaven, Justin? We'll go back to that because I know what it said, but we'll move on. Let's move it backward because it says, nobody knows the day or the hour of the seventh shofar, the great and dreadful the day of the Lord. That's when Shiloh returns to redeem the bride. I know exactly the moment that you're speaking about in time. I study this more than anybody on this platform. I think I even study this more than Brother Jim Brown does because I work past this. So that's okay. I'm not saying I'm better than Brother Jim Brown or any way, or that my teachings are anywhere, in just as long as they parallel the gospel. So if you go back, and if you look, why does it say, it says, nobody knows the day or the hour of that great and dreadful day of the Lord, not the angels in heaven. Who is that, Justin? So we make sure you know who that is, because I want to move forward with that. Who is that? Who's the angels in heaven? It's talking about Shiloh. This is the final trump. This is the last shofar. This is the ram's horn. I teach on this every stinking time I come in here. I teach on this. Yep. But as you will. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so look. When it says that, right, when it's telling us that the heavens declare the glory of God, right? Well, let's go back. It says nobody knows the day or the hour, right? Not the angels in heaven. I'm giving you a hint. So who is that, Justin? Only Father. That's proven that he is Father right there. That's what he's tried to tell you right there, that I am separate. I am. There was no such thing as repentance. There was no such thing as being rebuked and walking in repentance and then being forgiveness. So there was no forgiveness of sin. One sin was death under the Old Testament, Hebrew, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, where he required fee, fine, war, sacrifice, ritual, celebration, all these things. Now, none of these are required. Actually, these have all been abolished, right? No, fulfilled. He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled. That's why he said it was fulfilled. You got to get deeper into this study, Justin. I appreciate you coming back and frequent. Maybe we can all learn something here, but I'm trying to get you to go back in the passage that you said. Why does it say, when it says nobody knows the day or the hour, not the angels in heaven, not the Son, only because he's the creator. Hello. He's seated at the right hand of the Father, correct? That's where he's at right now. Right now, I can guarantee you that's where he is at. He is seated at the right hand. Right there with you. Decamai, put your hands up. You got to get this straight. You're going to have to get this. Okay, no, good. Good, there you go. You're on the right track. But try to remember the gospel, this New Testament is an old Jewish book, right? Written in Greek. So why don't you think about that the next time you study this? Because the gospel, okay, there's nothing new under the sun. It just mirrors itself. But there was no redemption. Don't fool yourself. There was no forgiveness of sin. There was no such thing as being saved. There was no being rebuked and walking in repentance. So you can study those old books, but you're going to confuse yourself when it comes to the true gospel is not in the Old Testament. There's a reason why 22 of those books that were taken out, and I too totally agree. He spoke in Aramaic and Hebrew. He was a Hebrew Israelite. He was a lion from the tribe of Judah. I know he was from the southern tribe. He wasn't from Nazareth, from the northern tribes where they were worshiping Baal in the grove, right? Baphomet, Samaramis, Ahab married Jezebel. I know there's been a perversion, but if you notice, I don't talk about this because there's no gospel to be spoken in the Old Testament. So, like I said, and if you think there is, go for it. But I don't find the gospel in the Old Testament because the gospel is all under this new covenant, forgiveness of sin. Learning the gospel is not in the Old Testament. There are still laws in the Old Testament that we're under, but not laws of flesh. Remember? That's what he fulfilled. All the laws of flesh. Anything that was a fine or a fee or a ritual or a custom has been blotted out, and we're actually not to do any of these things. Remember, we're supposed to sup with the word, do what you're doing, keep coming back and refining and reproofing the word with each other, so you're doing the right thing. Yeah, but what is 88? But see, what are those other books? And that's fine, Justin, but that's not the gospel. So you come in here, and every time we do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Not the same thing, but I try to point you back to the gospel, because these other, until you can teach and share the gospel and spread it and be like a freaking 365, just spraying it like the sun, spinning around, not like on a planet, then I think you're just confusing yourself, because there is no gospel in the gospel of Thomas, right? Is that the gospel of Christ? No. The Old Testament, where's the gospel in? I'm not saying don't read Genesis. I'm not saying don't read the Old Testament. And I'm not saying don't read the books that were taken out that weren't canonized. But until you have a rock, which he is the Petra, which is Christ, Christ is the gospel. And the gospel is spoken through his 13 apostles in the New Testament. And that's why I'm super gospel based. And that's why I love Brother Jim's teachings, because heck yeah, Brother Jim's teaches a lot out of the Old Testament, but he is a gospel based ministry. High Desert Grace and our Faith in Truth mirrors the gospel's teaching of Brother Jim Brown. I've never seen the gospel taught any like Brother Jim Brown teaches it. Nobody teaches the gospel like Brother Jim Brown, the gospel of Christ Jesus, the Hamashiach. You can go into all these other books. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Mark. Okay, listen, Mark. Heaven is not above your head. You weren't listening to me earlier. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Heavens are the ruling class. All right, Mark? Justin knows this, and that's fine. Mark, heaven's Father had a favorite. What you're going to need to do here, Mark, is you're going to need to go over to Grace and Truth, okay? Brother Jim doesn't give the same thing. Brother Jim's not a Magi. Actually, Brother Jim's teaching about the celestial firmament is the only disagreement that I have with Brother Jim. Everything else, 100%. His 23.5 degree tilt reason for the season is not how this celestial firmament is aligned. The clock, he's not right. So I would steer away from any celestial teaching that Brother Jim is teaching, and he doesn't really teach it in that sense. He's teaching you more about this Yule wheel worship and it's not like an astronomy teaching. Brother Jim is not a Magi. It's obvious he is gospel, 100%. Hands down, there's nobody who can show you, and that's what we're all supposed to do as a brother in Christ, is a mother. He's truly my mother on this earth. He is my mother. My mother is my instruction, okay? That instructs me. Father instructs me through the word. This is when the word says reproof the word, that's your mother. That's your brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, okay? That are in the narrow way. So, no, Justin, you're not knowing what you're talking about. The real Jews were right there, and you don't know anything. Justin, I'm going to ban you from this channel if you say something so stupid ever again. You don't know anything about Jews and Israel, okay? In this book, it's talking about Israel, and it's talking about Jews. That wasn't in Africa, so stop it. That's blasphemy. That's like some of these Hebrew Israelites trying to claim that they're from the tribe of Judah when they're from the tribe of Ham. And that's what you just sounded like in here, so you know. You did. You ever seen these street preachers? They don't talk any of this gospel. Oh, they got all those other books with the Ethiopia, but they don't ever talk about the gospel, do they? They never speak any gospel. Oh, they know. No, they are you an Edomite? An Edomite, right? They want to know they sound like a Pharisee. So real Jews weren't African. Are you that fucking stupid, dude? Don't ever come back here again if you say something that stupid ever again. Seriously, I'd apologize for cursing, but that really it just fires me up to think that you say something so ignorant. He was the lion from the tribe of Judah. Is that in Africa? Get out of here, Justin. Don't come back here ever again. It's just too much in these other books. See, brothers, sisters, and I apologize for some of you listening because I'm filthy rags. I'm not better than any one of you here, but I'm not going to let you take somebody. I just told you, these Hebrew Israelites do the same damn thing. Who's your parent? Who's your daddy? They sound like Cain, like blue bloods. Who's your daddy? Who's your Pharisees is what their big boy club. And they don't believe in forgiveness. They sound like a fake Jew is what that is. Yeah, kind of like the Muslims. They believe in infidels. Same thing. No forgiveness of sins. Real Jews were not from Africa. What in the hell would somebody be so stupid to say something like that? He was the lion from the tribe of Judah. You can look it up on the map. Justin, you need to go back and study maps, right? And get the hell out. Don't ever come back. If you ever speak anything out of these other 22 books or even Old Testament, you're not allowed in here anymore. Don't ever come back here again. With the ignorance that you just put in here, you should have been here enough that I have covered this over and over again, and I've referred you to Brother Jim Brown. So apparently you're so enthralled with this Ethiopian African Bible that you ain't even spent no time at Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries, and still you go spend a couple weeks there. Don't ever come back here again. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Thanks for your time, but you're not welcome here anymore. Say something so blasphemous. Seriously, guys, you see the ignorance of what he just said? It's not hiding. There were 12 tribes. Okay, you can go study the tribes. They weren't in Africa. They were scattered, but they came from where? Israel. I mean, are you that stupid to say something so ignorant? Apparently he doesn't study maps. Apparently, I have said it hundreds of times when he's been in here. Go see Grace and Truth Ministries. He would have unaligned anything he would have just said. Okay? Those tribes were scattered. Obviously, they wondered that where do they go? We know where they went to. It's not even hard to tell. If you'd study Brother Jim with a map, you know where the 12 tribes are, where they went, right? And they didn't all leave at one time. Like in Exodus, if there's so don't be stupid and say that Jews come from Africa. I mean, you guys see what I'm saying? It's not that far from Africa, obviously, because where it's. But are you serious? Guys, it's known. You can't change a constant. Okay, so that's what Father hates. That's why he said don't even have a punctuation. I don't want you to add a comma or a period. Or I'll blot your name out. I got white out, okay? I got white out, or I got the delete button. If you're in this modern analog world, maybe I'll pull your name out of the Rolodex because I got your name. Billy, I got your number, right? Or whatever. You're out. No mas. You're not here anymore. You used to could. Remember that comedian? This ain't funny. So don't add that he's coming from that they're Africa. What the hell would you say that for? I mean, could you be any more? This guy's been here before, and then he's talking about the Ethiopian Bible. It's proof, brothers and sisters, of what I'm saying in here. The proof is in the pudding, not like whatever that other comedian. If you don't need to meet, you can't. But no, seriously, stay gospel focused, brothers and sisters. There's a reason why I don't talk about the Enochs. There's 2 different Enochs and 2 different authors. Okay, Enoch is my. For me as a Magi, it talks about the celestial firmament. Stay out of Enoch. You don't even know which author that you're reading. And there's 2 different Enochs and 2 different authors. Where are you going to find the gospel in the book of Lilith? Where's it talk about the gospel in Jasher? Well, most of these things are more Old Testament, most of them, all of them, if you look at them. And then they're not gospel based if they have anything to do with anything future tense. Like taking a trek through the stars, but it's not the gospel. The gospel in the stars is in these books, in the 13 books in the New Testament, through the apostles. The gospel is actually written in the firmament as well. But I bet you Justin doesn't know anything about that and missed the Star of David. I know he did because I got brothers that are at Grace and Truth, and I bet you more than 97% of them don't know about the Star of David. Although they love the gospel and I love them, they don't know the gospel in the firmament. This is the same exact celestial alignment that was birthed in the stars, that birthed my love, Shiloh, that said he would return, and you've forgotten that happened in your time and day and age. And he talked about these signs that would be left, the Revelation 12 sign. I mean, that was insane. I'm not going to go through the, the actual, what it took to create that is something that you couldn't fake. It says the stars could be corrupted. I've brought you here in this ministry alone to, why am I the only man that has the red dragon eclipse tattooed on my body? Why am I the only man with the Revelation 12 sign tattooed on my body? Some of these things, many are called, but few. And some of us are set apart, not that we're better. We all have a uniqueness about us, brothers, sisters, is what I'm trying to show you as well. Okay? So, love moves the sun and the other stars. Our stars should shine. You are the star that brings the light on my life. What in the hell? Okay, you can't do poems in here, John. That's a bunch of blasphemy. You sound like some of these new age Reiki nonsense. So, love doesn't spin the sun. Get out of here, planet. You believe in Chewbacca, right? Some albino Chewbacca, Yeti or something. Get out of here with your poetic justice. It doesn't do it any justice in here. But anyways, for example, brothers, sisters, how about the enemy footstool sign? You know what that took? You know what that involved? I can tell you it involved Jupiter. Do you know that Jupiter is not going to go back around and come into its tabernacle place of rest? It would be, he says it would be the Israel that he speaks about. You'd have to be a certain amount somebody in your lifetime, like when it speaks about the Antichrist and when it speaks about the last generation. You don't study Jupiter at all, do you? You don't have any idea what Melchizedek, right, in Scripture represents. The lion from the tribe of Judah, right? Judah, he was the lion, Leo in the celestial firmament. He was Leo. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns, right? Shiloh, the king. Not that king. So it's okay, brothers, sisters. Don't worry about it. Most people aren't understanding that the gospel is written in the firmament above your head. But then again, I bet you that 19 of you in this room think it's 2025 when it's not 2025. That's not what the year is. But that's okay. You keep going by your little numbers, hand pointed at a number on a wall. I have the interlinear Textus Receptus. I only study out of this because there's only one version that's accepted. Everything else has been translated. This was literally every word in it in the 12th century was pulled out and defined. And that's why I only study out of this book. I have all of them over here. I got tons of books. I love picking them up and studying them in archive. I'm building an archive. I built a $500,000, well, we'll say $250,000 of, can't imagine what I have in it, an archive to bury this word so that it can survive hailstones, the weight of a talent, and, lightning and fire. And it's like Noah. For 126 years, he built that ark, and they scoffed at that old man for decades, and they ain't even rained on this rock. Well, Father told me to build an ark, and my ark isn't of water, but my ark is something that's 28 feet under the ground that will help copy survive. I don't just have that. I got other books. I picked up another book the other day. I did. I like to put other things like building and botany and all kinds. So if this was found thousands from years from now, they'd be like, whoa, check it out. We ain't even got these plants here anymore. Things like that. Like what they used to do, they used to could. So you do for you. You have forgotten there are people who took time out of their day, literally days, weeks, months, and years to leave people like myself these writings. You think cave paintings are a bunch of people who didn't know what they're talking about. I speak caveman. I know what they're saying on those writings. I do. Well, whatever you want to call it, petroglyphs or whatever. I do. I understand what it is because I've studied these. I speak many languages. I told you I don't speak fluent Hebrew, but I do speak some, a little bit Oligos, Greek. I do speak many. I speak in Mountain Dew. We speak in Mountain Dew here. We were doing it during the whole, Do Me Baby, Maui Blast. We speak in colors too. They speak in symbols, symbology. Gematria is numbers. You ever gone to the Super Bowl M1VXV? You know what? That's A is 1. That's called a cipher. That's gematria. A is 1. The satanic cipher is, well, 26, right? Is 1. It's reversed. Remember, he says you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. So you know any gematria? These people speak in many languages, many numbers, codes, symbols, symbology, gematria. Okay, so this is not left out of sight. This is why they have this karmatic, they don't have a higher, belief, if you will. They have a karmatic belief that if they tell you what they're going to do, then they're not liable. Like, hey, dumbass, we're going to push the snowball down the hill. Get out of the way. He won't learn. We already told him now twice, right? And now he's getting rolled up in the snowball. Huh? He didn't get out of the way. He did it to himself. They put it in The Simpsons. They've never let me down. So maybe they put it in animation. Maybe they put it in your public television. But they told it to you. They gave you visual and verbal voodoo, and you got told. So they don't feel themselves that they're accountable because they don't have that kind of, faith. They don't have a faith in a higher power. Remember, they have a karmatic God or whatever you want to call their belief. It's not a thought in your head, but we'll use it for conversation's sake. So, but either way, if you want to study this word, you're going to want to study the closest. This book still has some issues, brothers, sisters. Like I said, it's not like anything's perfect, but this is the closest you're going to get to this book, to being the closest to they took and canonized and took all the words off the tablets and the scrolls, and they used what was called a lexicon. You call that a modern day, like Webster's dictionary. There's a Greek lexicon that is the same in Old Testament. We use the definition first, then we study the word, we use our concordance, then we study the passages before, we get an idea too, Mark, if you're still there, on how do we determine something's a parable or not. We need to go back and study that word. If you read just the one sentence, you're not going to get the context. You need to read a couple passages before, get your concordance out. You got the definition first. You're reading the word repentance. Here it is. Two or three passages after that. Okay. And then you're going to take that and get a whole different context. Because if it's said 5 times and it's said by 5 different people, it might not always have that same meaning. You know what I'm saying? I've been studying that. I really want. Somebody asked me about that the other day, and I started. I mean, what is your question on it? Referring to like the gospel based, how that, because I know that's been coming up. I've been seeing that. The Strong's, okay, the Strong's Concordance. Okay, there's the Strong's or the Young's Concordance, Mark. And if this is, so you want to get this book, what that concordance, if you've never studied this before. Okay, that concordance is that number that's on top. I'll grab my concordance. Let me grab it for you real quick. This is the Strong's Concordance. I don't know which one you have, but this is the one that I have. Okay, this Strong's Concordance right here is coded with the same numbers that are in this book. If you notice, if you look, if you look in this book, see this Hendrickson volume right here? This is where they took in the 12th century. These are the books that Constantine took, remember? And they took the tablets and the scrolls. This was what was known as the Council of Nicaea. If you look this up, this is a historical event. Okay, awesome. The Council of Nicaea, where they took all those words, and they had 150 Catholics and 150 Christians. I don't like Catholics or Christians. I don't like religions, but it's okay. It is what it is. And they took all the words and they defined them off the scrolls or tablets and put them into a paper, what you know as a Bible. This didn't exist on paper. You couldn't carry this around. You'd have to have somebody like me, and I'm not saying that I'm anywhere special. I just love the gospel. That doesn't need the books. It's on my heart, and I've studied this over and over, and I'm still studying, and I'm not done studying. I'm going to study till I die. I'm always going to share this with others. I want others to help reproof me, but this is what we're supposed to do. But this is what the gospel base is what's so beautiful about being able to understand, is there's a reason why there were books taken out of the canonization process. The Father had everything to do with this. This Council of Nicaea, they pulled out every single word and defined it and put it into a book. Imagine not having this ability to have the internet. Like in the 1800s, you had to ride on horseback for 3-4 hours, maybe to hear somebody like me share the gospel with you that doesn't need a book. And they were getting some watered down lollipop Christian version, brothers and sisters. You stay here, you're going to get the true gospel in here. And the gospel is crucifixion. The gospel is suffering. The gospel is being pressed. The gospel is fire. The gospel is not some easy sit down one day on a church pew. It's everyday Jesus in here. It's everyday gospel. It's everyday Sabbath. It's take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily, follow after me daily. We quote these books in here out of the New Testament because we're not under the laws of the old. I'm not under any people. Oh, you can't have tattoos. Stop trying to make me under the laws of flesh. I can eat whatever I want. I choose not to eat pork. Okay, but if I eat pork, it's not going to get me in, I'm not under the Levitical law. I'm not from Aaron and Levi and have to go by these Sabbaitical laws. And always, every day we find our rest in suffering. That's where we find our glory, because he knows that, or we know that he said, follow after me, that we have to be crucified, not loved. He said, if you're loved by the world, you're hated by my Father. So I can really help you narrow the gospel down. I like to read a lot of other things, but I love the scripture that Father calls out onto my heart to share with you, because it's just gospel based. You want to read that in your own time and do that? I'm not saying you can't. I got libraries of this stuff. Okay. And I have gone through that. Have you ever read the Quran? It's got a mention of Christ in the Quran. I would recommend reading it, when you have the time. But until you have the gospel based down and you can start speaking just a little bit of Greek, that word is oligos. He says, many are called, but only gos are chosen, just a few. Father's bride is a teeny tiny flock. Fear not, oligos flock. Oligos find the straight gate. So he doesn't love everybody. That's that other Jesus that you're warned about, going around that says God's love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Father has a love for those that he made love him. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not even doing it. Father's doing it. We give all glory to Shiloh. We give all glory to Christ. We give all glory to Father the Most High. We edify, we lift up his Shem, his name, and his name is the book. He is the book. And so I want you to be focused on what I have found, and you do you. I'm not going to be standing there. Father will be there with Christ as your mediator to say, hey, no, Father, I have his sins covered for the world. Just like I, Father, didn't go by the world and they hated me because I stood for your law, your Shem. Remember? If you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. This woman is out there whoring her body to feed herself. You did not release her from her bill of marriage as you entered into that public place, and you nailed that to a tree with your two witnesses. She has not been given a bill of divorce, and you didn't give her half of what you own. Does that sound like your little lollipop Jesus that you go after? No, that's Christ. He was stood up. Remember in the Deuteronomy that the Pharisees, they had made their halakha, their Haggadah. If you don't know what the halakha is, Haggadah, don't speak up about anything that's in these books, please. You're a child, and it's okay. You can be matured. I'll tell you what, there's 7 things that it tells you to do in this book. It will help you to become matured. 7 is the number of maturity or completion. Like there's 7 shofars, ram's horns. The final trump is the 7th trump. It's not like you have all the time in the world, like Brother Jim or something, 80 years. You don't need all that time. Remember, many are called, but few are chosen. He's going to call out to your heart to do this. I'm only doing what worked for me, because I was all over the place, wanting to read everything, wanting to figure it all out. That's just the way my brain works still to this day. But when Father brought me to, the gospel, and more of it too was through Brother Jim. Remember, he's been on radio and television. And what it is you got to unlearn and relearn is more than anything, is what I found, that I had made more mistakes by listening to bad teachers, which is the word prophet, or false prophet is the word scorpizzo, not horizo. He said, I am the horizo, the one that separates the wheat from the chaff, not the scorpizzo. The scorpizzo is the one that causes the flock to separate or to scatter. That is the false teacher or the false prophet. That's the very first person or people that he deals with when he gets back. Anybody who added to this book, he said, don't add a jot. That's why I just want you to focus on the gospel. That's it for now. When you get that down, I am the Petra. Don't build your house on sinking sand. So that's right. And it's continuously filled with wickedness. So we put him at the top of our house because he is our mind. He is our mind. That's why Shiloh, listen, guys, Father used to be the head of the church, Aaron and Levite. He'd visit one day a year, not his flesh, behind the veil. They'd have that perfect sacrifice, the lamb, and they would remember the high priest Aaron bring it in to the temple. They would pass the table of showbread, the 7 candlesticks, and the altar of incense. That priest, remember, they were even so worried that if you saw Father, because he's perfect, pure light, that the high priest of Aaron, they would put like a noose or like an anklet, like a snare around the high priest ankle, because they knew if you saw Father, if it wasn't the perfect sacrifice, that you would die. So they put an anklet because they didn't want to go in behind the veil, and they would pull him out. I don't know how much you know about the historical record of that, the high priest of Aaron and Levite, but the traditions that they had done were a one day a year. Father only visited us one day. And he visited behind the veil, and he visited as what we know as the horizo, or the separator of that pure, unadulterated, this dark board and this light board. He is not flesh. He is the horizo. He's light. He didn't exist in flesh. Father's never had a flesh vessel. That's why he had to birth a flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation, Jews and Gentiles, and fulfill all the laws of flesh. It's very important. People don't get this study. These pastors, which are basically wolves in dogs' clothing, and I know it says sheep, but the shepherd is the one that's supposed to be leading the flock. The wolf, don't go down to the water. The wolf is going to get you there at the water. And the people see me because I know Father, he made me a shepherd. I'm not a sheep. I don't go with the flow. When the whole world's running off a cliff and you're the only one going in the other direction, they're going to say you are bat crazy. But I don't go with the flow. And I know that I wasn't evil. I mean, I've done evil things because I'm a military veteran and a prior police officer. But since I've turned from my ways and learned from my mistakes, it's just not my nature. I make mistakes, but I don't have that evil nature. But I'm not the go with the flow kind of guy. And I have to learn how to curve that rebellious with us. But Father gave me my place. I know that I'm a dog because that's what I was called even as a child. Even before I even graduated high school. And I don't know where that name came from, but that's what I was always called. But I know that most people are sheep, and that's okay. Maybe you're the black sheep of the family, but that's what I would consider myself. If I am a sheep, I'm more of that black sheep. I'm not your average sheep. I just don't. But it's really hard for me to call myself a sheep because I don't go with the flow. I just don't. It's just not my nature. So I'm either good or evil, and that's why I know that Father made me a dog, okay? And I know that might not mean anything to you, but as a shepherd, they lead the flock, and that's why he made me who I am with what I've done, so I can learn from my mistakes, so I can help lead the flock, just as we all should do this, brothers and sisters. There's no green screen behind me, you idiot. I need a better green screen. You need to get off this freaking electronics there, idiot. I don't use a green screen. That's the real deal. So, but anyways, let me blow the ram's horn for you there. Ricola! Get your ass out of here. Get out of bed. Go. Asses and unwillingness, stubbornness to learn. So if you want to learn, you better start studying one word at a time. The book is full of parables, idioms, cultures, customs, maps. You better start studying. Like, for example, this idiot that came in here earlier saying that, was it Justin? I'll never let him in here ever again. Saying that Israelite, this is Israel right here. This is the Great Sea, now called the Mediterranean Sea, okay? Either that, or because the general nature, John, is not to bite. An animal has an instinct in nature, you know what I'm saying, to do its thing. That's why dogs don't go to heaven. They don't sin. They don't need judgment. Dog will rip the cat up and not realizing what he's doing wrong. They do it in the wild. That's not a sin, right? Animals commit murder all day long, but it's not murder because they're animals. But, right, a dog, if it's doing that, they had a bad owner because it's not normally a dog's nature to be aggressive like that, truly is. And I'm a dog breeder. I breed dogs, okay? Not only am I a dog, I breed dog. I got a beautiful dog right here. He's just, but it's not their nature. If a dog is biting somebody, if you've domesticated it in a sense, somebody's done something to that dog, man. And I don't care what breed it is. A dog will not bite the hand that feeds it. It just won't. If it was raised from the property, you know what I'm saying? And there are dogs that will bite because they were raised improperly. But that's a good, we need to kind of use that parable because that's a good parable you're throwing out there. And I normally don't like to do kind of worldly parables, but used to kind of be my bad thing, like make up my own parable. But yeah, I know. I said I like people until they open up their mouth, huh? And start talking. No, just kidding. Hey, if they're speaking the word, but I love my animals. And like I said, I love people too, brothers, sisters. I'm not hateful towards people. I don't hate the sinner. I just hate the sin that they commit because I know I've done the same. And I don't want to see these people, eternal destruction for something that Father is, and I don't think it's in all our hearts. It's not. That's what we need to get over. And that's what's quite hard for most people when they think no, I've got a say in this. Well, there's God's will, which is the word agape, and there's self-will, which is the word porneia. There is no free will. Free will is not a thing. There's no free will. And free will is something that is a construct of the Satanist church. It's do as thou will is the high priest, MAGA, and that is their motto, do as thou will. So that's doing your own will. That's self-will, and that's exactly why Father divorced his bride Israel. But that's why, again, that person who came in here earlier saying that Jews are from Africa, what the hell are you talking about? Africa, this is Israel. I know where Africa's at. Come on, guys. It's not, we know if you blew this up, but they're from right here. Why would you say something so stupid? That's why Justin Weedman, he comes in here and every once in a while he says something stupid, and he's just too much in other books, brothers, sisters, too much in the other scripture. Get your rock, get your base, get your house built, not on sinking sand, but build it on the rock. That's why he said, I am the Petra. You build it off the base. So that's all I'm trying to give you here. If you don't like it, don't worry about it. Go somewhere else. Learn from somewhere else. Study it on your own. You don't need the internet. You've got eSword. You can use that instead of your lexicon, your concordance. You can use all these things. It's got Aramaic, A above it, or G in Greek, or H in the Hebrew. You've got all these study tools. You better use them before the internet goes down. And if you don't own these texts, I'm not like to try to cause you to get panic. You better get a copy of these. There's only one version of text that is worthy of study, and it is the interlinear Textus Receptus. There's a reason why it's called the accepted text and the rejected text. Rejected text, interlinear Textus Receptus, the accepted text. Every other version is not accepted. It is a translation. So stay out of it. Stay out of it. Oh, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Bull crap. You got to unlearn and relearn. So hopefully you gleaned something from here today. So thanks for those 12 thumbs up, guys. Appreciate it. I know people don't want this. They don't want these truths. Most people want this easy Jesus. Sit down on a church pew one day Sunday. I bought some Jesus 20 years ago. See, it's right there on the shelf. See, I believe. You know? Yeah, remember he says, fear not who can take your soul, right, or your flesh, right, John? Only fear who can take your flesh and your soul. And remember, most people don't know that there's 3 books, John. Most people know about the book of judgments. They know there will be some kind of judgment. That is actually, the book of judgment. That comes after the 7th shofar, the ram's horn, right? The book of judgments. And then the bride is always looking forward to that lamb's book of life, having our names called out. I mean, that's what it's about. That's, like having 2 tickets, not to Paradise, California, where you check in, but you can never leave. But, like at a carnival, you get or a fair or something, you got the red ones or the blue ones or the white ones, kind of they use those colors, but they tear it off and it's got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, he redeems us. He already bought us. He bought that, and it's like having the 2 tickets where we tear off one, we put one in the punch bowl or whatever, the fish bowl, and he comes back and he calls our name out in that book. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, that's me! Woo! Right? The Harper's Harp, the whole. But remember, there's a 3rd book. The 3rd book is the book of remembrance. and only those who fear the Lord. And that's master. That's the word Lord. Only those who fear master, Father, I am. The disciples will be written in the book of remembrance. So there is a third book, and not too many people even know it exists. I've spoken with many pastors in the past, and they have no idea that this book exists. So I don't fear anything but the Lord. That's what I fear. I fear that I'm not, walking and following, loving him the way I should. And I think that's the way he makes us hard on ourselves. Some of us that are like that. I think that's why he made me a military, police, in the army, because we don't meet the standard. We set the standard. We set it. Right. And so I always don't feel like no matter what I do, I could have done so much better. But he keeps that high, so we don't fall into that low energy swine, that realm, There we go. Good stuff. But either way, if you'll sup with this word, brothers, sisters, more and more, and just slow down and just try to study one word at a time, don't read it like it's some love novel or some, book report you did in school or something. It's a book where you need to study the word. It's full of culture. Custom in these books are completely different. The slang we say today is completely different. Like I think Mick 666 Saban, he said out of pretty mouth. So I think he's Brokeback Mountain. I think this guy has been on Brokeback Mountain. And see what I'm saying? It's a parable. I can use that and you know exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that crazy? I can say that. I can say, hey, this guy's Brokeback Mountain, and you guys know exactly what I'm saying. I ain't ever even seen the movie once. I don't even know what it's about. Not really. I mean, I know what society said it's about, but see, that's a parable. Why you got to go all Brokeback Mountain on me, man? He said out of pretty mouth. That's a parable. That's an idiom. There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. An idiot is somebody who doesn't know. They don't know. They've never had it in. That's the word ignoramus. Ignoramus means you're ignorant. You've never heard it or seen it ever in your life. So we actually can't hold you accountable at all. All right. Well, no, he's never even known. So he would be innocent because he's never seen it. That's the word ignoramus or idiot. So Mark was in here and I called Mark an idiot and he didn't freak out on me because he sat there and he listened for a minute. And that shows me that he's not an ass. Somebody who's an unwillingness to learn, brutish in nature, a brute beast. That's what Christ would call you, a brute beast. You don't want to learn. A lot of people are like that. So don't worry about it. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. For the foundation of the world, you know what I'm saying? He already knew these things. And that's the beautiful thing about people who Father wants them this word. They you don't have to try to change them. We're supposed to be filtering all these things with ourselves. Iron sharpens iron. This isn't some Christian YouTube channel. This is the ministry, and we learn from each other. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We don't do it in a temple or house made by hands. He doesn't dwell there. He said that 2 times. 2 times. The Most High. That's why I tattoo my hands like that, so I can hang out with people and say, hey, here we are, and we're not in a temple. He said, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, in my authority, in my aleth, in my leader, my master, my word, there I will be in their midst. So that's the proof. Look at what he did for you, brothers and sisters. Father used to visit 1 day a year, and he didn't love the Gentiles. You had to have the perfect sacrifice, and it only involved the high priest of Aaron and Levite. And again, remember I told you they thought if it wasn't perfect that they, Father would not accept it. They feared death. Okay, that they took it that serious. But now Father took, which was only 1 day behind what was known as the bow, like it says, like bow, or like it comes with a bow and an arrow, right? Or remember the rider on the white horse. There's 2 riders of Revelation. You better pay attention to what these words mean. They have everything. The word apocalypse means to lift off that cover. That's why I am Pastor Apocalypse. I don't ask for that name. That's just the name that was given to me for years of being on this channel and sharing the gospel with you. I constantly share the apocalypse. Apocalypse, and now we live in that age. We live in that day. Isn't that beautiful that we live in the age of Revelation? We're in the last book right now. Doesn't mean it's the end of the world. That's got a waves and waves of sorrows to go. We're not there yet. You're not getting out of here that easy. You better hold on. It's going to be a long ride to the end. And it's just going to get increase in more intensity of waves. That's what you should be out there preparing people for. So they could be ready. They'd be wise virgins. They'll have extra oil. They will not be caught having to go to the store. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, here, we need some oil. The bride is, the bridegroom's coming. Remember, there was already a wedding. We've already seen this once before, but sister, you want to be on the other side of that door when that door slams in your face? Same thing happened to those people in Noah. Bam, they were on the other side of the door. This is a wedding that we're supposed to be getting ready for. Remember, the wedding feast of the lambs. I know I mentioned the book of life, right? That's it. The book of life is the book of remembrance and the book of judgments. But you want life? You want afterlife? You got to have your name written in that book. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got my number, 8675309. You got it? Uh-oh, we dropped something. I lost my little sign. I got your number on the wall, guys. You know what I'm saying? Get them up against the wall. So I might take a break here in a minute, guys. I'm starting to get a little hungry. I've been thinking, what did I eat this morning? I didn't eat anything this AM. Oh, yeah, I made an egg salad sandwich this morning. So I had some eggs and I made some biscuits in a pan. They were pretty good, but I only had one little sandwich, just a little small one. But I wanted to touch bases with you guys again tomorrow. I've got that upcoming meeting with that man in that black robe again. So hopefully I'll make it through that, and just wanted to touch base. I'll come in probably before the end of the day here. I think I'm going to grab a bite to eat here. And I don't know. Like I said, I got my nerves are just a little bit on edge here. Not like that. I know that Father's got my back, but I want this case to move forward so bad, and Father's just not allowing it. So hopefully we'll get something tomorrow. Like I said, I'm feel so blessed that I could have the precious metals to trade those precious metals for the money, which I was able to obtain the legal counsel. And Father's my counsel. You know, he always is. Remember Luke 12:11, oh, you be without counsel, and they'll throw you in front of their magistrates and their men in their black robes and their synagogues, and do not worry, you shall say, I will give you the answer. Don't worry about your answer. I'll know exactly what to say. It doesn't matter. He'll be there. But I do have an attorney this time. It did cost $15,000 to get him, and all the precious metals pretty much that I had. But I'm going to start over again, and I'm not going to like the last time when that 25 pounds was stolen from me. I waited a year before I started collecting, but I'm not collecting for me. Remember, so that's paid off. I did this for me, and I did it so that I can help locate my son. So I'm working towards, somebody made a donation the other day to the ministry. And although I need $5,000 more if I go to trial, I chose to lock that money up into money for the Ecuador property. So I went and purchased some silver with it so that it's not going to go and just get inflated away. And that would make it harder for me to spend that money. And it's not mine. Remember, I don't care. I don't want to own anything anymore. I'll just give you kind of a little idea what I'm doing out here before I get off here. But I thank you. Somebody made, like I said, it was, I think it's the largest donation ever been given to the ministry. I was rather alarmed. But the person didn't want mentioned. They don't want a mention of it. And they've been in and out of the room. You've seen them, but they're amongst us. They're one of our brothers and sisters here, and they haven't been here for too long, but they've been here for a while. You know what I'm saying? They're not years and years subscribers, but they've been here, and I think they love the ministry and they love the word, and they made a contribution. So I put that into silver the other day, and that way I can later trade it no matter what happens to the system. It's not sitting in some, piece of paper that can burn up, so I was happy to like, I told Kevin, because he asked me today to go have a hamburger, and I had one, went with him the other day, but I just can't afford it. I don't have any extra cash right now. So until I can get the money for the ministry, I have to make sure that I put that towards right now. Actually, I have to put it towards the $5,000. I think they're going to take it to trial. So, and I want to go to trial. I'm not going to take a deal. I won't take a deal. ever, 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 ever. So I'm going to take it to trial. So I better, like I said, that's why I put the other property, put another sign down at the other property, as well as it's on the marketplace. The property's online for sale. So I would take some of that, what I need to, what I'm saying? I would take that and put that towards the trial, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like I said, it's maybe he can get it figured out, but I think they're going to set it for trial. I have a job, Timmy. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about this ministry. Yeah, Timmy's an idiot. Go get a job and pay taxes. You're a dumbass. You know that, idiot? You're a dumbass. Go pay W taxes and kill people with your money in other countries. Yeah, go get a job. So just go ahead and pay your taxes and be a debt slave to the corporation and fund people dying in Ukraine. Good for you, Timmy. So, but either way, like I said, brothers, sisters, thank you so much for being here for me for, like I said, the last, 15 months. I'd appreciate it. It's been super difficult. And I do want you to know that I have a court date tomorrow and I have to drive down there. It's kind of a bummer because they're probably just going to set it for trial. So, and that's okay. But I just got to drive 3.5 hours. Like I said, that's why I couldn't go with Kevin today to get a burger, because it's 40 bucks to go down there, to drive down to, 3.5 hours down there and back. I have a 4-wheel drive, third generation 4Runner. It doesn't get great gas mileage. It gets about the same as Kevin's 4.0. So it gets about 15 miles to gallon or something like that. So, well, I would have loved to have a burger, because if they went and throw me in jail tomorrow for some reason, I'm going to have to be eating jail food. But, oh, well, I don't care. I had one the other day, and like I said, I kind of splurged. I just don't eat out very often at all, guys. I cook at home and save and put things towards the ministry and buy things for other people. So I don't, very seldom do I buy things for myself. So I'm kind of bummed. That money, like I said, the gold and silver, I think in a couple months from now that that gold and silver would have bought the ministry for, I think it'll actually go up that much. So it's okay. Wow. See, that's crazy. Stoner, man, I don't know, dude. I hope you can get your shit taken care of. And I apologize for cursing. And you could meet me down in Ecuador or something, man. Get the hell out of Canada, dude. That place is a freaking nightmare. It's like America. It's so much to live there. It's so much. What the hell? It's 20 bucks, man, for internet in Ecuador, internet in El Salvador, internet in Venezuela, internet in, Vietnam. There's so many places where the internet's not 30 bucks, not 129. And that's good internet. Like, I've been looking into Ecuador. They have really good internet there now. And it's 20 bucks a month. It's 150 bucks to rent an apartment, a nice 1-bedroom furnished apartment, nice, clean, new apartment. You know what I'm saying? So please, if you can, I'm saying, I'd really like to help, you guys out one day. And that's why I'm going to spend this money, so you guys can come there. I'm not doing this for me, guys. Although I could be there, I could be here too. I'm doing this for other people. So, so that's why I'm working hard at doing this. So I'm happy that, like I said, I'm not going to lie to you. I was freaking I've been my mindset is, no, I'm just adding to the ministry. See, there you go. Right there. There's Elsa right there, right in time in Paraguay. Apologize, I didn't include you, Elsa, with it. But then it's good internet too, guys. It's not like in Paraguay, it's 20 bucks, guys. Elsa could take her and her husband out, and they could go out to eat and probably bring the kids out and spend a $5 bill and get a plate of food for everybody with $5. And everybody gets a drink in Paraguay, guys. There is food. You go to a street vendor, you're not doing a sit down, something, you could get $5. She could probably go feed her family for that price. And that's real food, guys. You could spend a little more, $7 or $10, and eat really good. Spend $10, you could eat real good. You don't have this life outside of America, guys. You know, they don't make that kind of money, though. They make Paraguay money. The cost of living is different there. But you can take your American money and go somewhere else and find a second home. I'm not saying you have to just bail out of America, but you can take your American money and go live very comfortably in another place. So it's kind of a bummer that and I'm not saying you have to leave the U.S., but like in Bend, guys, it's $800,000 is the average home price in Bend. $1 million, every third home sold for $1 million. Really? Yeah. See, but they don't, else it's because they don't measure it to anything else. Thank you, though. You know what I'm saying? They're not measuring it to other nations. And there's bad places in America. The most violent place on this whole rock is Chicago, Illinois. There's more murders committed in America than there is anywhere else. So don't tell me America is the safest place to be. America is the most violent place to be on this rock. So more murders are committed in Chicago, Illinois than any other place, even more than Mexico. Mexico's this, in its largest country, but there's great places in Mexico. I grew up in Los Angeles, California, where it was death everywhere I looked, always. People dying, getting shot and stabbed and all kinds of, just too many people. But there were good places in LA, even though it doesn't sound like it, but there was better places than others. There's not everything is violent. Actually, most of the violence occur within the city. It occurs within the city. You know what I'm saying? So stay away from those areas in the city and you won't, right, because you've been there 6 years, and if you weren't there 6 years right now, connection, you'd be paying $1,200 a month. I bet you got neighbors that pay $1,200 and $1,300 for the same place you got. Connection. You've been there 6 years, but your neighbors pay about $1,200 and $1,300 for the same apartment, one bedroom that you're in, huh? There ain't even no $1,000 a month, I guarantee you. So probably 15. Freaking Canada's expensive. Yep, see? Yeah, 14 plus, probably 15. So you guys, think about that. Think about that. Connection, you could go and listen, Connection, I ain't trying to get you to go to Ecuador. Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis in the world. Connection, we got to make a connection down there, man. They have the cheapest cannabis in the world. They do. It's the freaking Ecuador, baby. You can probably just spit a seed out and just... The grow season is 365 days a year, 7 days a week. So you could go down there and take, and live like $1,500. You could live for probably 6 months and have a nice place and paper. You could have a massage. You could have a masseuse come and do a massage on your body, stoner. You could. You could hire probably a masseuse for $50 for the month, come in and give you a massage every other day. A nice hour massage. And they ain't going to try to grab your junk and get all fruity with you, give you a happy ending. Maybe you can pay for that, but I'm not talking about that. So you need haircut? What else you got? Never mind. I'm not sure, Ozzy. It's probably like a couple bucks. It didn't show it. They didn't let your Slauson. We used to have it was called the Slauson cutoff. My dad used to say you take the Slauson cut off and cut off your Slauson. So, but anyways, I'm not sure. Ozzy's been here for a minute. I don't know why they would fricking say that, but that's something, like I said, people do these things, a little preventive maintenance, a little waxing, maybe they want to go out to the beach and they've got the man shell bun showing through or whatever their puff, or whatever, Garden of Eden, whatever you want to call it. But it is relevant, probably a couple bucks, wax on, wax off. You know what I'm saying? It's a relevant question though, but people do these things, a little preventive maintenance kind of deal, but you couldn't afford that in the US with the tip and all that. Oh my gosh, so you can actually, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know people love it. And also, like I said, the reason why I've chosen Ecuador, it's a base for me. It's about food. It's not so much about me. It's about, for the ministry. I'm trying to find a place over these next 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, because I won't be there in 50 years from now, that this ministry can still contribute food to the members. And it seemed to be the most conducive place according to our cycles. You got to get closer to that equator in this region, whether it gets hot or cold. It's going to, see what I'm saying? It just averages. I looked at the cycles and I said, I need to find a place for the ministry. And it just so happened again that it was a constitutional republic. I'm a veteran. I thought this was a constitutional republic. I'm like, this is near, and there are many people who are expats. I think there's like 1 point, somewhere almost 2 million expats that live in that space. So that's why, because it's a ministry purchase. I'm not purchasing it for me. Like I said, hopefully when I file these civil cases, I'll have enough money that we can do the full transformation of the ministry, and then I can just put everything in the name of the ministry. You know what I'm saying? And like, in here, if you ever seen Bishop Stoner comes in here, he has a ministry. Bishop Stoner has a ministry, and I think since 2000 or something like that, Bishop doesn't take in any money. He pulls no salary. Like Brother Jim pulls a salary, and that's fine, but he doesn't pull a salary. That's what I'm trying to bring this ministry over, where I don't get a salary. I don't need a salary to operate. If I have those civil cases, I'll put together a retirement fund that I can travel, and the beautiful thing about the ministry, brothers, sisters, is, oh, well, that's what, so, but I will eventually be able to pay people through the ministry too, guys. Like I said, like Brother Jim, he ties $1 million. We don't have ties like that here. We don't, what I'm saying? I might make $1 something off AdSense. I actually get more donations just from you guys from like the super chat, and I turned off the channel's not, so you don't have to watch commercials. I don't want you to have to watch commercials and make 30% on YouTube. I just didn't want to give YouTube the money. I already give them 30% of your money. I don't give it to them, but they take 30+% of your super chats. So I didn't want to give them another 30%, even though it would help a little bit. It's like, who cares? They probably don't want to watch commercials anyways. You can skip through them, but then I'm not giving the 30% to AdSense. But eventually the ministries will all be paid off, and there'll be no reason for you to donate to the ministry unless you just had abundance, if you will. Like Brother Jim's ministry costs $1 million a year to run. The space he rents out is $3,000 a month. He pays 5 salaries. He takes a salary, and I spend a lot more time on this ministry, and I'm not taking away from Brother Jim than Brother Jim does. Okay. So it's okay. He does a Wednesday and a Sunday. I do this every day normally. And sometimes I'll put in 20-hour days, but it's okay. Brother Jim's 87 years old. He doesn't need to be doing this every day. When he's not doing it, I know, because I've spoken with Sister Mary many times, he's still studying. He's still doing it. He's just not doing it live. And his shows don't need to be more than they are. They're actually quite long and have plenty of information. Doesn't need to put out more information. Most people I can't even get down one of his studies one time. I go back and watch Jim Brown's studies and watch it 10 times and still learn from a lesson from 5 years ago or 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't, his lessons are, timeless. So I can study him over and over and over again. So I don't need to pull, like I said, the hours that Brother Jim spends are, for his age, are probably too, that he's spent through the years is probably way too much. He should probably stop and enjoy his life before he dies. But this is what he enjoys doing. That's why I enjoy doing too. So that's why I'm fine with just retiring. As I said, I don't need to pull a salary. And if I win the civil lawsuits for their sisters, this ministry will be one of the wealthiest ministries in the nation. And I plan on giving, probably half or near half. If I get $50 million, I'm probably going to give Brother Jim $20 million of that. 20 million bucks. So we'll have more money to buy a building, build out the duplexes or fourplexes or housing, however he wants to do it there, whatever he deems. That's why I thought, I wanted to go out and maybe help him or whatever. No, Jim Brown is perfectly capable. He knows what he wants in his mind, to have people there to come visit him and be part of the ministry. And that I'm certain if I gave Brother Jim Brown the money, that between now and the time he died, he would find the perfect places for that money to go to. He has more contacts in the ministry than I do. You know what I'm saying? People are used to contacting him. They don't contact me the way they contact Brother Jim. So if I gave him millions of dollars, I know Brother Jim wouldn't squander a dime of it. It would actually go to the people that it would need it to go to. So I think that's going to be the hardest thing, is if I file these civil lawsuits and there's a substantial gain, that we find a way to, because I'd already told you guys that I think the best thing to do is if I came into a large sum, a settlement or, lawsuits because of what they violated my civil rights over and criminally assaulted me and battered me and grenaded me and gassed my animals and wrecked the ministry, there will be civil suits. So I think the best thing to do is to take that money and to put it into precious metals. You know what I'm saying? Put it into precious metals and then start helping people. Because I brought this up before. Like, if you had a $2,500 a month retirement and you move to Ecuador or you move to Paraguay, where else is that? You could live on $1,500 a month very comfortably. Have insurance, health insurance on yourself. Very affordable, very good health care in Paraguay, very good health care in Ecuador, very good health care in Mexico. Health care is really good. You could take and save $1,000, because if you could live off $1,500, right, and save $1,000, you could change lives down there with $1,000 in these places. You could employ people and pay them better than the average wage that they would make, and they would work twice as hard and love their job, because you wax their palms or grease their palms, if you will. You give them a reason to come to work. You don't pay them too much, but you pay them very good. They will work hard for them. You know what I'm saying? We have 6 kids and 2 adults who live off $700 US dollars comfortably. See, brother, sister, so you could take care of a whole family. See what I just said? You step back and scale your scale back. I don't need the 25, man. I'm a little like a king. That's ridiculous. I don't need to just blow money like this. I can only go to so many shows and go to the coast and go see these sightseeing. I mean, but if you could put away $1,000 a month, you could hire people to work for you. You could see, as I'm a farmer, so that's the way my mind works. Well, I'm a farmer. That means I can employ people. And pay them a good day's wage. I could actually provide housing for them right there at my property. Okay, you're the labor for the property. You guys do all the landscaping, and when we have a sprinkler, or something go out, or irrigation, this is there, and you could provide quarters for them too. Really nice housing could be built. They could build the housing. You could say, build your builders. I want to build this, and then I need quarters for people to take care of laundry, and maybe I'll just have my masseuse live right there on the property, Yes, and that's where you're helping people with your American money, and you're providing help for people within the community. And this way you're not blowing up and trying to be some big person where you stick your head above, like that game, and they're going to smash you back down because you got too much money. You don't want to blow up and get rich down there. You don't need that kind of money down there to make a difference in other people's lives, brothers, sisters. So seriously, you could take, you know what I'm saying, $2,500, live off the 15 and live very comfortably. 1 or 2 people could just, I'm saying, you heard what else it just said in Paraguay. You could take that extra 1,000 and build out, a hacienda. You could build out your own, kind of like, your own They do that a lot in Mexico. They do. It is what it is. They build up walls and build up, kind of like a moat, around, and that's cool. I love it. I think they're awesome. Like little castles that they build. They've got all the quarters for their people who work, and then there's the main house, and a lot of them are connected, and it's very interworking. There's an outdoor kitchen that they bake bread in stuff, because these are outdoors, so it's hot. So outdoor kitchens there are not uncommon and things like that. And then you're employing people, and these people. These people come familia. They come family to you, and you employ them year after year, and you're making off $2,500. That don't even pay a freaking mortgage payment. You know what I'm saying? On somebody's house here with the renter's insurance or the mortgage insurance or the homeowner's insurance, and they're living in some 2-bedroom little. I could build out a big old spread, and everything could be, tile, concrete. They do beautiful work in doing masonry work. The whole thing could be mason. I do mason and wood. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely. So see what I'm saying? That's how I envision this, brothers, sisters. I want to build a place for the ministry down there, where obviously we'll have a beautiful ministry where we can hold, and live stream from down there. It's going to be beautiful, and I'll have them build it off of the local products in the local area. And then I'll employ people there that can stay at the ministry. I can't get anybody to come here. Do you know how easy it's going to be when I get down to Ecuador to put people to work that want to work hard? And especially if I'm paying them, if their wage is $5 a day and I'm paying them 12 a day, the kind of work that they're going to, and then their housing is provided for them, and I even, I can't get people to come here in America. I've been here 10 years and nobody's come here except for Kevin. And that's cool because he's bought the property next to me, but nobody ever came. I could so easily, you know what I'm saying? I could so easily have people in Ecuador, in Paraguay, in Venezuela, in El Salvador. I could have people working for me the same week. Trabajar, más trabajar, I speak poquito español a little bit. I can get people going. I could get better. My language could get better. And I could employ people the same day, and they would work hard. I can't get people to come just live with me for free right now. I've offered people, I didn't want their money. Remember? I said, I'll put you up in housing. I'll help you. I've got half a building built. You help me finish it. You live in that. No, we'll build another one. That one's mine. But you've got one. You build it on a skid. You want to stay here? Great. You want to move it to another part of the property? Great. You want to leave and go somewhere else in the valley? Great. You want to take it and sell it and go somewhere else? That's fine. Let's bounce from here. Nobody ever came for 10 years. So I don't have friends here. You know how many friends I would have in Ecuador? You know how many friends I have if I live in Paraguay? I would. And I don't mean like overdo it, but people are just much more friendly down there. They're just much more open to talk and conversate, and they're not all got their head up there, stick up their butt. There's opportunistic people down there that take advantage of that, but I've seen that many times in my life. But I bet you got a lot more friends if you didn't live in America. I don't even care if you didn't speak the language. A lot of people speak English, outside of America. Most people, the only people generally who speak one language are Americans. A lot of the times, because a lot of people speak English and their language. You think a lot of people don't speak English. No hablo español. Yes, they do. They just don't want to have a conversation with you. They do. There's a lot of people who speak, there we go. So, but it is amazing, brothers, sisters, how much we pay here in America to just rob Peter, to pay Paul, to just get by. It's so hard to just make it. And just do me a favor. I'm not telling you to go anywhere. I'm not saying you have to give up what you got, but just look up on YouTube, any one of these platforms, Facebook, look up, places I could live for $1,000 a month. And I bet you there's 100 places that for $1,000 a month you could live pretty, 100 places, I bet, that you could go and with that and live, and not live like you're living right now, where you're just barely getting by. So, and I know it's hard for people to just get out of the States. Like I said, I'm actually, I reapplied for my visa. So I have an appointment to go get my visa, and I got to go walk through the whole thing again. $190, $35, whatever. It's a few $100 because I got to get pictures and whatnot. But I'll be glad to have that back and have my passport back. So it's going to cost me the rest of what I have in cash, but I got to do it, guys. I got to get this passport and get it under my belt. That way, if something, I can get out of here. I don't stall and I go and I'll enjoy it and I come back later and I don't plan on, the ministry's already paid off. That's why I paid it off. That way I don't have to worry about paying it while I'm gone. It's done and I can come back and visit later. So if I want to stay gone a month, a year, a week, this place ain't growing legs. So that's what I'm looking forward to doing that in the future. Like I said, hopefully that's why I went ahead and said, okay, I'm going to get my passport. I'm going to start working about getting back out of here. So hopefully tomorrow they'll set it for trial, and that's going to mean that I'm going to need another $5,000, but I'll figure that out too. I'm going to get my passport no matter what. So I could probably wait until after trial to get my passport because I don't know what's going to happen with trial, but I'm going to put all my faith, you know what I'm saying? I have more faith. You know what I'm saying? Father will provide. So, and even if something happens, it's not going to be, like I said, I have a good attorney, guys, so I'm not going to get railroaded. I'm not going to get railroaded, and that feels good. I mean, I'm just a dad standing up for his son. I mean, I am a constitutionalist. I am standing up for the Constitution, but I'm just a dad. I'm just a parent who they're trying to mess with his kid, and I don't want to see my kid get messed with. So I didn't hurt anybody. Wasn't violent with anybody. I didn't use guns. I just used my mouth. That's it. I just use my mouth, and they don't like that. So I do think even if something happens to me, it's not permanent. I gotta need to start preparing for that too. Like I could go away for a couple years, a few years. Who knows? Father will do whatever he wants with me. So I don't want to make plans. I just want to, like I said, if it's if I can get the passport, I can get out of here, I'm going to go. I'm going to take a vacation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if it's just a vacation now. So like I said, I'd like to go down there, get the property. I'd probably come down and hang out with you for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I want to travel around. I've got people in El Salvador. I've got people in Mexico. I've got people in Venezuela. I've been invites to Russia, Australia. I have had invites all over this rock. And that's my plans, is to go hang out for 2 or 3 days, with the followers from TikTok and and the subscribers. And I got to set a limit like 3 days. Okay, can't stay more than 3 days. 3 days is my limit, but set something like that. That way I'm not at a burden to anybody, but I can come hang out for a day. We probably just church, get settled in for the first day, kind of hang out, have a dinner. Maybe the second day, go out and see some kind of beautiful, something in nature or something, some building, or because I love history, so I'd love to learn something about the culture. Take me to learn everything that everybody in Paraguay. I want to eat the dish of Paraguay. I want to do what people here do. I want to know what the locals do. That's what I search for. So that's what I do. Also, when I worked the Olympics for Chevrolet, that's what I did. I went to every state here in the union and I asked everybody, tell me what you do. Tell me what your favorite thing is to do. What do they do here? What do the locals do? They're like, wow, we've had people come here. You ask a lot of questions. I said, well, I want to know what you're all about. You guys been here the longest. You know the best swimming holes. You know the best places to eat. You know the best places. And that's kind of the plan. Like, go spoil myself for a few days with my subscribers. Maybe I might stay for a week or something, but probably not. Probably like just try to spend a few days and move on and just keep moving. I'd really like to hit every single country. And I'd like to, because I'll live stream all of that. Won't that be awesome? And of course, I won't live stream that does anybody wants to be live streamed, but I'd love to live stream. Go, hey, here you guys, here's your brothers and sisters in Paraguay. Here's Elsa and her husband. Here's Meet the Kids if they want to be on camera, and and then that'll make for a good channel. I think it'd be a great channel content too. Going out and seeing the locals, going in and saying, guys, see what I told you? look at these meals, guys. This is a $3 meal, you know, in Belize. This is a meal in Vietnam. I'm at a street cart. These tacos here in Mexico are freaking 3 for $1. Look at these tacos, guys. Holy crap, And cool. Me too. We're both riding on the same thing, connection. We're both could get thrown in the jail cell. But remember, if that's what happens to you or something like that, connection, just whatever Father has in plan for you. Me too. I'm already planning on, hey, I might get thrown into the old cage, I better plan on it at least. So don't act like it couldn't. But I feel again that Father I just used my mouth. I didn't hurt anybody, and I didn't, like I said, I never pulled any weapons. There was nobody was, they were violent with me. They were the ones who pushed this into the court. So, and again, once I'm hoping too that, I don't know if you've seen this thing and I'm not sure who does it. I think it's through Lackluster. I'm not sure if you know who Lackluster is, but they have these attorneys that you can purchase through, it's like through the internet, but they're your attorney when you get pulled over. And I'd like to provide that for like people within the ministry too. And maybe things like that, like I told you, what I'm saying, connection, like where I could put a certain amount of some money into a legal fund, because I can provide sanctuary for people that are being wrongfully prosecuted and get them counsel, get them proper counsel, because nobody gets proper counsel. And that would be awesome if the ministry could buck up for people. Maybe they ran, whatever, and ran into an issue. And so I would really try to also try to do, because I'm sure one thing that I will do when I'm in America, I guarantee you, and if I can continue and not in a day with no record, because I don't have a record right now, that I will continue to First Amendment audit. I think auditing is something that we all need to see. We need to hold our public officials accountable for their actions, for what they're doing when they're serving in a community service capacity or a public servant capacity. They need to be doing their job, and they need to be held accountable. So I love auditors. I love people who go audit public places and go film and make people uncomfortable as hell. Back before, all this happened, I used to open carry. I open carried almost everywhere I went. So, I think it'd be awesome if the ministry could provide things like that. Like I said, legal counsel for people who need it in situations. And then, because I like to audit, I think people, again, should be put in and know what their rights are. You know what I'm saying? Well, sure, it doesn't matter. You're just auditing. You're just an auditor. You're just a journalist. You're not biased. You're just doing what an auditor does. So it just holds any of our public servants accountable. It could be in Canada. It depends. There's certain laws in Canada that I can go by that I can't go here. Like, in America, you can film anywhere in a public place. Federal buildings are not, inept. It means they can be audited because they're public places. And so how are we going to hold these public officials accountable if we can't put a camera in their face? What if they're screwing up? What if they're doing wrongful things and we can't film them? This is why we always film our public officials. If everybody just stuck a camera in their face, this crap would stop. Not completely, but it would stop a lot. But they get away with so many things by, the body cam didn't come on. We don't, and they do have body cams, but they're not held accountable. So people need to be told, like post offices here in America, although they're federal, you can film in a post office. People get all butthurt and say you can't film in a post office. Yes, you can. It's a public place. Anywhere in a public, place where that's, open to the public, an auditor can audit. You can't go behind closed doors, and you can't go, but any public place, every public building should be audited. And if people get uncomfortable, and that's why I think we need to build up another fund, because if they get thrown in jail, we need to bail them out, but we'd obviously be able to put back into the fund by filing lawsuit against these. It's just accountability. It's not like you're out inciting violence. You're trying to make people do their job by the law. Hold people accountable is not a bad thing. But people, oh my God, this person's trying to stir up bullshit. No, they're not. They're holding their public officials accountable. They don't have any right to privacy in public. Don't film me. That's like the people like, you can't film me in public. You don't have my, permission. You're in public, you idiot. There's no privacy, no right to privacy, no expectation, no right to expectation of privacy in public. You have to create your privacy. Like cops, if they got their laptops open and your information, they need to shut the laptop. Anything that can be seen in what is called, when I was in law enforcement, it was called plain view. If I can see in your car and you got a freaking, meth pipe sitting on your thing, I can enter your car. That gave me probable cause because it's within plain view. So anything that's within the public's view, all these people, you can't film my bank. You're going to rob the bank. I can film the bank. I'm sitting here on the public easement. He's trying to rob the bank. He's casing the bank. Shut up. See, what is constitutionally protected under the First Amendment as a citizen journalist? That's your First Amendment right. You have the right to film anything in public without any right to expectation of privacy. So you can film anything or anybody in public. Somebody can't stop you from filming. And you can film anything you can see. You can stand outside of a jail. You can't film the jail. There's prisoners in here. Well, then put up a wall. Anything I can see from plain view, and if I'm not on the property and I'm within the public easement, I can film that. You can't film this. Look at all these auditors, You can't film my body shop. People go out and just beat the snot out of somebody thinking that you can't film their business. This person's filming my business. Yeah, I'm doing a special on body work, all the different kinds of body work. I wasn't even pointing out corruption. I'm just doing a story, and you as a citizen journalist do not even need to disclose what story you're doing. See, I saw that. That was crazy. So you see some crazy things as cops, guys. I've seen some nutty stuff. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? It's crazy that these, people do the stupidest things in front of you too. It doesn't matter. I remember because I was a traffic crash reconstructionist and dealt with a lot of speed and accidents and stuff. People will just run stop signs. I'll be sitting at a stop sign right there in plain view and people just run right through it, speed right past you, just see. They don't even, people do the craziest things. So, but either way, I do think that part of the ministry auditing is something that we need to do. And that's something that I want more people to come in. And that's something, again, I think we can come up with a way to kind of pay people as to be a part of the content of the ministry too. So First Amendment auditing will be part of the ministry. Christ stood up to the law, brothers and sisters. You couldn't get any more Christ-like than standing up to perverted law. So auditors are Christ-like. So why is this ministry, auditing its public officials? Because that's what Christ did. So auditing your public officials is very Christ-like. So if you want to become a part of this in the future, I'll probably be willing to pay. And I'll have a fund is what I'm saying, to pay people for their time. You know what I'm saying? It's just holding them accountable. You're not doing anything illegal. You need to use your rights or you lose your rights if you hadn't figured that out. And that's how we do it. It's a use or lose kind of deal. And so you need to go out and assert your rights. Hardly anybody even open carries anymore. I hardly ever see anybody open carrying. It freaking seems like people used to open carry so much more, but not since the COVID. I used to like making people uncomfortable carrying a firearm. You're doing that to revoke people? No, it's a right. It's not against the law. If it's not illegal, you should be able to do it without being questioned. You see what I'm saying? Oh, you're just trying to stir up crap. No, I'm not. I'm holding my public officials accountable. And if they create good content because they're idiots or bad cops, then that just helps the ministry out as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, don't attack the moderators. That's probably not a good idea to attack the mod. You want to get thrown out of here, attack somebody with a wrench. Good job. Good luck with that, guys, right? There's no such thing as luck. But anyways, yeah, go after the moderators. Good job. We'll see how long they last. But anyways, this is what I'm talking about, though, brothers and sisters. It is Christ-like to do First Amendment audits. Maybe we'll start another channel. You know what I'm saying? To go my mama's home. But it could be part of the ministry too. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can make a separate section for audits, and we'll pull some of my old audits up with it too. And, but we need people that have enough cojones. Ladies can audit too. There's lady auditors. Don't think that there are not lady auditors out there. I think ladies are the near perfect, fit for the shoe. The shoe does fit with ladies. They are definitely have the gab, the gift of gab. So knowing your rights, ladies are smart, and I think ladies could be a part of this as well. But I do think it's something in the future that I could potentially pay people to do. Travel pay, or just give them kind of like a salary. Hey, you need to go out and do at least, probably just pay them by the audit or something. But we could figure out a way to pay people for something like that, because I think it would create content for the ministry. And once again, I think it would generate money for the ministry. Not me. I don't want it, but it would. I guarantee you can go to 10 audits and you're going to get a lawsuit. You're going to get a lawsuit. That lawsuit's going to be for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you're going to tell me in those 10 audits that you're not going to, make a gain. Yes, you are. And then you're doing a service for your community at the same time. And people eventually would get a hold, they know who you are when you showed up, and they probably start holding themselves more accountable, like Long Island and some of these auditors, like, they've been doing it for a while. They know when they show up. Something like, hey, don't go out there and mess with that guy. He's just trying to get you to break the law and file a lawsuit. He'll file a lawsuit against you, and they don't even try. See, that's awesome. When some of these auditors come out and the people go like, don't even mess with that guy. See, now you're letting people do constitutionally protected activity and you're leaving them alone. The dispatcher should call and say, hey, this person's open carrying. It's legal in this state to open carry. It's not against the law. Stop calling our emergency line. We have a non-emergency line, but this is not even something you need to call the emergency line for, or the non-emergency. This is an open carry state. Are they shooting it at somebody? Are they pointing it at somebody? It's just slung around their chest. Okay, ma'am, sir, please don't call back here, okay? You're actually clogging up our non-emergency line, and we've got multiple lines here, because we had dispatch, but you're calling for something that's constitutionally protected. That's not what they do. They go out and remove your weapon because somebody called in and their feelings got hurt. And then they break the law by removing your item from you, and, invade on your Fourth Amendment, the right to be secure in your house, papers, persons, effects, detain you, arrest your wrist, arrest your body, then give you your weapon back. That is kidnapping, okay? They have no reason, no probable cause. Oh, because somebody called in and we're doing an investigation. Well, do your damn investigation. I'm not helping you with your investigation. And you can't remove my firearm because it's a lawfully protected activity. I have the Second Amendment right to open carry in this state, and I'm open carry. So you can't touch. No, they're going to come over and invade your right of your Fourth Amendment, violate your Fourth Amendment, a civil rights violation, take your weapon from you. That's illegal. Accost your weapon, accost your body, accost your wrist, detain you illegally because somebody's feelings were hurt. So they're the feelings police is what these cops are. They're feelings police. Somebody feels like they feel threatened. Well, if they're not threatening anybody and they're just carrying it, well, it looks suspicious that you're carrying around a weapon. Well, is suspicion a misdemeanor or is it a felony? Oh, if I'm not mistaken, suspicion is not a crime because I look suspicious. I look suspicious to you. You want me to take off my weapon? I want you to buy me a double cheeseburger. Go get me a double cheeseburger. You want what you want. I want what I want. I want a double cheeseburger. You want me to? No, this is my right. Some people that can go out there and throw up some resistance to these people, and have no fear because what they're doing is right and righteous and upright. So auditors are Christ-like. So support your First Amendment and Second Amendment and Fourth Amendment auditors, please. 12th and 14th too. Remember, fall under these cruel and unusual punishment. You know, some of this stuff that these people do to people without any, you know, authority to do so by, you know, stopping people from filming people. It's like, for example, guys, I know I'm getting hungry. I got to go. There's just, it needs to be done, brothers, sisters. If we don't hold these public officials accountable, they'll just do whatever they want. Do you understand? They will do whatever they want. And if we do not film these public tyrants, because they are, like, for example, if you go into a post office and film that and they remove that, they've violated your rights. Even the federal government, his Supreme Court has ruled that we have the right to film even in federal facilities because they're public places. So again, if they stop you from filming, they've violated your First Amendment right to audit our public officials. And we're never going to be able to hold these people accountable if we can't put a camera in their face. So you go in and it's, seriously, guys, watch this. It's so crazy, the world we live in today. Thanks for coming in, Nathan. For example, you go in the post office, somebody's like, don't film me. Don't film me. I don't know what it is about the post office. They think it's federal, so they think there's something about a post office that makes it special. It's still a public place. It's still a federal facility, so it's still public, right? And there's the whatever paragraph 7 that covers filming. You can do that. And so, but look, you can't film in here. And then people get butt hurt that are standing in line that they're filmed, and they forget, hey, would you look up there? There's a camera filming all of us. Did you ask them permission when you came in the post office to film you? They're filming you right now, you idiot. We're all being filmed. Just because I'm a citizen filming you, you get upset? There's a camera right up there. There's a camera out at the door. You've been filmed the whole time you came in here. No, I don't think so. We need to put them all in there. But do you see what I'm saying, guys? You see that the people are like that too. So this is why we need to do this. Not only for the public servants, not only for the people working behind the counter who are trying to be a Karen or a Ken and assert their authority or something. We need to do it for these idiots that live in our community, brothers and sisters, that need to know that when you're in a public place, you don't have the right to privacy. So, and what the hell are you worried about me filming you for? There's a camera right above your head. There's 5 of them in this same room that we're in. Did you ever look up? No, you can't film me. Did you ask the post office before you came in here? Before I come in here and do some filming, before I come in here and buy a stamp, before I come in here and send a package, I want to make sure that your cameras are not off or not on because I don't want filmed. You see how stupid that looks, brothers and sisters? So we need to do it for this public that is just fallen under a spell, thinking that they're some kind of special person, that they can't be filmed, and there's normally a camera everywhere they go in public. So that's just idiocracy, and it shows you the level of ignorance of the general public. They need to be taught. These audits do this for them as well, brothers and sisters. These audits help the general public learn. It's kind of crazy. You say, what are you filming me for? Hey, what's going on? Hey, how's it going? I watched this one audit before I came on here today. It was at the post office, right? And this old lady walked in. Man, she must have been about 3'10". I mean, she definitely had shrunk down quite a bit. She's old. She's probably about 85, 90 years old. She came in. The guy was filming. She's all gave a little, woo. She gave a little, she gave a little, she struck a pose, right? Like Vogue, right? Or whatever. She struck a pose. And it was just awesome because she wasn't offended, but the person before, oh, what are you filming me for? Karen. God damn, slow it. There's a camera above your head and you worry about me filming you. Are you out of your minds? You know what I'm saying? So I think that would be awesome, guys, if we could bring people in here to High Desert Faith and Truth to be a part of the audit, because auditing your public officials is Christ-like. It is Christ-like. I don't think I'd want to be a Karen or a Ken, right? Or Brandon or Joe. I don't think I want to be called Joe, or even Donald right now wouldn't be probably a very good game to be called Donald, right? So I was going to get off here, guys. We'll leave the stream up. If you guys want to hang out for a minute, I got to get something to eat, guys. I really do. I got to get something in my belly. But I do think this is I do think this is something that the church, you guys agree? I think this is something the church should do. I think all churches should be sending people out to audit their public officials. It's Christ-like. He stood up to the perverted law. Christ stood up to the perverted law. If more of us went up and stood to the perverted law, think about this, guys. You got one bad cop doing something to you and all these other good cops standing around. Those are bad cops too. Those are bad cops because they're watching this bad cop do something that, see, how many times do you see a bad cop doing something to somebody and all these other people are just standing around? So you see what I'm saying? Connection it is. It's Christ-like. I don't care what anybody thinks. So you got one bad cop that's doing something bad and all these other cops are watching, you know what I'm saying? Then they're just as bad as the cop that's doing that for not saying, hey, don't do that to that citizen. You're violating it. How many times you see cops policing police? The police don't police the police very often. It's called professional courtesy. They just do whatever they're told, or that you don't want to get your buddy busted. But see what I'm saying? The worst thing that well, they are in a way connection. They're road raiders. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, guys. They always got each other's back. We need to have that same unity out here. Community. Can't spell community without you and I. So we should have that same type of community within our own community to hold these public. We don't have a militia in America. At least we can have an auditors of our public officials. But if there's a bad cop doing something bad and the other cops are just standing around watching that cop do bad things, those aren't good cops. Those cops are just as bad as the cop that's performing whatever illegal activity he's doing, and they're just watching. Those are bad cops. If they were good cops, they would be telling that cop, don't violate that person's right. We're here to protect their rights. We're here. No, that's not how they act, huh? They don't act like that at all. You very seldom do you see the police. As a matter of fact, they don't. They just shut up and watch. This is why we need to hold all of them accountable, guys, because that's the worst thing for a good cop is a bad cop that makes them look bad. If they were actually doing their job, right, this bad cop makes all of them look bad. So you think they would police that cop and get him out of there, but they've all grown so accustomed to just shutting up about this. I don't care if you're in Paraguay, if you're in Russia, if you're in Australia, or if you're here in America. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same type of thuggery. One of them gets away with it. They all just watch or they join. You know what I'm saying? They join in, and that makes them a bad cop too. So that's why we need to hold all our public officials accountable, so that when we do an audit like this and this one cop's being bad and the other cops just sit around, we can hold them accountable too for just standing around and watching this bad cop do these things and violate somebody's civil rights. So they're criminals. They do criminal behavior all the time. They have immunity, right? Qualified, but they lose qualified immunity if they break the law. So this is why I do think that we should make this part of this ministry. And I think that I could afford to, if I had a civil lawsuit, which I will be filing against the state and the county in this case, I will be asking people, probably paying people a salary or paying them per audit, and if they get arrested, we'll bail them out and we'll get them the attorney and we'll get them, maybe people want to dedicate their life to this. So I think it'll make excellent content. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you see where I'm going with this too. I mean, there are things we can do within this ministry just like that. So I think Stoner hit the nail right over the head. It's Christ-like to do this. These cops are like Pharisees. They are. They got their big boys club. Remember, George Carlin says it's a big club, and you and I aren't in it, guys. You and I aren't in it. You understand? We're not in the big boy club. And Father hated that. Through Christ Shiloh, he turned over the money changer tables because they were fiend, the conversion of the money. And they were selling the doves, remember, up to sacrifice at the altar. So Father will provide. If not, I'll go sit in jail for a while, whatever they do to me. So let me take a break. I'm gonna try to figure out something to eat here. I know I've got a couple things. I already made some burritos yesterday, so maybe I'll make another burrito. Maybe I'll make another burrito. Make another burrito. We'll take a pause for the cause. Where's my metal spatula, boys? We're gonna make some burritos. Where did the frijoles go? Oh, they're there. Oop, there they are. I'll make a couple burritos. We need to get the cheese. Cheese. Oh, Chewy's here. Hi, Choo-Choo. Hold on, Choo-Choo. Let you in. Hold on, girl. I hear you, girl. Did you come see to visit the boys? Hi, Choo-Choo. Come on in, girl. Come on in, girl. Hi. Choo-Choo's here. Look who came to visit you guys. Choo-Choo's here. Hi, Choo-Choo girl. You're such a prettiest girl. You're the prettiest little puppy. Choo-Choo came to visit you guys. Isn't that awesome? Did you get a drink? Get a drink, Choo-Choo girl. Get a drink, Choo-Choo. Oh, yeah. All right, we need some tortillas. Tortilla. A little warm out there today, huh, Choo-Choo? Choo-Choo girl. Pretty girl. You having a good day, little girl? Huh? Making some burritos. Burrito. Get some cheese on there. Put the cheese in the salsa. Queso. Not lots of cheese. Cheese. Oh my. Oh, cheese. Let's get some jalapeno salsa. Salsa. More salsa. More. More salsa. All right, then we'll put the huevos. Some huevos. Some huevos. All right, we got the beans. The frijoles. Ooh, those are hot. Drop it like it's hot. Let's put the last of the cheese on there. The last of the cheese. It's going to be pretty cheesy. Pretty cheesy. There we go. All right. We'll drink one of these teas. I have these for weeks. So I'm getting a tea. I don't drink too much other than water. I bought some teas the other day. What was it? Sweet tea. Get some more water, girl. Give me some burritos, homemade burritos. Mmm. Eggs and go take on a bacon. Mmm. Wow. Eggs, frijoles, huevos, con queso, and I got red jalapeno salsa. So I took some, I borrowed some hard-boiled eggs. and lots of salsa. That's right. I normally make better burritos, but Kevin went and got some lengua tacos the other day. I think we got him hooked on lengua. It's the tacos that taste back. Those are good. So he went and got some more. So I don't know if you eat lengua, but oh man, I like lengua. Ain't no microwave burrito. No, I hear you. I do burritos 50 different ways. I do fusion burritos. Trepa, nice. Back in the day, when I ate pork, carnitas, I don't eat pork anymore. But Cerdo, the big sweaty hog. I liked Arrabada. Arrabada is really good, or Pastor. They cut that off. They do it with like the sweet pork. It's good. But I haven't had pork in, I don't know, a lot of years. I can't remember when I had the last pork burrito. It's just my choice. You know, you can eat pork under this covenant. You're not going to get to heaven by eating pork or not eating pork. We're not under the covenant of Sabbatical and Levitical and the dietary laws. So what are you, related to the house of Aaron and Levite, and we're in the Old Testament? You can eat pork. But I'll never eat it again, ever in my life. I love the way it tastes, but I don't like what it is. So and I'd curb myself off of pork anyway. So, you know, basically the only pork that I ate towards the end of my pork, you know, was like pepperoni on a pizza, but Canadian bacon. But I don't want pork anymore at all. I don't want it. You know, my body just doesn't crave it. Don't get me wrong, pork tastes so good that I haven't forgotten the way it tastes. I haven't forgotten the way it tastes. It tastes great, but it's low energy, and there's a lot of pork has a lot of problems. You know, it does a lot of things to our body that we, you know, doesn't make things better. Pork's not good for you. You can't tell me that it is. So, and it does, absolutely. And they're one of the hardest things to get out of your body. And parasites and worms and wormwood, that's been around for a long time, guys. So the idea of worm and gut bacteria and worms in our gut and all that, that's not new. It's been around for a long time. They know what they're doing. So, you know, for a long time, people didn't eat pork. You know what I'm saying? Start with your colon, your lower intestine, Mary. You got a blockage at the bottom. You know, all your toxicity, all your whole proteins that don't separate in your gut bacteria or whatever else, it goes down As a whole protein, it becomes toxic and it gets stuffed up. Remember how much food, how many feet of intestine that you have. You know what I'm saying? Um, so start with that. That you to clear that out, and then everything else will be able to pass much easier through it. So I'm not a doctor. I just recommend your thyroid, so you protect your thyroid so you don't intake any more crap, so you can have protection so that these don't, you know, struggle, because you're still going to have a kidney, kidneys. You still got a liver and stuff that will process, but you need to get all that toxicity that's backed up in you, in your lower intestine, out, and then the rest of your body will have a much easier time, you know, processing the rest of whatever toxicities, even in your liver or your spleen or your whatever. You know, you have many filters inside your body. So but the one that holds more than anything is your lower intestine. So start with that cleanse first, you know, if you can. And there's a lot of good ways to do that. It's not comfortable, it's not fun to talk about, but it is definitely something that can help your body process all your other organs. Yeah. So see, there's another people, you know, so you know, you're fine without your spleen. I know people have, like, you know, their spleen, and they got to be a little more careful. But, you know, I remember my cousin, he didn't have a spleen, and I mean, he didn't hardly get sick hardly at all either, too, you know. And he drank and he smoked and he ate candy, you know. He wasn't like a hardcore drug addict or anything like that, but we also know that, I'm not promoting it, do this on your own, consult your doctor before you do anything, but fasting is probably one of the very best things you can do to your body. Not having a backbone, that's great. There you go. Thank you, Linda. So that's why you need to start the process of not eating 3 meals a day, to let your body do what it does, you know. All glory to Shiloh. We gotta work together, guys. We gotta be on this rock together. So, but again, you know, that's something that all of us could do more of. If you think about it, most people in history, they were agrarian, they were hunter-gatherer, and they didn't stay sedentary in one place. We didn't start storing grains and things like that until we became sedentary, brothers and sisters. We used to gather and wander around. And there were times that we wouldn't eat but 1 meal a day. There were times we missed meals. And our body was fine without eating for a day or two. It didn't even bother us. It didn't even bother us. We were fine with that. We would just go, we would just go and, you know, walk around this rock that we're on, right? This rock that we walk, and we would gather nuts and berries, and we were more agrarian. You know what I'm saying? I know, huh? Because everything's so terrible. It is. It's getting really hard, Mary, to eat anything. You know, the best thing to do is grow your own. But what we did is we were gatherers. We were agrarian. We would travel around and we would eat. So there was times we would gather all day long, nuts and fruits, and we might have a little snack, but our gut didn't do that, because we would go meals without days without eating. And our body was used to that, and it could use the normal gut process that normally happens, that we hardly ever experience as modern day society, because we think we need to eat 3 meals a day to stay alive, or we're going to die. But there were many times that we maybe would only eat 1 meal a day, and it might not be until evening time, right? When you'd make a fire, you'd start that warming fire, and whatever you had, hunted or gathered or whatever. You might eat berries and nuts or whatever, or, whatever, some, mushrooms or whatever you could, gather. But we didn't sit and store grains and sit there and eat all this sugars and carbs and wheats. And, I'm sure you didn't stop up in the field and see a field of wheat, right? And the wild and go, oh, I'm going to stop and make some bread, and I'm sure you figured out eventually how to make things. But most of our stuff that we ate was plants, fruits and vegetables, and meat. We didn't eat a lot of grains. We didn't do that till we started slowing down. And because we wanted to put up stores and make it through a winter, we put up large amounts and learn how to dry and can and, do all these other processes for long-term, for storage. And I'm sure that, that these, people obviously, they would put up stores of learn how to dry salmon on rocks and dry out, do pelts. I mean, obviously they wore this stuff, so they knew how to process to give their food more long-term storage, but they didn't eat 3 meals a day, and they didn't, and they didn't sit down and because they missed a day's food, it didn't turn them into a nightmare. So, and their body processed things a lot different than we process them now, because we don't even allow our body to process. And they didn't eat genetically modified foods, things that were with, all these yellow lake, Twinkie dye number, whatever. There's the food is near poison that we eat today. So if you think about that, though, their bodies worked in a totally different way than our body works today, because most people don't know what to do. If they go a whole day without eating, they turn into an absolute, they go about 5 to 6 hours from being, hungry to angry. And after about 6 to 8 hours, they get what is called hangry. And by the next day, they're not even thinking with their head. All they're thinking with this gut that's rotting. They've never felt that, or not, or they're motivated by empty mouths. Now they're outside the house waiting at home that are growling because they got kids and their stomachs have never growled like that. And they're screaming and crying. You know what I'm saying? So people aren't ready for that, and their diets aren't ready for that. So the best thing that you could do is, get your body used to missing a meal now and then, because there's a lot of people in other countries that don't eat like we do eat either. They live off a lot less than we live off of. We are gluttonous nation. We as Americans consume 40% of the world's resources, and yet we are 3% of the world's populace. Every year, for decade after decade, 40% of all the world's resources are consumed right here in America. Welcome to Mystery Babylon. This is it. All the finest myrrh and silks and wines and frankincense and linen. Yep, right here in America. We consume 40% of the world's resources right here in America. And yet, 2 to 3 generations ago, a man could go out, a woman, into the wild and feed themselves. And you can't get people right now without a Piggly Wiggly or the Starbucks or a Kroger or a Walmart or a Safeway. They can't sustain life. They need the drive-through. They need the convenience. Convenience sells second to sex. Sex is the first number one seller on this rock. Not the actual act of sex, the insinuation of, like a low-cut dress, right? Like a guy that's wearing a pair of sweats. You got a little bit of a bulge down there. You know what I'm saying? That sells. Second is convenience. So people love their convenience. That's why we don't have big freezers anymore. You know what I'm saying? Big freezers anymore. Because we used to have a half a cow and they raised rabbits and we liked hare, but or say rabbit, and we would trade. Maybe they grew better Brussels sprouts and we didn't grow any. Ours won't grow good in our soil, and we would trade for the things that we needed. And we would have larger food stores and people would trade. And so it was not unpopular to have a big storage chest freezer and to can things and put them in a pantry. They would tell you you're crazy now back then if you didn't have some extra store put up. Like, look at this goofball over here. He don't want to be prepared, right? Failing prepares, preparing to fail. Here's a failure right here. It's better to have and need than need not have, right? So we have gone from a society that, because it's convenient, where we used to more hunter-gatherer, to breaking ourselves up into like subdivisions or country where we would trade, and now we are all subdivided, and now it's just more convenience to go to the store and get food, because I mean, it'll go bad. I work 9 to 5. I mean, I'm gonna come home and get the chicken Kentucky Fried Colonel's Funky Chicken bucket, because I don't even have time by the time I get home to cook a meal, right? So this is what's happened, is we have all subdivided, and now it's much more convenient for people. So the number one thing that sells is the insinuation of more convenience. And we don't even have the ability, most people, like during I think World War II, I think it was 40% of the victory guards, guys, 40% of the U.S. populace grew a portion of their own food. Something. I don't care if it was a tomato plant, a little herb, garden in their windowsill, or a victory garden. 40% of the U.S. populace grew their own food. Now less than 1% of Americans grow their food. Less than 1% of Americans grow their food, guys, grow their own food. And so it's not something it's less than 1%. It's crazy. No, there's more people who grow their food than that. No, there isn't. No, there's not in America. Yeah, and it's getting harder and harder, because the food that we eat today is not really food. It's just food flavored poison. It looks good. For example, canned food is not picked at the height of to appeal. It's actually picked at the height of nutrition, because of the canning process. You lose about 30 to 40% of the nutrition from the product itself, from the heat. So they're not picking it to look the nicest. They're picking it when it has the most nutrition. Now, the food that you're getting off the shelves here is more looks like plastic fruit or whatever. Some of this stuff is all the same size and same shape. That's called plastic fruit. My grandma used to have those little lucite or whatever, like resin, great balls on the all this food is the same. But anyway, so that's what we now have. We've got food flavored poison. Basically, there's no, the nutritional content has been robbed of it. They put in that cane, the inner from the cane or beet, that glucose in it. So our food has just basically become poison, food flavored poison, with all the dyes, with all there's no nutritional value in it. And when I go look at fruit, why does every fruit seem like it looks like the same size or the same color? See, they don't pick fruit at the height of nutrition. They pick it early enough so it comes in, it sits on your shelf, and it looks perfect. So it's not picked at the height of nutrition. So your canned vegetables have more nutrition than your fresh vegetables. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on here? You know what I'm saying? The canned food is now more nutritious than what you get from your grocery store, because it's not picked at the height of nutrition. It's picked so it looks good on the shelf, so you'll buy it. You guys, it's crazy. I'm like, that can't be true. It is. I'm like, whoa, that's insane. Canned food has more nutrition than what? Because it's processed at the height of nutrition. They don't process this food now because it's nutritious. They process it so it looks good, so you'll buy it. Every apple looks like the other apple, I know canned food is not supposed to be better. It might be in Paraguay, Elsa. It might be, but I'm speaking in America, because they robbed the soil in the 80s. They said, we have no more nutrition in our soil. We're going to start using chemical. Monsanto, GMO, started adding all these glyphosates and all this stuff back to the soil. This happened back in the 80s. Okay, this is not new news. This is something like, I follow nutrition. People are like, damn, you know a lot about nutrition. Well, I didn't take very good care of my body when I was young. I beat myself to a pulp. I ate whatever I wanted. I mean, if I could put it in my face, I'd eat it. I'd try it at least once or twice, because I never know if I didn't like it the first time. Maybe I got a bad taste in my mouth. So I would try something. Now My diet is very, very limited compared to what I used to eat. And I don't want to spend my last days giving whatever savings, and I don't have savings, or now, but to a doctor. I don't want to spend my last life laying in some place being sick. I want to spend the last days of my life. I'm not going to be perfect because I'm old, but at least I won't be, like I said, I have the physique of a 20-year-old, and I know people then in their 50s, their bodies are trashed, and I beat the crap out of my body. So I don't do that to myself anymore. I've already broken enough bones, and what I'm saying? So I know the best way I can take care of myself now is by eating better. Do I eat perfect? No. Why do I want to leave America? Because I hate the food here. Do you know how many countries have banned our food? There's like 30 to 40 countries that have banned. They won't even take our pork. China, India, Russia, they won't touch our pork. Their corn, they say, we don't want your corn. Don't send it. Don't. You guys, seriously, there are a lot of nations that will not touch food from America. That should tell you something. We're the corn nation. There's more corn syrup in our food than there probably is anything else now. Our food is like our cars. We run our cars on corn, and we drive ourselves on corn. Our dogs eat corn. I don't feed them corn, but everything is corn. Corn should never be eaten the way it does. I made some cornbread the other day, and I probably won't make cornbread for another 6 months. I don't like intaking corn. I know it's not something we should. If you grind it down and you eat it, that's one thing. But you know what I'm saying? Thanks. Most people, they're asking me, is that a goat? It's not a goat, you silly goose. Goat. So it is. It's like there's corn syrup in so many things that just doesn't even need to be in there for. Mary, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't even need to be in there. They don't even need to put it in there, and they put it in there anyways. There's a lot of things they do that too, that you look like, what the hell is this in there for? Bread? The hell you put corn syrup in bread for? Just anything. Just look at it. It's like it's almost in everything, and I remember a time where it said, if you can't read it, don't eat it. Maltodextrin. Whoa, that's a long word. I don't think that grows natural. I don't think I'm going to eat that, right? Monosodium glutamate. That doesn't sound very natural to me. And I said, let's not eat that. What did bread have? Bread had, what it had? Baking powder, salt, right? Maybe an egg, and flour. And you'd sit it on the shelf, and in 2 or 3 days, and maybe a week, it'd start molding. You can leave it on there for a month, it don't even mold. White bleached bread, that stuff don't, never mold, it seems like. I don't buy that very often, but like, what the hell? The bread's not even molding, man. I said I found a thing at Don Poncho's tortillas. They were the regular tortillas, and they had fallen behind. I always just put them on top of my refrigerator because they lay flat. I couldn't figure out why I put them up there, but the fridge was flat, and I didn't like putting a lot of top on my fridge. So it was a good way. The only thing that was allowed on the top of the refrigerator was the tortillas, because I don't like, a bunch of stuff, and then you can't get in the cabinets above the refrigerator. So I'm a OCD like that. Whatever. I'm military, so I'm militant. Ladies, like, I've dated somebody before. They're like, dude, I've never seen anybody like all your one white shirt or 2 white shirts, and then you've got 2 red ones and 3 blue ones and all your black ones. Why do you do that with everything? Everything you have to put in. I can't help it, brothers, sisters. I'm a veteran. It's called attention. So, but anyways, like I'm saying, this food that we're eating right now, again, it like, take, for example, McDonald's. The insects won't eat it. When the insects don't touch the food, I don't think we should be eating it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't help that. I need to do that. Like I said, everything has to be, I don't know what it is, but so be like, I've ever used to be like that with my food. I would eat a certain thing first and didn't want, what? You're fine in here. You don't need to be doing so. But anyways, basically what we eat now is food favored poison, like I said. And so unless you're growing your own food, man, it is not, I don't even see how they pass this as food anymore. And if you look at this too, they really target our children with colors. If you look, our children are intaking. Tango, stop it. You're fine. I'm going to have to let my puppy out. But if you notice that They color code this food for children. Correct, Linda? All those little powder blue and pink and yellow. That's targeting children. Those colors. They literally target children with colors. And that's crazy. Oh, goodness, you're like having a wife. Don't run over the little puppy. You stay here with me. You stay. We'll let them back in a little bit. You can stay in with me, Choo Choo. You can stay in here. You came all the way from over here. You stay in here with me. Okay, Choo Choo? Okay, Choo Choo? You're such a pretty girl. You're such a pretty girl. Thanks for coming and visiting. So it is too, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. And not only that, but like look at a lot of these things like the zebra stripes and a lot of this candy, you know, cakes and stuff. Very, very, very targeting children. You know, cereal, super big targeting in children, marketing specifically our youth. And a lot of it is done through color. Color is a marketing thing too. Yellow and red are like the biggest. Look at all these. Look up what those two colors mean. You know, seriously, brothers and sisters, why they target us with. I'm in marketing, and those colors are, you know, red and gold is what. That's the largest gang in the world. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So they really do target, you know. How many times are they going to come out with that same thing? Sugar-coated bread. I don't care if they make it into a zebra stripe, or this, or a ding-dong, or a whole. They've got that same bread covered with icing. They do it 500 ways. Think about it. There's a whole aisle of it now. Swiss rolls, Little Debbie's. That aisle makes me want to throw up now. I remember when he's like, oh my God, I love all this ding dongs and ho-hos and crocodiles. And now I'm like, oh God. I take one bite and like, whoa, that's so strong. Hi, Choo Choo. Hi, Choo Choo. You want to come up here? Come up here, girl. You come up here with me. I let the boys out. I let the boys out. Are you hanging out here with me? Come on. Come on, sweetheart. Come on. Oh, here she comes. Oh, I know you don't like picked up. She don't like to be picked up. She don't like to be picked up. She's not a handler. Oh. Well, you want to jump up here on your own? Come up here. So in that, you know what I'm saying? But if you notice that, like I said, all that stuff does not look good to me at all anymore. You know, I used to love all that crap, you know, Mike and Ike's and, you know, freaking Kevin loves those hot tamales. Those, he likes those little cinnamon candies, cinnamon bears. He's doing so much better. Kevin used to eat like I used to eat sweets, man. Kevin reminds me of me. He does. Kevin ate sweets like no tomorrow, Twizzlers and licorice and cow spine. And man, I'd eat a whole thing of them Sour Patch Kids. My whole face was freaking burning from all the, you know, whatever or my tongue would be stinking raw, right? Swedish fish and jawbreakers and yeah, all of it. Just disgusting, you know? And then they do this other stuff too, guys, basically, which is the same thing. Look at all those fruit candies, guys. You know what I'm saying? Look at all those fruit candies. You know, like the fruit bites. What do they call those things? They're little pieces of licorice is all they are. That's what I'm saying. They're like a piece of licorice. They're I don't know. All like I said, everything is the same now. Like, remember Dots or whatever? It's still licorice. It's just jelly candy. It's cow spine. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It just there's just so much of the same thing over and over again. They just do it a million different ways. You know, licorice a million ways. Gummy bears. That's licorice. Shut up. That's licorice, right? Gummy bears. See what I'm saying? More licorice. Skittles. How about freeze-dried Skittles? I got some freeze-dried Skittles. I got a freeze dryer. You can Fruit snacks. That's what I'm talking about. You guys, that fruit snacks, those aren't fruit snacks. That's licorice with a little bit of fruit juice added to it. Still got that cow spine in there. Don't tell me that. That's all that is. That's all those fruit bites are, is licorice. Thank you, Elsa. Am I wrong? It's fruit. It's fruit. It's licorice. Basically, come on. That's candy. That's not fruit snacks. Get out of here. That's licorice. You're calling fruit snacks. You call it licorice fruit snack. You can add some fruit juice to it, but don't make it fruit flavored, natural, fruit flavored. Remember, natural doesn't always mean that it comes from nature. So that's what it is. That's what cow spine is. The gelatin that comes from the back of their spine. That's why I call it cow spine. So Mary, all these people, oh, I'm a vegetarian. And they're in there eating Skittles, right? Eating candy, eating cow spine. I'm like, oh, you're a vegetarian, but you eat licorice. It is. It is. It's that part of that, the gelatinous marrow in there, It's like, well, we put it, it's like a cornstarch, if you will. It does a very similar effect. There we go. Even the gelatin, the gelatinous. So, oh, I'm a vegetarian. And they're sitting there eating candy, right? Eating, like, you're an idiot, man. You want to buy some chicken or some seafood? Oh, well, I eat seafood. You ain't no vegetarian, you idiot, but I'll sell them some seafood. Right, the same thing. So does anybody disagree that those fruit snacks are just licorice? Dude, those are dots, just not as hard. Remember those little things that were hard, the jujubes? Remember that little jujubes? You had to break your teeth off on some jujubes. Man, you let those sit out for a couple of days or something, a week, those things that turn into freaking, you could shoot those through a slingshot. Remember those little pieces of candy? I don't even know if they make those anymore. Actually, I don't even think they're small anymore. I think they're actually like a fruit. Because jujubes used to be a little tiny little, like a half a size of a eraser. You guys remember when they're like, and I think it's juju fruit. Am I wrong? You guys remember the little jujubes? And now I think they're juju fruit. You guys remember those? No, you get a life there, Victor. You already came in here, Mousetrap. Remember, you tried to come in here last time and put the smack down on you, remember? Like Victor, Mousetrap, you're an idiot. Terminex, you're terminated. Whatever. You guys ever seen that company in LA? There's a picture of the mouse. He's sitting down there, and there's a guy who's got a big ass sledgehammer. He's like, Juju says it all. Oh, that wasn't nice. Oh, Elsa. All right, I'm gonna take a beach. But do you guys ever remember the little jujubes? They were like little tiny pieces. You know what I'm saying? And now I think they're like pieces of fruit. But if you look at it, all these fruit snacks are just licorice. That's candy, guys. That's flipping candy. They're trying to pull this stuff off on our kids like this is some kind of good fruit. There ain't no fruit in hardly half of them. Don't even have fruit in them. If it's something, it's like, oh, it's got fruit juice and it's way down here at the bottom. Absolutely. Hey, Mary, they've got this thing now. I've seen it because the Chinese and the Japanese, they do all kinds of candy too. They love their candy. And I seen this one, Mary over there, this person opened up this candy and they put Pop Rocks in it. And it's what caused the dish to whatever they did to fizzle. So it looked like it was cooking. Isn't that crazy? Like you did this and then whatever you did it, and it was like you added the liquid or whatever. It was probably like a gelatin, something, and it made like this. It was some breakfast thing or something. It made like the bacon sizzle or something like that. But it was the Pop Rocks in the little thing that made the sizzle. I was like, wow, that's crazy. But it was the Pop Rocks. It was whatever that reaction that they made the sizzle in this. Like, dude, these people are freaking nuts, man. Candy that cooks, it doesn't cook, but it sounds like it. But I went and looked through the comment section and somebody said they add that same Pop Rock type of thing. And when whatever the gel, because you like pop it like a thing, it breaks, it does, and then it goes, and it sounds like it's sizzling. Because if you remember, Pop Rock sounds like it's sizzling. I'm like, whoa. People eat it. Oh my gosh. Candy. I'm gonna have some cannabis. Oh, not. My lungs are starting to get some. Oh man, Pop Rocks and Coke. Yeah, there we go. That's like Mentos and Coke, right? Kind of the same deal. They must have some of that same. What I just heard a fly in here. I better not have let a fly in here. Remember, we used to have candy cigarettes. Candy cigarettes. Does anybody remember candy cigarettes? Those are basically like a Fun Dip straw, or like, yeah. Fun Dip. Yeah, they blew out a little bit of smoke. Yeah, you did it only once or twice, right? I remember that. It didn't do it every time, but you could do it the first couple times. You blow up the thing and they go, oh. Yeah, somebody remembered. Connection remembered. Dude, the dog already wants back inside, man. Wow. My puppies are spoiled. I think they have me controlled. I just heard a fly. Where did it go? Hold on, Biggie. Hold on. We're going to find this fly. Hold on, Big. Hold on, Biggie. Stop it. I'm trying to get this fly. I'm going to go let my dogs in. Hold on. Go find this fly. Where'd he go? I hear it. I hate flies. Ooh, hold on. I got to let the other puppies back in there. Watch it, Choo-Choo. Stay. Come on, boys. Come on. Oh, there we go. Good boys. Choo-Choo's still here hanging out with you guys. She didn't go outside with you guys. You knocked over my water bottle, Pets. You knocked over my water bottle. You knocked over my water bottle. Where did that fly go? Let's find it. We'll sit back down. Well, maybe not. Where did it go? Oh, yeah, they're good kids. This is my biggest guy here. My biggie. It's my biggie. He's my big puppy. He's the biggest one I have. He's the biggest guy. He's the biggest guy. Oh, the biggest guy. Oh, no, I like my tail rubbed. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. Oh, there he is. Oh, come over here. Oh, I like that. Oh, he's my big guy. He's my big lover. He's a big guy. Oh, you're so big. Arr, you're so big. You gotta come get some loving too. Ah, you scratched me, you big old moose. Oh, you're such a crazy guy. You're too crazy. You're too crazy, boy. You're a lover. You know you're a lover. You're just a lover like the dad. You're just a lover like your dad. You're a lover like your dad. Oh, I love him. You're a good boy. I got the best puppies in the whole wide world. Yeah, they're good guys. They're so happy. They like hanging out with the dad. Hanging out with the dad. We're sitting near the dad. Sitting near the dad. Sitting near the dad. Oh, here comes the other one guy. Here comes the other one guy. Oh, well, this one too. He's my Bobo. You love Dad? You love the dad? Show him you love the dad. You love the dad? Oh, he was a dad. Oh, he was a dad. Oh, he's gonna go crazy. He's gonna go crazy. He's gonna be crazy puppy dog. Oh, he's crazy boy. He's crazy boy like the dad. He's so crazy. Oh, you're so crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy like dad. You're a happy boy. You're the happy guy. That's one happy puppy right there, let me tell you. Are you happy with the dad? Do you love the dad? You want to be with the dad? You want to be with dad? You're still in the show, puppy. Hey, you're still in the show. You're still in the show. No kisses. Are you all done? Are you still loving? Why don't you be all done? All done. What a good boys. I got the best puppies in the whole wide world. It is today. It is probably just hitting 80 degrees. It was pretty mild today. Actually, it's been real mild. We don't have we haven't had a 100-degree day out here, and I'm in the middle of the desert. So I don't think we're going to get any 100-degree days in here in this valley. So he does. He pants is that's my, and this is Choo Choo. And here is Choo Choo. Choo Choo, she's a good girl. She's a good girl. She's such a sweet girl. She's a pretty girl. She's the prettiest little girl in the whole wide world. She is the best little girl. She came over from Kevin's on the other 20 acre all the way over here. She walks all the way over here to come hang out with the puppies. Sometimes Marcy girl comes over here too and hangs out. It's fun. She spent the night here the other night. She did. Kevin knew she was over this way. They don't go anywhere else. We're far enough from the road, but he was up working on his house. And so they came over here and hung out. They're like, Dad's working, pulling stuff out. So they knew they could come over here and get up on the couch. And get. It's always been that. I have the safe house. My house is always the safe house. So I did it when my son was growing up. His friends could come over to my house and pass out, and you couldn't haze anybody in the house. It was a safe zone, if you will. You know, if you passed out, you couldn't touch them. You couldn't touch them. You got to leave them alone. If somebody passed out, you couldn't haze them, couldn't touch them, couldn't wake them up, couldn't put, lipstick on them, couldn't mess with them, couldn't unzip their pig, had to leave them alone. And everybody liked that, the kid, the younger kids coming over to my place, because some of them couldn't sleep at their place. They get hazed, and so I made that like the rule of my house. You come to my house, somebody's passed out, you leave them alone, let them sleep. If they've been asleep too long, their parents will call. They probably know where they're at. They'll call me, and otherwise leave them alone. So Marcy and them come over. They just like coming over here. But I think that one night they came over and spent the night. Kevin was working late, and he was doing some work in the house. So I think they came over here because they knew they could come crash out on the couch. And I knew once they were over here it was late. I bet you. I looked over there and I seen the lights. I was like, yeah, he's still over there working. They just came over here to lay down. So that's the first time they actually spent the night here, because normally they'll take off for the end of the night. But oh, what's going on here? Let's see. Oh, we got 2 messages. I didn't even see that. Huh. Well, tomorrow's court day, guys. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm not nervous. I just would like to move forward, and so I'm just kind of taking it easy today. hope they'll get this thing set here soon and we can move forward with this. I need to move forward in my life. I've been kind of held up by the system here for 15 months is a long time to wait for the system to do what it's supposed to do. And so just wanted to come in too, guys, make more of a documentation that, you know, I have that court date. That way, if you guys don't see me here, and I'm sure I'll have Kevin he's going to be my witness and come down there, but just got to kind of let the ministry know that this date's coming up. So I do have counsel, which is good this time. Again, they assigned it took him 6 months to get the first attorney assigned, and he never did anything. So he quit. And then the second attorney quit. So they were just going to throw me under the bus, and they wanted to send me to prison, you know, without even bringing any actual evidence, you know, to trial. And I have proof of that. So I'll be going after them for a Sixth Amendment violation of fair and speedy trial, adequate counsel. Also be placing more lawsuits against the county and the state for the assault and the battery that took place to myself and my son and my daughter. So we all were assaulted by the state police, and we'll see. We'll see what John, he's a very expensive attorney, and $500 an hour. So he's not driving there tomorrow, but I have to drive there tomorrow. So they're doing a status hearing update. So they'll probably just, you know, assign him as counsel. And like I said, I don't know. You see how they treat me. So I'm sure they're not going to be happy at that last, you know, court date that I had there for the pretrial hearing, where they were just going to send me to trial. Remember? No witnesses called, no jury selection, no nothing, just send them to trial in 6 days. So I feel good that that's not happening, but it's such a loss, because it's like, I don't want it to be paused. I'm still concerned for my son and my daughter. Yeah, I can't put this on hold. So I don't talk about it as much, but it's still always right there on the front of my, you know, cranium, on my lobes of my brain there. No, you're not going outside. You're doing the in and out thing. Lay down, big. So we'll see. You know, I think they might be upset about the recording thing, but I didn't record it. They told me I couldn't, and I didn't. So it wasn't me. I didn't record it. So I'm not going to do anything. Everything has to go through my attorney now. So hopefully they don't try to pull anything stupid, because I do have counsel, and I have paid counsel. So I think that's going to upset them. Tango, lay down. Go lay down. You're all done. You're not going back outside for a while. You just came inside. Get up here. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to set up for trial, and they're going to probably set it out for a couple months from now. So, like, I mean, it's almost August. So October or something like that. Dude, this is insane. So if my son wasn't involved and he wasn't missing, then it is what it is. But in this case, my son's missing. So that's what makes it what it is for me now, where I just can't settle on this. I just can't rest and like, oh, that's okay. You know, well, I just have to be patient. I think I've been patient. I don't know how to be any more patient than I have been. So I've tried to let the system do what it's supposed to do, and it didn't work at all. It actually violated my rights over and over again. So I don't have any faith in the system. I only have faith in Father. So I know he's going to do whatever he's going to do. But like I said, tomorrow is just going to be, it's just going to be another set off, guys. And so I just got to sit there and wait again to potentially to have a pre-trial conference where they might decide to drop it. Kind of like last time where they had a pre-trial conference. Because see, remember, they didn't even offer me a plea agreement. Instead, they offered to throw me in jail because I told them my son had been murdered. I was threatened again. That's not the first time I've been threatened to be thrown in jail, because I've reported my son, you know, the goings on of my son. I said it to Josh Bezel, and he gave up retaliatory charges and charged me with harassing and menacing the police for asking him where my son was at. Then I called Josephine County to tell them I thought my son was murdered and in their county, and this is where he was at. And they said they were going to throw me in jail for contacting them to try to use them to contact my son. And then you heard the judge say, hey, you're nutty. Don't bring up your son. I don't know nothing about that. If you bring it up again, if you don't stop, I'm going to throw you in jail. Quit speaking gibberish. So apparently reporting my son dead in his county is gibberish and nutty. And I got threatened to be thrown in jail again. So it's a good thing that I have faith. It's a good thing that I know that Father, creates evil, chaos, destruction. He creates all things. So I have all faith in Father. He's the creator of evil. So he creates these evil men to test his right. And I know I'm just being tested, but I have a son that could be dead in a cave, kidnapped, but a daughter could have been raped, murdered. And how do you report these things? They don't go get looked at. I've been reporting this the last time they arrested me. I reported that Marshall Radnich had kidnapped my son and daughter, and here was my proof to go look at this location, potentially murdered my son. And instead, I get threatened to be thrown in jail. So just don't have a lot of faith in the system, at all. I actually tried to avoid this from going into the system and gave them plenty of opportunity. That's why I'll be placing lawsuits, not out of vengeance, because under this covenant, we're not supposed to go after. That word is called orge, O-R-G-E in the Greek. It doesn't mean like homosexual, or, it means or O-R-G-E, like orgy, like their transgender Jesus ritual that they have, Jesus Christ, Christmas, but quick to wrath, quick to indignation. Father beats us, and if we're quick to go seek wrath against others, he said, I, Father, right? He's the one, Shiloh, the one who gets to do not seek vengeance. Let vengeance be mine. I, Father, am the one who gets to condemn. I divide. I'm the separator. I condemn. You judge with righteous judgment. You show them to the light. If they're in the broad way, you show them in the narrow way. And that's it. And that's all I can do. I don't have any other, I don't have a choice. It's pornea if I make my own, or it's agape if his will is done. So I'd rather have his will. And that's why I always try to tell people, don't pray for your will. For me, I'm struggling and been assaulted, and potentially, they tried to murder me. And Father was having a different plan for them. They came out here obviously with some kind of different intentions, ill intentions. It shows by grenading my son and daughter first. That's how the whole thing started, with a grenade, a concussion grenade to my son and daughter. That's not how you execute a warrant properly. And then grenade me in the face in less than a minute of me being awake with no threat to them. They're not even saying a word to me. And then I get grenaded in the face. So these people need to be held accountable. And that's all I'm doing. So I'm not seeking vengeance. Orge is quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to anger, and quick to judgments. So I think 15 months has been patient. Love is patient. Love is kind. It is meek. It does not boast. And most of all, it's charitable. It truly is. That's what love is. You're supposed to share it. That's all I've tried to do here. So, and it says you be persecuted for my Shem's sake, for my name. So I expect this, to be honest with you. I wouldn't expect any less. So I'm dealing with men in black robes, synagogues of Satan, these judges, these Pharisees. They're basically the same thing. These people are fiending and fining people under a corporate debt slave, capital letter name, a straw man, not a constitutional republic. So because I stand up for the Constitution, I pay the price. I'm not a sovereign citizen. There's only one sovereign, that is I am. So sovereign is the writer of the law, the creator, and there's only one sovereign. So I know he's doing it. I'm thankful that I know that, because I don't know how I would have made it through these last, 14 going on now 15 months. It's just been an absolute nightmare that I just can't seem to wake up from. So I'm glad that I have you guys here. I mean, there is a silver lining in all of this. So I have a blessing to have you guys to share this with. And it'd be nice to move on from that too, because I'm getting tired of talking about it. I mean, I don't know how many more ways, report your son and daughter murdered to the police and then they don't do anything about it. What do you do? I mean, I don't know what else to do. Who do you call when the police are coming out and you know, driving on your property? Oh, wait, they're not on my property. They're out at the road driving over the pole at the end of the driveway, literally committing, crimes, destruction of property, private property. And it's them that are doing that. Who do you call when the cops are destroying your property? When they're using their police vehicles to run over your property, to intimidate you, to menace you and harass you? Who do you call? Well, you call your attorney, right? And when the attorney calls, they won't even give him the records of but he didn't do anything. Remember, he didn't do anything. And that's why he told the judge that, we had a falling out because I told him to do his job. So I had reported my son and daughter murdered, the 40 pounds of silver, gold, gone. Marshall took them, and my passport, which is a felony offense, and he didn't do anything. Instead, I got threatened. I called gibberish and to be thrown in jail because I'm bringing up to this judge that my son was murdered potentially in his county or kidnapped. There's anything pointing to anything other at this point. I haven't seen anything to point anything different. If anybody else can help me out with this and show me something different, I'm not trying to overreact. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be a dad, and I still have a son to worry about and a daughter. So tomorrow doesn't do anything for me, guys. And I guess that's why today I just woke up. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, I made it to another date and I have counsel, but now I'm going to have to still be delayed and wait and just stop talking about and worrying about my son and let the system. What if he's in a cave right now suffering? What if Adrian is being raped every day? What if he has to watch this? At least I spoke up. And I'm not trying to be sensational. What else is going on? This guy said he could take and hide my son and daughter. And then they can make $300 a day gold mining, but he don't have any money. So it's all lies to me. So I can't believe anything that comes out of this guy's face. I can't believe anything that comes out of Josephine County Sheriff's Office. And I know I surely can't have any faith in what's been coming out of these law enforcement and supposed community service and judges and prosecutors. It's all just been nothing but lies. And nothing's been done. Nothing's been done. Why didn't they ever go investigate Marshall? Why didn't they ever go ask? I went back there, guys, and everything on that guy's place is gone. It's like a ghost town there now. The only lead I had, and now it's a ghost town. I told him where I was at, and I was right. And then they didn't go do anything about it, and now he's disappeared again. How do I live with this? I went there. There's nothing there. It's gone. It's a massive operation. We're talking about not a small property. A lot of goings on. I bet you that property produces millions of dollars a year. And it's like a ghost town now. And I just got to come in here every day and act like it's not happening. So I apologize, guys. I don't know how to hold it in. I think I've been doing good. I've been leaving it alone because I don't want to bog down the channel with that. I've been just trying to do the work of the ministry and let it keep the faith. But like I said, I apologize. Tomorrow's a day, and I know it's going to get drug on. So, what is tomorrow? And it's like, this sucks because I actually have counsel. You know what I mean? And I should feel like I'm making a step. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not moving forward tomorrow. Even though I had, gave up all the ministry money to buy the Ecuador property, I gave it to me, which I don't feel good about. They're supposed to be providing me legal counsel. They're the ones who did this to me. Why should I have to shell up the ministry money? In a couple months, 6 months, the end of the year, that could have probably bought the ministry. And I only got $15,000 out of it. And I took a major hit. I lost money on the deal. I wasn't supposed to lose money. I was supposed to gain. And I'm glad that I still had it. I didn't lose it to inflation, but I've never sold metal before, brothers, sisters. It's always been stolen from me. So it was a really hard experience. I'm not familiar with it. I don't buy metal to sell it. I buy it to trade it for other things. That was always the plan for this land or, this. I wasn't doing it to get rich. It's not a lottery ticket. I buy it so the investment can move up and I can trade it into some other asset. and that was the only plan. So just weird. My whole life has just taken the craziest turns in the last 6 months too. Even I think it's going to get somewhere, and it just takes a complete different turn. It goes down a whole different path. So, but the path just doesn't move forward is all, you know what I'm saying? It just keeps winding, and I don't move forward. And so I need to move forward. So tomorrow's is like, okay, it's going to be the 28th and have counsel. So what? They're going to set it for trial. And how long do I have to sit here and wait and shut up about my son and daughter that could be suffering every day, and just act every day like this ain't happening? Try to talk about something else on the ministry, because I can talk about the gospel all day. I know that, but I just don't have anybody else to talk to about this. You know, like I said, they're just, I think Kevin's a little overloaded with it, you know. Just tell by the conversation, it normally changes pretty quick. Something else gets brought up. I'm like, oh, okay, you don't want to talk about it. I understand. So I don't say that, but I get it. I'm not stupid. So I apologize. Today I just woke up and I'm like, man, here we are again. I've been here before, but will it go anywhere? And so I'll know something, and whatever happens tomorrow, it'll, at least I will move forward. I mean, at least not, I mean, I won't, because I'll just have to set it out for another trial date. But that just means every day, guys, I have to sit here and go to bed at night wondering if my son and daughter are suffering. They would have contacted me by now. I know it. I just know it. That's what just doesn't get me about this case, is that they haven't had any I don't care about this no contact order. If you're going to run for the police and face like 7 to 10 years in prison, you don't worry about some no contact order. You don't worry about it. That's why I went to go look for my son. I don't care. And I didn't make contact with him. He wasn't there, but at least I know I tried. I didn't care about some stupid no contact order. I care more about his well-being, that he's not being extorted, and he's not being held at gunpoint, and he's not being held like maybe they're threatening, maybe Marshall's threatening to kill Adriana. Maybe she's not dead yet. Maybe she is alive. Maybe they're both alive, but how would they not have had some way to contact me? Hurry up, Dad, get this trial done. Hurry up. Why did you spend the money on the ministry? Why didn't you get in, and why didn't you buy me an attorney? Anything. I hate you, I love you, but no contact at all? I don't buy that. I don't buy it at all. I just don't buy anything I've been told in this case. Nothing makes sense. And then when I pointed out where I think it's going, I'm right. So that's what I'm saying, guys. I don't want to be right in this. I've been right in this case. And it ain't about Tracy being right. It ain't about Pastor being right. It's about, I know the case. And I got it right. And I keep getting it right. And I keep getting it right. And I don't want to be right about this bad feeling that I have about Marshall. Because if he'd do what he did to my dog, and he'd do what he did to me, and he'd lie to me, and he'd do all these, how could he be a good guy trying to help my son out right now? Oh, he's just helping out your son and daughter. He went out there and worked for him or something, right? I don't buy it. I don't buy that. Why didn't the cops go to his house when there was a warrant for Elijah's arrest at his house? Here's where he's at. Sounds like we might be getting some hail. Let's see, is that hail or is that rain? Okay. I got something outside. I gotta get put up. Hold on. everybody out. It's all done. Come on, yonder boy. Come on, Bubbo. Good kid. All right, I apologize. I got some ladies out there that I had to take care of. There's some pretty big hailstones there. So, as you could hear it, that was quite the little, glad I have a hail shelter. It wasn't needed. They were, you know, about quarter size. So they were pretty big. They started out as pretty big raindrops, and then they turned into hail. I thought, all right, I'll be all right. It's just rain, but thanks. Like I said, I got some ladies out there that I'd like to see. I haven't actually grown any medicine of my own in several years, so kind of nice just to have. I just have I've shown, just have 4 of them, but they're nice. Like I said, I like to grow my own medicine, so it's what I use because I don't use narcotics, so I don't put drugs in my body, so sugar. But do you have a hail plan? You know, scripture, one of the plagues of Revelation, and we are in that book, is hailstones the weight of a talent. So, yeah, go see Grace and Truth. Go see Brother Jim. He's on his second, for today. He does that second live. So, but appreciate everybody who's been that cover for me. Again, over these last, I can't believe it's already been a year and almost 3 months, man. That's crazy. And, but I'll get somewhere maybe in the next couple months or something, and maybe we'll see. I don't know. Everything's still kind of up in the air. So that's a little hard to swallow. Like I said, it was just me and I didn't have to worry about it. And the dogs, I'm sure I could figure it out. But the kids, my boy and my daughter, I don't understand how. It is what it is. All I have is faith at this point. So appreciate you being there for me, brothers, sisters. I really do. It's been a very wild ride, but there has to be an ending somewhere. And I don't know where that's at this point. And it doesn't so much matter as an ending. I just need to move forward. You know what I mean? Somehow move forward in the case would be nice. So I feel good that I have this attorney, I don't know if he'll be able to get it settled without going to trial. I think these people are going to be adamant. And, but if that's what they choose to do, then that's what's going to happen. Fathers will be done. So I'm sure that, well, we'll see. They have to have money to take it to trial. So I'm hoping again that John will put the pressure on him. You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness, you are like having kids. He's never been this dog. I don't know why he's like this anymore. He's never been this way. His whole life, he liked to be outside all summer long. Couldn't bring him inside. Now he only wants to be with the dad. Why do you want to be with the dad? Why you gotta be with dad? Why do you want to be with the dad? Hi, Tanner boy. Hi, my big kitty boy. Were you hanging out with your puppins? You want your food, boy? I had to put their food back out there. Get some more water, but I may just have to settle with some of these things, guys. I might not ever get any resolve on these, I might not know these things. I might pass before I get answers to some of these things. One of these days I'll have to face it, but until to the end of this court date and whatnot, I'm not going to give. I got to keep looking. I've got to keep my mind and my heart, and don't overreact, and don't do anything. That at this point that would make it worse. Just I got faith. That's all I got. I got faith that Father's will have an ending whenever he wants. Like I said, there's still civil lawsuits and stuff, and I am getting a little tired. I mean, it's 15 months is next month. That's 15 months, and it's not going to get done this month. So it is the end of the month, and nothing's going to happen. They're just going to appoint him and set a court date, for pretrial. And then the state and county might decide to back out then, but that's not for me to decide. I've pushed as hard as I can. I don't know what else to do to locate my son and daughter. So yeah, it's not so much about me that I'm worried about, Elsa. It's my daughter and son. I'll be all right. I don't need to do anything. I've already lived. It's Adriana and Elijah I feel their pain. I feel their struggle. They're looking over their shoulders. If she's supporting him and he's on the run, if he's not dead or whatever, then she's looking over her shoulder too. So it's not me. I'll be all right. I don't care. I'll be okay. I'll have the ministry. I have my dogs and stuff. And even if I get locked up, it's whatever. I still got the gospel. It's them. Like I said, it's so hard not to talk about it all the time. All I want to do is look for them. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I kind of let it go and just try to put it in Father's hands. But like I said, how do you put it in Father's hands and then you know that they have a kid that could be suffering? You drop what you were doing, right? And you go put all your effort into that. So that's where sometimes it just beats me up. Like, how do you just let it go? Well, faith. Faith is all I have at this point. Just I don't have anything else to go off of. My lead went cold. I already went and did more investigating. I already went and did more. Even after I got a cold case, I still didn't stop. I put some miles on my vehicle and made some trips to try to make, I'm not settled with these answers that I've been given. So I apologize for just being I don't know. He's a grown man and she's a grown woman, but neither of them. Elijah did everything he was supposed to do. If he had not done something, you understand, if he had trying to run from the law or something, he'd done everything he needed to do times two, and he had gotten in no trouble. Like 4 years, he was, on going into his fourth year. He was in after over 3 years. He was doing everything that he's supposed to do, and then they didn't say. He said he didn't do it, and then he did it times two. Remember, he's the only one that really went to jail out of 5 people, all involved in the same thing. 5 people. All those people's lives have gone on since then. This case starts back in 2020. This just doesn't start for me like 14 months ago. This starts 2020 with Elijah. So I was there at a time of arrest. So, I don't know. I just know tomorrow's not going to be the answer that I want. You know what I'm saying? I know tomorrow's just going to be just another day, and it's not. Then I just have to sit there and wait and be patient and wait on the system or whatever. And that's just, I don't know. This hurts my heart thinking that my son and daughter are suffering, and I'm here. And but I got faith. So all I can tell you is that whatever happens, I can't change it. I'm not going to try to change, something that Father's already. I know I go there, and every time I'm always get threatened to get thrown in jail. Every time I go to court, I'm always one word away from being thrown in jail. It's like every time I get threatened. I've never gone to jail, and it's just it's never like that ever. Remember last time I walked out of there, I said, my son could be missing. It's not funny. My son could be missing or murdered. Or my son is missing and could be murdered. I told that to his attorney. Nobody's committed any crimes, dumbass. Know the case for you speak dumb, like dumb, 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 like freedom. You might be free to use your First Amendment, but you should at least know about the case before you open up your pie hole. Do you know what the term affirmative defense is? Shut up. You're going to come in here and open your mouth. You're going to actually know that you know what the hell you're talking about. Tell me what affirmative defense, and tell me what right under my civil and constitutional right I have the right of affirmative defense, or don't speak up. Hello? Are you blowing your wad all over the place there? You got your man chowder breath all exploding? Oh, your screen all blurry now? Tell me what affirmative defense is. Tell me what affirmative defense is. I'm a military veteran. I fought for your right, defended your right to speak up under the Constitution. So either speak up or you be moderated. Tell everybody in here what the right of affirmative defense is. Or you're just some lazy ass American that sits there and plays little tap all day. Yeah, jerking yourself off, the hub, whatever little thing you're poking at. So speak up. If you don't know what affirmative defense is, you don't know what right is, then don't speak up about anybody's rights. Well, you're not my brother, so get out of here. I have more probably Canadian now followers and subscribers than I do that was coming from Australia, but you're definitely not one of them hardened brothers that I know from the north, because I'm not your brother, okay? Don't call me bro. I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, shaka bra, but you probably don't know nothing about anything about that. So don't speak up about this country. Crime, that's a term of accounting, you idiot child. You idiot child. At least know what you're talking about. Crime, that's a term of accounting. Did you know that at all before you came in here? Nothing to gains. Speak up. Crime, criminal, that's a term of accounting. Yeah, have you ever done a budget? You stepped into the wrong channel. Know what the hell you're talking about before you ever open your mouth again. Oh, look at somebody. Look at this jack off, brothers and sisters. They think I'm mad. Oh, gee, I got regular followers in here. Is Pastor mad right now? Is this mad, brothers and sisters? What an idiot, huh? Doesn't know anything and just come in and run his face pie hole. So, sad, but true. Probably don't care that I have a potentially murdered son. Stop committing crimes. Okay, my crimes are standing up because my son, they're trying to throw my son in jail. Interesting, huh? I don't think I've kept calm and patient in 15 months. See how most foolish people are? So don't worry about it. I just make an example out of an idiot. An idiot, somebody doesn't even know. So that's not even an insult. Remember, call somebody an idiot. It's not an insult, but they get so insulted and think I'm mad. Oh, don't get mad. So, okay, either way, but tomorrow we'll go ahead and I'll figure out, like I said, I know Father's in control. So this isn't between me and the trolls, the little baby trolls that come in, little children who like to troll and, play games. It's a big game. It's a jerk off, like a, whatever, swing from a rope, swing from a chain, whatever chain you pull, whatever hub or whatever, you can take it somewhere else. You're not welcome here. I'll cut the weak link, like a chain. So we got to mention this, brothers and sisters, because this is, I again defended the constitutional right of the people, and they have a right. But if they're not using their right properly, we should assert our rights and point out these idiots. Crimes, criminal. That's a term of accounting, by the way. There are no crimes in this country, America, and Canada. It's still to the Queen. So not like you have more rights or less rights than us. Then you probably got less rights in Canada than you do in America. I can't. You, America, can. I can't stand this country. I hate what the nation has become. That doesn't mean that I hate the people here that stand up for the right. It's like I hate the sin, not the sinner. I can hate this country. Doesn't make me a bad person because I hate what it's become. So leave, like I said, people come in and say the stupidest thing. So that's okay. They're not going through these things, and I could just ignore them, but why not? I don't run from anything. If you've noticed, that's why we address these idiot trolls in here. We give them a little lesson, show them to the light, and then cast them out of here if they're idiots. So, well, if we learn them and they don't want to learn, they're just acting like an ass, then my moderators are more than welcome to throw them out. They have the hardest job on the internet. Seriously, I don't think there's a harder YouTube channel to moderate for than this channel. We do throw 20,000 people out of here sometimes in a month. We used to, when we're not unbanned, we throw 20,000 in on a weekend, So it doesn't, I'm not concerned about people coming in here, and the moderators will know, because it's not in the narrow way. We don't need to sit there and try to turn a goat into a sheep. So if somebody doesn't know about the case, they probably shouldn't speak up the case. And if you don't know anything about God's word, Father's word, don't add or don't take away. He said it'll blot your name out. So that's why I come in and continuously tell you. So again, I apologize that my goings on with standing up to the system has an effect on this channel, but I know it's Christ-like to do what I'm doing. So thanks for being a witness for me. But he stood up to the law. I'm standing up to the law. We were talking about auditing earlier and whatnot. So it's just part of what I do, and I do it again, no matter the suffering. I just sucks that he's making my son and daughter suffer so much, Isn't that kind of ironic? They have nothing to do with this. And, well, my daughter and my son has already done anything. It's because they're targeting my son to get to me. Just like these idiots that come in here and they like to jerk themselves off because they think I'm upset at them when I don't care about some troll and I'm never going to talk. I never think about any trolls. I mean, no, there's never been a single troll that's came in here that's like, man, that one troll. I don't remember none of them. When I leave here, there's no, like I said, most of them I don't ever, I can remember their name or something, but after the live stream, it's just gone with the wind. You know what I'm saying? I only remember you, brothers and sisters. Remember, I don't even get to look at your profile pictures because I don't know why how they have my YouTube all banned where I can't look and see your guys' profile pictures. I don't need to see who you are. I feel your spirit on the other end, and that's who I'm going to be with on the other end, because you ain't going with flesh anyway. So I don't care about people's flesh, and it wouldn't be the same channel. I mean, it really would not be the same channel if I didn't address the trolls. I could just ignore them and have you guys block them, but the channel wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same. I constantly use the trolls to bounce off what I'm saying. If you've noticed that, we learn from the trolls. We use the trolls as bait. They try to hook us, but then we bait and hook them, and then we tug on them with their letter J or whatever they want to argue about, right? Get them hooked and then cast them out. Like he says, it's part of the ministry, and you can blame Lady in Red for that, because she's the one who kind of brought me into the understanding that we need to have some trolls in here. We can't just throw everybody out. It does majorly affect the algorithm, a lot. It dampens, it makes it just sit there at a snail's pace. And that's fine too, because that's what I asked Father. I'm like, keep everybody. I don't want anybody in here. I don't care if anybody new comes. Just let's keep the core of what we have. Father, you'll send the new ones. I don't care. I'm not here to grow the channel. Heck with that. This is 5,000's enough, 10, 20. It would be hundreds of thousands if they didn't shadow ban the channel. And can you imagine if we just sat there and fished all day with some lollipop Christian channel? Oh, thanks for coming in. God loves you. Subscribe to the channel. All right. Yeah. Come on in and be saved. Just say these words and you'll be saved. God loves everybody. Good to see you again. Haven't seen you since last Cristo Masse. Crackers and grape juice will be Catholicism in here. We can just be all these isms and religions and we could just blow the channel up. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh, God loves everybody. Good to see you again. Oh, hey, sin all week. You can ask for forgiveness. Hell, honey, I'll tell you what, you could probably come back here and sin all week if you wanted to. Just ask for some forgiveness because it's Sunday. So it's like I'm sitting in here with, what is it? Who do we got in here? Well, I could go fishing with Linda. Linda could go fishing with me, or maybe Esther. Maybe I'm sitting here with Esther's. What did I say, Esther? I apologize. The heck am I saying here? But anyways, Elsa. I'm sitting here with Elsa's husband, and I'm like, hey, buddy, we both got ladies here, and I feel bad, man. I'm out there fishing with Elsa's husband, right? And I'm like, I feel bad, man. I said, I beat the crap out of my, this is Friday, right? I said, I beat the snot out of her, man. She left the damn, car keys out on the counter, and I told her to put them up on the ring because we always lose them, right? So, I beat the snot out of her. I don't know what to do, man. I got to talk to you about something. And Elsa's cracker Christian husband said, that's all right. That's all right. Don't worry about it, Tracy. Don't worry about it. You could probably beat the snot out of her tomorrow too. It's Saturday. Just ask for forgiveness on Sunday. You'll be all right. You can rinse and repeat your sin all week and ask forgiveness Sunday. Confess, pay like Catholicism, pay to have your sins, forgiven. Don't worry about it. You can just probably beat her tomorrow. It's Saturday, right? So we both go to church. I'll see you on Sunday. So I'll pray for you, buddy. Yeah, you could probably beat her tomorrow too about it. Just ask God for forgiveness. He'll forgive you on Sunday. It's beat your wife religion, and ask for forgiveness Sunday. Apologize, ladies. That's not okay. And I would never do that. I'm just trying to show you the ignorance of this modern day sit down one day Sunday forgiveness Jesus. We'll just ask for forgiveness and he forgives you for sin. No, he doesn't. That's not how it works. He rebukes the heart of the bride for the things that they do that are displeasing, like a thorn in the side of, like a sticker in your shoe that just keeps poking you and it just can't get it to dislodge out of your sock or something. You got to get it out of there. You got to undo it till you fix it. You turn around and you take 180 degrees. That's called being rebuked. And Father is the one who does that to us. And he does it with the word. He tells you what it is. He's like a personal trainer that's saying, start doing this because I'm telling you to do it and you're not, or stop doing that because I'm telling you to stop and you're not. So it could be start or stop. It doesn't mean that you're doing something. It can mean that you're not as well. And that's that rebuking. And that's that's in the military. It's called about face. And that means to do 180 degrees. That's what being rebuked is. Then we walk in repentance. That could take days, weeks, months, years, decades before we are forgiven by Father. I'm pretty sure that Paul's heart was still being rebuked by Father at the day of his death. Matthew, the tax collector, come on. Christ hated nothing more than fees, fines, taxes. He whipped the people because they were feeing his body, his people in his Father's house, right? So that's why he destroyed that house. He destroyed all that. And you could thank Thump for bringing the 501c3 back into the churches too, by the way. Nobody wants to talk about that. But forgiveness doesn't come without repentance. Repentance doesn't come without being rebuked. So anybody who's fallen for this it's nonsense, it's blasphemy. Forgiveness does not come without a period of time being first rebuked by Father, then walking in repentance, then you're forgiven. Forgiveness of sin, get out of here. And the sin that you better commit or that you do commit better be sin, like standing up to the law and they throw you in a jail cell and you get in trouble and you spend time in prison because you're guilty of these mammon laws, but Father sent his Son to cover you for these traditions of men, right? That we will not participate for those sins that we get judged in this world, you think you're going to get forgiven for doing the sins of man. Good luck with that, because there ain't no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as free will. I don't know if anybody's ever conveyed it to you in that manner, but that's the way this works. Okay. Repentance is a process. Baptism is a process. Salvation is a process. These all take a period of time, and each one of these times is different for each one of us, because like I said, he's like a personal trainer, like a perfect, fit hat or a snapback, if you will, one size or a Velcro, it's fit for you. And he'll tell you what to stop doing. He'll tell you what to start doing. Father works from within inside of us. And that's what these religions don't want you to know, because then you won't go fund their buildings and their fake religions. They're vain religions. They're worthless. He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He said that the body of Christ is the temple, your body. And that is you and me, not his body. When he said, eat my body, he was not talking about a physical eating of flesh. He was talking about what I'm giving you right now. Malachi, eat of the meat, drink of the milk, not watered down. The milk of land and honey is within, brothers and sisters. It's within, Christ in you. That's that oil. That's that never goes bad, ever honey that lasts forever and ever and ever and ever. It doesn't go bad. If it crystallizes, you put it back under heat like oil, and it comes soluble again. Well, I'm not sure what the viscosity of your oil is. All right. But either way, again, I appreciate the support that this ministry has shown me, and I feel indebted. So I'm hoping to try to continue this, and ministry will be able to serve long after that I am gone. And if that is Father's will, then that will be an amazing thing that will not just serve me, but serve all the ministry. And I'm not a Brother Jim Brown where I'm trying to produce CDs, and the ministry itself will be supported by the people, which supports Grace and Truth, but the ministry will be supported by the property that will give the ability for people to come and sup with those that are in the same narrative. We'll see. I don't know what Father's timeline is, once again, because I don't want to make a timeline. He'll change that for me. I don't want to make plans, because he'll definitely make different plans. He'll knock me off of whatever I'm doing. So man, I popped this tea like a couple hours ago. I can't drink it so sweet. Woo! Taking just a couple drinks off of it. Oh man, I like the water better. That's better than an energy drink, I tell you right there. Good water there. Yeah, I don't normally buy a whole lot of stuff like that, but it's some kind of real sweet tea, Southern style. And I like when I drink sweet tea. Seriously, I like sweet tea, like make your belly hurt tea. When you make it, you're like from the hella filthy, dirty South sweet tea. Like you can pour it out like syrup. Yes, rotten your teeth out of your head type of sweet tea. But it's been a lot of years. I just can't. The last time I had sweet tea was when I went to Chicken Bones in Bend, Oregon, and they only have those little glasses, and I just drank a couple of them. I used to just suck them down one after the other. But sugar is disgusting, terrible, sick, and it's so yummy and it tastes good. But oh my goodness, when you're not used to, and I think this Arizona has real sugar too, and I think that's why I buy this. I'm not mistaken; it doesn't have the corn syrup in it, and that's why I'll buy it, but I don't buy it very often. So I've had 4 cans sitting in there for months. I had one of my first. I used to crack that one. Oh, whoa, no. Okay, I talking while I'm yawning. I had drank one when I first bought them, and it's been months. Now I'm thinking I got these ones, and they've just been sitting there with something today. I was like, oh, I'll open one of those. So I haven't really had anything sweet or whatever. It's too sweet, man. I'd rather have the water. That makes me feel like crap when I drink it. I know I should be drinking it. This water is like makes me feel good. So I don't do drugs like narcotics. I know I've had to take pills when I had gotten in 3 car accidents and I had fluid in the frontal lobe of my brain, and they put me on medication, and I never felt any worse in my life. So that's why I use cannabis. It makes me feel good. Not like that, but it doesn't. I just almost drank it all already. I bet you I fill this up sometimes 10 times a day or more. It's addicting. I'm addicted to water. What's your drug? Water. The less sugar you drink, the better this water is what I found. Speaking of, I'm gonna turn on the ice machine and make myself some more ice cubes. So hold on a second. It might get a little loud in here. Not loud, but a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. All right. Try to get cold. Oh my goodness, that's so strong. Linda, that Arizona tea, fruit punch, I know those things are super strong. Oh, good job. There we go. Thank you, Linda, for making a reference to Ryan Hall, y'all. Best weather forecaster on this rock, not a better forecaster of the weather here, at least in North and South America. I know he does cover the weather outside of the country, but he definitely is, very focused on the Americas. But he'll cover stuff outside of this country. But thank you, Father, for creating the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, because so many people donate a lot of money to that channel, and it all gets given away on the streets, like cash in hand to all these people. And the Ryan Hall Y'all team that goes out after these, inland hurricanes, tornadoes, victims of these mass weather events, flooding, and he goes out and puts money, not things people can't use, but actual puts, dollars and things in their hands, survival gear that they can use. So thank you for all the people who work on that team. And thank you, Father, for giving us such a blessing. Ryan Hall Y'all, I know he has some of his products that he promotes, but all in all, you'll know them by their fruit. And I'll tell you what, that guy is a near saint, and I don't mean to go there like that, but he really does have a tremendous team of people who work with him. And you can't save lives like that because everything is written, but in a sense you can, and if through Father's will. But you know how many people have gotten an early warning because of the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, and their news never covered it? A lot now. I can't imagine the thousands of lives that man has saved because of his team, an army, if you will, of independent weather forecasters. And he has some of the people, that younger guy that works with him, he's excellent. And a lot of the people who report with their weather stations, we're talking boots on the ground, guys. So if you don't know who Ryan Hall Y'all is, and you're not subscribed to Ryan Hall Y'all here on YouTube, go there now and subscribe and go see a little bit what he's doing. and check his channel out because he's got an excellent channel. So cool. Yeah, he does, Elsie. He does cover South America. I mean, he is hyper focused on North America, but he covers South America too. And he is excellent because he's got an army. He literally has a team of people with weather stations that report to him. When you're getting this weather forecast from your local news stations, they got one or two Doppler or whatever radar. They don't have. Yeah, we're still live. And he's got a team of people, because we can network because the internet, the interweb, right? So even if something was happening down in Paraguay and you had one of those weather stations, you can call and report to him, or report via the internet and report live, and he'll go live if you're there. That's what I'm saying. It's beautiful. It's organic. And it is what we're taking this beast system and using it for good when a lot of the times it's used against us. And there's people who can take something that's, could be really harmful and turn it into something that is very helpful. So I can't thank Father enough for Ryan Hoyle, and then again the team of people that he has behind him. And then again, you'll know them by their fruit, because he goes out on boots on the ground with survival, with equipment to rebuild, and cash in hand, and hands people, money, the things they need to go buy food and the clothing they want. And the things that they're, the little things that they had in their life that they're missing, they can get back almost immediately to help that creature comfort level come up, to help boost their morale. I've lost everything in the house fire. I've been taking everything from me. I mean, 6 years ago, I came back, after being gone from the property, and everything on my property here at the ministry was gone. 15 years of working for it, and it was my own family being the ones who ended up taking it from me. There were some things left here, but not much, all the valuable things, freeze dryers, generators, all this survival gear, all this stuff of value was taken by my own family. And I had to start out with just a tent, and I look at where I'm at now. I mean, both these properties are paid off. The 5-acre parcel, this property owned outright. I just put $15,000 of precious metals down to, get myself an attorney. I just had 40 pounds of silver taken from me. During that time, they took 25 pounds of silver from me. So, but cool. So, but thank you again for bringing, Linda, for bringing up Ryan Hoyle, because he's got a tremendous channel. He truly has a channel that it's a group, it's a body of people, and it's that boots on the ground type of reporting. You're getting organic live streams from people right there, and you're not going to get any better than that. And they're so tied to these weather stations by, because of, corporate heads over them say they can report certain weather events and not, and they're just organic. You're seeing what's happening right there on the ground. And so, and then the greatest thing, again, just last, I'll leave it alone, is that he goes out there and he gives all the donations that are brought in. Well, it's Ryan Hall Y'all is the channel, YouTube channel. Ryan Hall, I think it's Hall, Hall. So I think it's Hall. I think that must be his name, is Ryan Hall, but his channel is Ryan Hall Y'all. I'm not sure if it's apostrophe double L, but YALL, Ryan Hall Y'all. And another good forecaster, if you're in North America, is Direct Weather. And I like him. He's a younger guy, probably in his 30s, about Ryan's age. And he's married. And he just does excellent forecasting. I love his model runs. He looks at several of the model runs. So another great weather channel. And I know there's a bunch of guys out there, but definitely nobody's anywhere close to Ryan Hall. He's definitely got his own thing going there. And it's not just him, it's the army of people that work with him. But Direct Weather is another one that I watch on a regular basis. I just like the way his models, and I like the way he just is he's not, he just does a good job. If you've ever watched Direct Weather, but he's shown his face too within the last 6 months or 8 months ago. He showed his face for the first time, and he looked exactly like I thought he'd look, but he has a beard. He has a big beard, And when he showed his face, I swore I knew exactly what he looked like. I thought he looked like my brother Sean when he was younger. I knew he had dark hair or whatever. And I knew when he came in, he was young. But then when he came on and he showed direct weather, showed his face, the beard threw me off. I'm like, but it looks like him. It fits his face. It's like, I know people miss the beard, and I apologize. Maybe I should just stop shaving and let it grow back out again. But he looked exactly like I thought he would. I have to be honest with you. Even with the beard, it did fit. So it was kind of one of those things. But he's an excellent forecaster. He's married, and I think he's doing another channel now with his wife or something where they do vacations and stuff they go on, which is pretty cool because he's getting to show you, you know, I think that's awesome. I love that when people involve their spouses and getting them involved with their channel or the ministry or whatever they're doing, because we're a team, you know, and it's awesome to see, like, Fittest Flat Earther. He recently, a guy that I recently stumbled, what is it? He's got his wife, Fittest Flat Earther. What is his name? But I recently seen he's starting to involve his wife. And I think that's amazing, you know? And actually I look at those two couples, I'm like, wow, she doesn't look like he'd be with him. But you actually start looking at her and you start to understand her, because I've seen it, because looks don't mean anything. And I shouldn't just judge a book by its cover, but you're like, wow, they are like the perfect couple. So I don't know if you watch Fittest Tyler Hansen. And I only recently stumbled on him within the last couple months. You know, he does those face reveal things. I think I'd seen him before. I never clicked on the thing, and I was on Marketplace posting something. So, you know, I just think it's neat. Like I said, like Fittest Flat Earther, that he's involving his wife now on the channel, you know, and you can tell they just has such a vibrant relationship. And I think these things, especially in this day and age, that, you know what I'm saying? How he started, his stuff is hard. Man, it's pretty out there, but he does a lot of, he was a school teacher. So he knows how to investigate, and he's got a brain. He's not some stupid man. And I'm a reconstructionist. So his work to me is, I'm partial. This is kind of what I did, you know, overlays and I did it through traffic crash reconstruction, but, he definitely has a lot of these. Some of them are a little far out there, but some of them are, you can't deny. You just can't deny the work he's put in. And that's what I like about Tyler Hansen's work, is I've been there before. And people might not like the work that you put out, but the work speaks for itself. I did that as traffic crash reconstructionist. You might not like that I know that you were doing this or doing that, but this is why the math tells me that, your drag factor, the coefficient of friction. I put in the legwork. I did the forensic. I pulled the measurements. I did this. Is telling me what you did. And you might not like it, but this is, you can't deny it. It's right there in front of your face. And so that's why I like his work, because he does that. His work is, it's very thorough. It doesn't, you don't just pull any, but just doing a lot of work. It's almost like, I swear somebody's helping the guy, you know. How do you come up with these many videos? But some people are just blessed like that. So, but anyways, back to what I was saying about Tyler, is that he recently started involving his wife in his channel. Or maybe he did in the past, but I don't think he did. What the hell is that? Oh, I got something in my ice machine here. Go get some more water. So, but I don't know if you watch Tyler Hansen, and then, like I said, I feel like I was being super judgmental about his wife, because when I saw his wife, I'm like, they don't look like a couple at all, you know. But as I started watching his wife, you know, with his videos and involving, it makes sense. They are like, looks are deceiving, I guess, you know what I'm saying? But to me, after watching the two together, they seem like the father yoked those two to be together. They're like,
oh, well, what an idiot I was to sit there and judge, say, well, she doesn't look like somebody he would be with. Boy, I sure was wrong about that. you know, um, and the same thing though. And I think that's awesome right now that people are like myself that blog, and that if I had a lady, I'd probably want to include her on the ministry. You know what I'm saying? Good to see you, Ken. I haven't seen you for a minute. But thanks for coming back in. But you know what I'm saying? I think that's awesome when people have an equally yoked partner and they include them on their blog or something like that, and then it just adds to the blog. Now I've seen people bring on their wives, and it blow. I don't like the channel. It changes it for me too. So don't act like everybody who does that. Gosh, who's somebody that did that? I've just seen bloggers that do that. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't work. But there are some that's just so organic, and it just seems like the right fit. So I encourage you that if you've ever been a blogger and you have a partner, that you include them in part of your your life like that, because I think it's neat. And when you see something organic like that, I just think, like I say, I think it's such a unique time that we can be involved with each other's lives in so many different ways. And something like, if you have somebody like Tyler, who was a school teacher, and now this is his life, this is what he's doing, this is how he makes his way. To have somebody support you, to be a blogger is not easy. I remember I had, I told you I just only dated a couple ladies in the last 15 years or so. But when I dated the first one I was dating, she kind of, a lot of the time, she's like, why do you spend so much time on there? You know, so I don't spend enough time with you. Well, kinda, you could be spending more time if you weren't. I said, do I not spend enough time with you? You tell me I don't know how to manage my time? Well, we could just spend more time. I said, if you think we need to spend more time together, then I won't spend as much time. But if you want to talk to me and think just come straight with me. But I spent a lot of time on there. But I also know that I spent enough time with you, and I see you happy. And if it's not, I've already told you to speak up to me and tell me. Don't hide anything. So are you, well, no, but I do, I appreciate that if this is something that's involving being a blogger and your wife is left out of it, it does take a lot of the time away from, a husband and a wife, a team, especially people who have kids and stuff. So when you involve your spouse in the ministry, if you're doing that or whatever, I'd say the ministry myself, but if in your blog or whatever, I think that's awesome. And it doesn't mean you have to. Like I said, I just think it's neat. I've seen people, like I said, like Tyler, and who recently introduced his wife, and I think it's just making his channel even better, and she just has that light in her eyes. He has that light in his eyes when they're on the channel together. You don't see that light in his eyes. You can tell he's passionate about what he's doing, but when she's on the channel, it's like he's lit up, in a different way. Not like he doesn't put out good content and he's not, a light in a dark place, but I'll leave it alone at that. But I think it's pretty neat. So I'm thankful for being able to blog by myself, and if you haven't seen Tyler's work, he definitely puts out some pretty hardcore stuff right now. I mean, he's exposing things, showing what, some of us kind of already knew along, like, wait a minute here. Why does this guy looking like that guy, But I think it'd be cool. That'd be cool. Like I said, if I ever had a spouse, I'd probably want to include her in the channel and not just leave her out of it. And I think it'd be fun. So it would be very fun, especially in this day and age, because you ladies are super smart. Some really smart bloggers out there. Because I watch some of you ladies, I'm just like blown away. Because I don't want to say that the truther movement was predominantly male, but it kind of was, in the 90s when I was a truther back in the 90s. You've been a truther since the 90s? Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to tell everybody the computers not turning to zero doesn't mean it's the end of the world, you idiots. You're the stupidest generation to ever walk this rock. We're degrading. We're going backwards. I think I've lost my mind. This is it. You know, these people are, for me, I think people couldn't get any more stupid. Yeah. And look at us now, right? 2004, in the 2000s, I was telling people, you let them take away all your supersize, you're going to take away all your rights. So that was 20 years ago plus, right? That's like 21, like blackjack, baby. You know, I've been doing this for decades. This isn't new news to me, okay? Somebody like myself, I can't shut up. My dad told me, you have diarrhea of the mouth, son. It runs in the genes. Get it? Like diarrhea? But anyways, oh, that's not very nice. But all right, I've said that to you guys before. A couple of you have been here, so whatever, man. I'm not here to be nice. Hey, Donald's always talking about good genes. Good genes, good genes, good genes. Right? So, like blue gene. I think there is a degradation of the nations because they used to fight over kingdoms and, you know, gold and princes and silver and land, you know, big swaths of, you know, countries. Now they fight over IOUs, debt notes, IOUs, and, well, Nike tennis shoes. Dudes wearing tights, giants of the day, with a bunch of rainbow flavored jerseys like Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious. Remember? They fight each other over colors and numbers. And dudes in tights chasing a low energy swine skin. Hey, at least they used to let lions out and they'd kill each other. Now they're just chasing around a little pigskin. You know? Else, am I wrong, though? I mean, we're supposed to be so advanced. And Nike tennis shoes, they used to kill each other. Remember, over tennis shoes. They'd shoot each other over frickin', you know, the gun that they shoot each other is worth less than the shoes they're killing each other for. Wow. What a weird nation we live in. So, and Donald Trump's trying to sell you tennis shoes now. Remember? The golden ones, the golden shoes. He's got the golden. Hey, the president of the United Corporation is selling tennis shoes. Hey, would you look at there? Let your fingers do the walk and bring a whole new meaning to reach out and touch somebody, doesn't it? AT&T. At the tone, the time will be. All right, never mind. I'm going to start using my rotary phone here, go back to my Rolodex and start pulling out my old, you know, we didn't call them contacts back then, right? Houston, we have contact, right? No. Seriously. When's the last time we supposedly went to the moon, brothers and sisters? We spent how many billions of dollars on a Masonic space agency, not the National Swim Association, or North Atlantic Swim Association, whatever they call it, not a space agent, whatever it is. How many billions of years, how many billions of dollars do we spend every year? And now we got Space Force. Hey, Donald's got to make more money off the Space Force. So anyway, so how much money do we spend every year on okay, but so supposedly, when's the last time we supposedly went to the moon? I mean, what a scam. Can you scam people any harder? I mean, these governments are just rolling people over with this, you know, moonwalk. You know, Michael, you know, Jordan, slam dunk, Marvin the Martian, slime creatures from outer space. But that stinks. That thing's got some hang time like Michael Jordan. Still hanging around, huh? Oof. So, Siri, talk about hang time. It stinks like swine, remember? So, I see right through their 23. Remember, 23 is that number. It's always been a number. My dad died on 12/23, so you can't take 23 from me. 2 + 3 = 5, and I know of this fifth age already, and that's 400-year cycles, and that's what we're in right now as well. That's the 12,000-year cycle. That's the 6th extinction cycle. That's why they came out and they know what we're in the super cycle right now. It's the cycle of the sun. It's not some Father's doing it. Father controls the stars. Remember, he said, I control the Pleiades, the 7 stars. I tighten, right? The Pleiades, I loosen Orion's belt. So Moon. Jackie Gleason, there we go. You want a trip to the moon, Alice? Oh, habana. Way to go, Raffy boy. Uh-oh. So, um, apologize. We just had to do a little Eddie Murphy delirious back, some delirious in here. Let's do some Mr. T. Hey, boy. No, let's not do that again. But anyways, I think it's hilarious. You know, it's been 1976 was the last time we supposedly landed on a light, right? Because the moon is a light. He separates the day from the night, the dark from the light, like Father the Horizo. He gave us the moon and the stars and the sun. Remember that moon is its own light source. So can you land on a light is my question for you. So we went to the light, I mean the moon. If it controls the tide, why is it all over the place now? Another day, moon. Oh, watch out. There's a chemtrail. Dang, I can never take a picture without a chemtrailer being in the damn sky. So hard to find a good, clear blue sky. All right. Whatever, man. I don't have a trailer with the sky, sky. If the moon controls the tides, then why is the moon all over the place now? Actually, we have evidence that the sun is here and the illumination is on top. That's possible because they say the moon is illuminated by the sun. Bull snot. It's its own light source. So we haven't been on the light since 1976, and they steal billions of dollars every year from the American public so they can do their Masonic cock rocket. The guy's got a curved horn, if you will. He's been screwing around in corners like Elon Musk with all his rockets that go. Nyeh. Some of the ladies like the curve. I apologize. Listen, I'm not trying to go there. Like a horn, like a curved horn. Sorry, Father, but hey, let's keep it straight in here. So you can't handle the truth. You want a trip to the moon, Alice? Elsa? Oh, I'll give you a trip to the moon. So apologize, guys. This is serious. I mean, like the dog star. You think you can land on a light? So I'm not sure how this works for you, but we haven't been to the moon since 1976. What? And we're going to go to Mars now. We're just going to skip past. You could fart like Michael Jordan and smell it like the hang time and smell it on the moon. It's so close to us compared to how far away Mars is. So I think we would at least colonize the dark side. Well, at least the light side that we can see, right? Would you like to explain why we only see one side of the lunar phase? You know anything about reverse magnetism, like polarity? Like why the North Pole, right? The toilets spin in one magnetic direction and the polarity magnetic direction in the southern portion of this rock that we walk, surrounded by hashtag the ice wall. Hashtag beyond the ice wall. Welcome to outer space. Oh, never mind. That's a little too advanced for some of you guys. I don't know where I just went into full bore like reality mode, but all right, you just keep staying within your confines and your little tank there, and you'll level out. I'm not on the level. I apologize. I know. Project Nanook, Operation Mockingbird. You know any of these Operation Paperclip? Stick that one in your file. Rank and file. What's like Cosmos? That's an orderly arrangements. Cosmos. That's the word cosmos. Cosmos. Isn't that interesting? These people got their dialects all messed up. They're in some. They're out of order. You're out of. That's the word. Karak, or sin. That means your character. Karak, or your character is off the mark. Nano. How about nano? How about a nano busload? How about a whole swarm? A nano swarm of
misfrizzle nanobuses of your nanos so they can see inside your father's inside you. They want inside you. That's why they keep trying to stick you, penetrate your mucous membrane. This is how you vaccinate cattle. 1, 2. I'm a farmer. I live here at Silver Rock Ranch. This is how you vaccinate sheep. 3, 4, 5. See how that works? That's how you whack the nation. Oh, did you get your bow to the altar? Did you bow to the altar of Jabba? 1. Oh. Ah, you thought it had to be the sticker, didn't you? Ah, they got one more than one way to penetrate that mucous membrane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Who's crazy in here? The man's nuts. Grab him. Hey, physically, this is not physical. Don't do anything physical in here. The man is spiritually nuts, like Noah. It didn't even rain. Remember, they scoffed that old man for decades. Never rained, and he was building an ark, a boat. Imagine how they called him. This dude is a freaking disgusting. Look at this man. He's filled. Oh my God, he's crazy. Over the rainbow, I am crazy. Toys in the attic. Truly gone fishing. They must have taken his marbles away. Crazy. You want me to stop? Oh, that's Roger Waters. You'll have to watch some of The Wall. Hey, I like The Wall, man. I like that movie because we're living that right now. Pinky is Donald. He is. Donald is Pinky, and the hammers are what is to come. You little, I hope they throw away the key. You should have talked to me more often than you did. Crazy. Oh, sorry. I'll stop. I love The Wall. It's so good. It's such a good movie. You don't need to be high or on drugs. It's a movie about war. It's a movie about right now. It's a movie about World War III. And we're here. Welcome to Machine. Time or an illusion or war. Remember, Roger Waters called it the war machine, right? Eisenhower called it the military industrial. I call it the American military industrial war machine. This is it. Oh, wait, that's little Imagine Dragons. Oh my God. There we go. So, hey, remember, these movies are put out for a reason. They don't put these movies out for, they tell Live Vision, they don't, we're starting to get squeaky. Listen here, Squeaky. You guys ever watch the movie The Wanderers? I'm a wanderer. Had the Ducky Boys and the Greasers. I'm a wanderer. I roam around and round and round and round, and I roam from town to town. Got the Ducky Boys and the Wongs. Teddy Wong. Leave. Remember, you had the matches. Leave the kid alone. Anybody watch the movie The Wanderers? If you have not watched the movie The Wanderers, please watch that before you die. It's just an old flick. I threw my television away in 1991 or 2. I think I discovered I didn't care about TV anymore. I found a whole new box to watch. Like a lollipop. So anyways, hey, whatever. I was still into the box. The cob just had a different shape in this case. So, but I just changed the channel, okay, if you will. But I threw my television away. So, but if you ever watched the movie The Wanderers, I roam around. What? Wasn't he on the $20 bill? And he was a slave owner, wasn't he? All right, we'll get rid of the $20 bill. We'll put Harriet Tubman on there. How about that? Did you guys ever see that nonsense? All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched television. I threw my television away. But if you haven't seen the movie The Wanderers, you might want to go see it. It's an old flick. It's got some good, little bit, some music in there. They do. It's just a good movie. It's an old movie, and it just kind of, there's some lessons to be learned in it. You know, there's some. It's actually kind of one of these movies that's not just a bunch of nonsense. It makes a little more sense. There's some. Just watch it. Some underline. It's not one of these movies that's totally cryptic. And in a sense, there are some things in there that they're conveying, but it's hard for me to watch a movie without not decoding everything in the movie. People don't like to watch any kind of movie, even if it's just a movie or any kind of television, because they're like, dude, I'm trying to watch it. Why do you have to point that out? I didn't see that. I said, I know. I'm just pointing out the things that, or just do all these things that you're not seeing. You just see this movie. There's a whole other underlying thing going on. You know what I'm saying? If people are like, why is everything got to be a conspiracy theory with you? So you sound like the CIA. Don't say conspiracy theory around me. Cool. Yeah. You know, TV is just something anymore. It's just predictive. They make it so where, again, they blow this up as, you know, I'm saying, as some theory, but then the theory comes true. It's like the cry wolf thing. You know, that's why they repealed posse comitatus in America and are drafting the women, you know, in America. If we go to a draft, they're going to draft the women. And they're doing this because they're getting this country ready for exactly what they're going to do. This is called Hegelian dialect. There's a solution that they know that they're going to be a hero, that they're going to get to be the hero of the problem. So they create a problem. They'll be the public's reaction to the problem, and they come in with a pre-planned solution as the hero to the problem that they created. This was called Hegelian dialect. This was actually, you know, a civilization that was done back in history. Look this up. They did this to the people to get the reaction from them that they wanted. And we see that going on today. They did the same thing with the Vidco, with the beer bug, you know, the bow to the altar of Java, get the sticker, whatever you want to call it, right? The cough, you know, bend over and cough or whatever, I can't breathe or whatever they, you know. So, but it was that same thing. There was a solution. They came in, we knew there was a problem that they, Event 201 created, and they came in with the hero with the sticker. And they have 5 ways, you know, boost you after 6 ways to cure you. 1 sticker and 5 updates. I mean, boosters, right? To get you updated. Remember how they kept saying that? Well, no, you need this one for this one to continue for this one. I mean, I know any day now you're going to get the call. Did you take the jab? Call this number, 1-800, you know, 888 Jabadoo. I don't know, whatever it'll be, you know, call jab, you know, money jab. So, but that's kind of the issue that we people don't realize here is it's like selling you Rockefellers and Rothschilds. You know, Time Magazine's man of the year was not Charlie Chaplin, that guy with the little funny mustache, but Adolf. 2 years in a row. They loved him. 2 years in a row, you know. And so it should feel very 1945-esque right now, and it is. That's why Elvis is the king. They're just rebranding him again. Remember? He's getting to relive his king of the world, right? Like Titanic. Ah, the king of the world on the front of the boat, the bow, or the stern on the ass. Never mind. Get off my. Oh, Father, thanks for making me single man and not having to have a wife deal with me. I don't know how anybody could ever deal with me, but sisters. I sometimes wonder when I sit here like Stevie, you know, you see what I'm saying? But anyways, I don't know how anybody would want to sit around me and keep up with me. I don't know how you guys do it. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for having filter. I know you must have to filter off a lot of the the sick humor, I guess you'd call it. I don't know. My humor is not like most people. Some things I don't laugh at. And some things my humor is just, whoa. Well, that was out of left field, man. I know. It's called left out. I played left out when I played baseball. No, you're left out. So, see ya. All right, never mind. Maria. Maria, Maria. Reminds me of the West Coast. No. Damn, I like that song. Man, I can listen to that song 100 times. Santana, you got to admit that song is one of the best songs ever written. I could be like the last song I listen to when I die. It doesn't have to do nothing with her, but I just love the way it makes me feel, you know? Isn't that an awesome song, guys? I just love that song, brothers and sisters. I don't know why. There isn't too much music where I let, you know, like I said, that I just kind of just filter it, like when I'm talking to you. I just listen to it and I filter off what I don't need. You know, I don't let it overcome me. There's a lot of chants and mantras and beats and stuff where you better have some kind of filter on, because they can put that stuff inside your head whether you like it or not. You know, you'll sing kind of a song that you don't even like the genre, and you'll turn it past the radio station. I know nobody does this anymore, but and you know all the lyrics to that song. You don't even like that kind of music. So you got to be careful. So, like I said, I love that song. I just, the way it makes you feel. And I don't know, that freaking guy, he's got that song. I love the way he's from the beginning to the end. That's such a beautiful, his voice is beautiful. Like, not like in a man's, you know, but it is. He has such a beautiful voice for a man. And that song makes me want to move to Mexico and start there and work my way south, you know, all the way to Chile or Paraguay or Bolivia or anywhere down anywhere down south. I got to get out of here. Maybe I'll go back to the San Fernando Valley where I grew up or something, where I'm surrounded by, you know, 60-70% Latino people, and maybe I'll feel more familiar, feel at home, you know. It is though, JP. So thank you. That's a good way. I like that. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Can I rob that from you? I think I'm gonna have to rob that from you. I'm robbing that from JP. If you hear me, we'll have to give credit to JP. You got some kind of worm in your ear or something, wig, like you got somebody split your wig, got an earwig in your ear or something. I don't know what side of your cranium you're listening on. If you got left brain or right brain, or what kind of ear, you got the Dolby turned up or your gain or whatever. Never mind. I apologize. I don't know, JP, but thank you. I'm gonna have to use the wig thing. I like that. It's like tick. If you call the cops, I see a robbery in progress. Lunatics about to steal the show. Oh man. And my taste in music, people are like, dude, you like listen to just about everything, don't you? I said, yeah, I like it all. Don't tell me what kind of music I can like. You might like the taste of a penis in your mouth. I don't even want to try it, not ever once. No thank you. I'm not going to take a no thank you bite. Probably don't work on the ladies, but listen here, gentlemen, I'm talking to you. So whatever your taste in music is, all right? I don't know where, you know, guys, they'll try to put it in any hole they can find. So ladies, careful. Music, you know, it's supposed to flow through you. So, all right, moving on. On to the next episode. Yeah. I got that Hindu Kush. That's a pretty, it's purple Hindu. It's not. It tastes like Kush, so I'm pretty sure it's cross. All right, man. So what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? They're going to set court for a couple months out. They're going to throw me in jail, try to throw me in jail. I know they're really mad at me. I just make them more upset every time I go there. So they denied. They said I couldn't appear over the phone. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They'll set a court date. So that's the plan. stand. That's where another reason I'm glad I don't have anybody in my life, because look at what my son Elijah and now his wife is involved. So imagine um, what would have happened if I would have had a lady in here with me. She probably would have went to jail too, and I bet you they would have done the same thing to her that they did to my son's wife by grenading, you know, grenading her. Why wouldn't they've grenaded somebody who's been with me? So sometimes I miss having fellowship with my own, somebody in my own household, but partner yoked with me. But sometimes I feel so blessed too that I don't have that right now, because I can't imagine what, you know, like tomorrow, what it might be for her. She'd probably be worried like crazy what's going to happen to me. And so glad I don't have to put anybody through that, and I apologize. I have to put you guys through that. So not very nice to say that and then just run you guys through the through the mud here. But I need somebody to lean on, guys. I'm not some kind of robot. I got feelings. I'm in touch with my feminine side, and I'm all masculine. I'm not mean like that. I could be emotional. I'm not just going to hit you over the head and take you to the cave. I want to talk to you first. Get to know you a little bit before whatever. So, but anyways, I'm thankful for that too, because I can't imagine. I know my dogs feel a little bit of the stress right now too. So thank you, Father, for having this ministry and being able to kind of unload on you guys. Because again, I'd probably be unloading on her right now, and not like that. I'm talking like all of this, emotion. It's just a very well. If you have kids, you'd understand what I'm saying. It's all about my kids. It's about the kids. Ooh, hey, we got more. Why is it not making even ice cubes? This thing's being weird. Oh well. I'm thinking to be a couple months. Maybe they'll set it out for a couple months from now. So maybe in a couple months I'll get to know something. Um, I'll get to know something. I'll get to get somewhere with Elijah and figure it out. I don't know how many days Father wants me to suffer like this, but I think about their suffering, and I know it must be worse. They're not in their house. They don't live in their house. They don't have their stuff. You know what I'm saying? They don't have their things. They probably have very few things. You know what I'm saying? They don't have they're not in their comfort zone. I'm at least back in my home. I'm with my dogs, although it sucks because they were supposed to move here with me and do all that, but they're out of their comfort zone right now. They're not living a normal life. And here I am trying to live some kind of normal life. I hate this guy so much. So thank you for letting me bail, or not just, unload on you, not bail, but the opposite. Bail's when you pull it all together, it's unveiling all this on you, unloading all this. Just, I appreciate it because I got to talk about it, man. I can't hold this in. I think it would have given me a heart attack. I already suffered a stroke, but that wasn't because I don't think it had to do with, I think it's my body was under so much stress, too much tear gas, a concussion. It was just a combination, you know what I'm saying, of everything that did it. And I don't think I would have ever had a stroke in my life. But I think the right side took a massive trauma and the body just reacted that way to it. And so I remember I didn't know that Adriana and my daughter was grenaded. I don't know if you can see it in me, and I hope it's not visually, but I am wiped out.
I feel like somebody just pulled the rug out from underneath me. When I found that grenade pin that day, I just haven't been able to think of this case the same. And that's why I won't settle until I file this lawsuit, because they grenaded my daughter. So, no, life is not meaningless. Well, I don't know what it's doing. The sun. So it's just different when I knew that they grenaded Adriana, because she's just an innocent party for that, because I'm the one who made her stay here and said, no, you're who made her stay here and said, no, you're going to be with your husband if he's going to go to prison for 7 years, and you're going to lay with him until he's gone, if that's what they want to do. But until then, give me your car keys. I took the battery out of their car and said, you're not going anywhere. You're going to be with your husband until we get this figured out. So I feel responsible for that, and that still weighs heavy on my heart, because she was here when she was arrested. She was here when she was grenaded. So yeah, we had some. Elijah's one thing. He got in trouble. He made a mistake. He's being targeted because of me. But his wife is a complete innocent victim, and has been victimized and was kidnapped, and she needs to have accountability for the things they've done to her. So that's what you're seeing if you don't realize it. Here, let me say something. Don't moderate, Jeep. Define the word hell for me. Jeep, do you have any definition? Don't moderate, Jeep. Define the word hell. You have to speak some kind of definition here. If you're just a bumbling idiot, I won't let you hang out here. This is a ministry. You didn't come into ministry and come in here and say life's meaningless. Define the word hell for me, or you can drive your little wheels, your Jeep life out of here. I don't care. Whatever you drive, that's fine. You represent an automobile, self-driven, autonomous, so we can already see kind of where your 4 wheels at. You ask for it, you got it. Play with it. Yeah, I'm that old. Sisters, if you think life is meaningless, that's probably a sister. If you think life is meaningless, that's probably a never wanted that life. I've talked about that before. Imagine not having like this ministry or faith or anything to lean on. That would be a meaningless life. So the void consumes your soul until nothing lends a hand. Okay, so is that your definition, Jeep? So Jeep's an ass. Jeep's an ass, guys. Jeep's an ass. Remember, he can't learn and he must have like be running a cherry bomb on his Jeep or something, or a glass pack, and can't hear because he just had too much driving around, blazing with the doors off. I dig a Jeep, but I don't like idiots, and I definitely don't. Somebody can't even answer a simple question. You're an ass. You know that? So that's like I don't need a loner settle for second best. I don't need a loner wife or a loner girlfriend. I'd rather just be single. And if I ain't in a Toyota, then I'm just stuck. So just doesn't have anything to do with it, does it, huh? You just can't go where a Toyota can go. I'm like a koala bear. I go deep into the bush. Well, I always shoot out twice and I come out running. Oh, wait. Maybe that was it. Is that a koala bear? Deep in the bush? never in. But
you didn't hit it on the first shot? Well, always shoot twice. Why not? While you're in the bush. So you don't have anything to say, huh? Jeep's an idiot. Jeep, go now. Girl, don't go away mad. Just go away. So I can't tell. You must be driving some pink Jeep. I can't see your profile picture. So thanks for coming in. You're an idiot. You already proved that. And you're an ass. You don't know what you're talking about. And you can't learn. So I can't help you. But thanks for giving me the guys. Seriously, too, it's worth the cost. If you don't own a Toyota, you're not going to go where a Toyota can go. Just putting it out there. If you don't own an 80s, 90s, to the Toyota 2000, first, second gen, or third, you're not going where that will go where no other vehicle stock, put a little bit of money, a little bit of suspension, where any other vehicle go. I don't care what it is. And I'm not saying you don't have to buy an expensive one. Look at why do all the ones they have. Some of the best Toyotas are in South America. That's why I want to go to South America too, because I hate America. I can't get a Land Cruiser up here like I can get in South America. They don't even sell that model up here. We get the cheap American, and they're not. They're nice vehicles. They're TRD. They are the research. They are part of this racing and research and development division that they have done for since Ivan Stewart and even before. This is an off-road truck that is meant to be driven off-road, that has perfect suspension to drive on and off-road. It's not like any other vehicle on the road. It's not. So I don't hype things up. They are what it is. So you need to have a Jeep if you want to get stuck and have a Toyota come pull you out. So if you like to go where no other vehicle goes, you get a Toyota. Why do you think they keep stealing them out of this country, literally cutting them in half to get it past some of these imports and things and welding them back together because they're that valuable, and bringing them down to South America and hauling food all throughout the Amazon and all throughout the jungles, all throughout, Brazil and all these, sure down where else is that's a common vehicle down there. It's how they fill them full of, food and haul these things to, loads 6 feet over the top of the cab, and they go through the woods and through the jungle and, to grandmother's house they go. And they, so I'm glad some Jeep idiot came in here, because Jeeps are okay. I had a Jeep in Alaska and they are very agile, but they're just not a Toyota, and they don't do what a Toyota will do. The only thing too that the Jeep truly has, which is a good thing, and the military used them, is the short wheelbase. Does help for off-roading. But so yeah, I'm just saying, it'd be smart if you thought that things were going to break down. I want to use this as a lesson. Do you own a Toyota so you can get away from people, so you can get off the road? In places where it's thick, you only going to need to probably get off the road. If the government's watching you from everywhere and you're not going to run from, satellite. I'm not talking about talking to the idiot people that don't have anything. Maybe you just need to get 20 feet off the road, 20 yards off the road, and you're thick in the bush and it's all going over on the road. See what I'm saying? You need something that's agile that can get you. And then if you need to creep, I guarantee I can get in that 4Runner that I may have out there right now, and I can make it to Elsa. If they shut the roads down, now I'd probably have to pick up a little bit of set of tires for it before I went. But before I left out of here, I'm sure I could find a set. If I had a lug wrench along the way, I'd find me another set of Toyota, because there's plenty of Toyotas on the road, and I can make it to Elsa in Paraguay, with the Toyota. You can't do that with, any other vehicle, it's and I don't know, if you get on and then you can get to a boat and you could go somewhere else with these vehicles, and they have the same, what I'm saying? Okay, so there we go. Our videos are good. And I'm not saying I don't have to overhype something, but that's what they do, and so guys, that is probably your best survival tool that you could have right now for your family. If you got a family, and the only reason I'm saying is I want you to leave chaos. I don't want you to fight. The word tells us not to fight. Somebody comes to take what you have, give them the rest of what you own. You should have already had something, kind of put away. And I'm sure Father will blow the horn early enough and send a messenger to tell you to get the flock and get out of Dodge, if you will, and make like a tree and leaf, you know. So if you have the ability, you don't need to do it fast. You don't need to do it in a hurry. You just need to do it before it's too late. 5 days, weeks, months, years, if you have to, early than 5 seconds too late. And that's what that Toyota gives you. It gives you the ability to get away from chaos. And I've constantly, nobody can say that I'm a violent man. This guy's pushed violence and revolution. No, I've said get around and get a Toyota and go live out in the woods. Go find a couple of people who want to do that for a little while. Go fish and hunt and just live off the land. Why are you trying to do all these other things? Do you really need to own land? Actually be awesome just to be able to travel, wouldn't it? And go see nature and not have to be restrained to a mortgage payment or, some people have overland vehicles, and that's what I was talking about. I haven't been able to build mine up. It is what it is. I just, too many other things going on here with the ministry. So uh, I'll get one for the ministry. And that was something that I probably planned on doing, was trying to purchase a couple of those, for the ministry so that people will have a way to get away. People who don't want to fight. It said meek, not weak. Weak is weak-minded, like you're just going to sit there and let people overrun you. Meek is like, hey, we're going to get out of here, honey, and we're going to go actually take half of what we have and go bury it somewhere in the jungle or in the woods, and we're going to go get that, and we're going to play a big act like, oh my God, they're taking all our stuff, honey. Shut up, honey, be quiet, let's go. Get the kids, let's go. No, it's not worth dying over. Let's go, honey, let's go. And we'll go to the woods where we already have half our stuff or cash enough to get us to, so we don't have to lose our lives or fight over. See, that's what I try to teach people. And that's why I think, I really wish people, a man and a woman, a husband and a wife, were more yoked like that. You're going to have to be like that eventually. Your partner's going to have to be able to play the game, to be able to, he said you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't just lay down there and get run over. Meek, not weak. He didn't say be weak. He said be meek. So you have to endure to the end. So you have to die at least to try. I didn't say fight. You have to die trying. Remember, not fight. Wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. See ya. That's why I got a 4Runner. See ya. Wings. It's my wings. It's my oil, if you will. It's a piece of crap. It's a 96. I don't know what's going on. You get something going on with the front of the suspension, but I guarantee it'll still make it. It's a freaking Toyota. Drives good, but it's not 100% perfect. I need to have somebody. There's no mechanic out here to work on it for me. So I just haven't had the time to get up there and get it to the shop and at the Toyota dealership. So anyways, please hear me out. Like I said, having, extra oil, if you will, having that Toyota can mean the difference between losing your family because you sat there and tried to fight for your stuff when you could have had somewhere stored up something and taken your family and played the game and left and had a vehicle that you can get out. Maybe you got a forewarning ahead of time, so you didn't have to fight anybody for anything. You were already out there living at your bug out, or already in a place where it's not going to be near as violent, away from people, population density. A lot more people, the better chance you have of people not having. And they're going to want to take what you have. So members, people who can't see you, out of sight, out of mind, can make all the difference. Could you travel off road, go somewhere where you don't have to get on a road and stay off road to get to a completely different state right now, country? If you had to go somewhere else, could you do that? Do you have a vehicle that's capable of making that happen? Well, there's nothing that's not going to do that like a Toyota. So somebody call Toyota and tell them to send me one. I just gave them a hell of a promo. No, they don't have to send me one. I'm just kidding. I'll get one for the ministry. We'll get a couple. We'll get them because they are money. Like Kevin spent a lot of money on his Toyota, and he just got its service, and he spent a lot of money on that Toyota service. And I convinced him when he came out of there, Kevin, you got the service on this vehicle from the dealership. This is going to make this have the highest resale value that it possibly could by having Toyota service, Toyota parts, Toyota mechanics
who cares if you pay a lot more? You got the extended warranty on it too. So he thinks that'd be, you know, he spent too much, but he really didn't. When he looked at how rare of a vehicle his was with this extremely low mileage that his was. And now, even though he got the extended warranty, he'll never have to worry about it because he has the warranty on it. And then if he does all the work, the service work through the Toyota dealership, doesn't void any of his warranty, it'll be the last vehicle he'll ever buy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy Kevin one when I get down to South America. When I get my settlement, I'm going to buy him another, you know, a Land Cruiser style with the fleet side. I'm not sure if Elsa, the one that she has, is like that, but they're different down there. They have different models. You know what I'm saying? Well, it does, because no other vehicle has the resale value, the maintenance, just the whole thing. And he spent a lot. I don't want to give you his total disclosure, but he bought one with like a 2014 with 69,000 miles on it. That is low. And he bought the warranty, and he's like, I paid too much. And I'm still showing him he didn't. With the warranty, yeah, you paid for the warranty, but that's worth its, you know, whatever. If anything ever goes, which it probably won't, but that's the security, the peace of mind that you have by buying the warranty. But the vehicle itself, and he loves it too. And when he drives it, it's a nice, it's 2014 double cab, you know, with the shorter bed on it. It's freaking amazing. It just floats over the mud and snow, and it's got that TRD, you know, the suspension on it, and it's just a different, you know. And I try to say, wait till we get down to South America, buddy. They got the, you know, we get the class down here. If we get out of America, we can get there. You know, these models, these Land Cruiser models, aren't sold here, you know, and these are almost like not base models down there, but there's more access to more models that they don't allow. You have to import these things into America. So I want to move them into a double cab Land Cruiser with the, you know, fold up tailgate, the fleet side with the bed hooks, and that older style. They still sell that. It's the newer cab, but that Land Cruiser style. So, because it's about the suspension, it's not so much about the looks, it's the suspension, but you still get that cool, neat, older body style, kind of the fleet style bed, you know, the utility bed. It is, the Land Cruiser is utility. So people forget, it's not like, oh, this is cool and I'm driving this. No, this is a utility vehicle. I'm driving this because I use this for work. I got to get the fuck out of Dodge, and I have reliability, got peace of mind, you know. So he spent a lot, but I'm telling you, he did made a good investment, because he won't. It's just, it drives so nice, you know. He's let me drive it, you know, a few times, and man, it just barely drives itself. Oh, guys, I got to take this call. We're probably gonna. I'll come back on. This call is gonna probably dump the stream. I love you, Rose Sisters. If you want to support the ministry, links in the description. Thumbs up. Thanks for your time. Thanks for coming in. We're still live. Cool. All right, guys. I'm probably gonna need to get up here. Oh, been standing up here. We're gonna be going for 6 hours or something. So, time for me to get up. I think I'm gonna feed these mules. I gotta go talk with Kevin, make sure we're all set on go for mañana, so I can do this court thing, and hopefully it'll go smooth. Well, I don't plan on saying anything. So move this back outside. Maybe I'll wait to feed these guys here in a minute. Go over and check over here at Kevin's place. Still pretty nice out here in the desert. It's probably 70 degrees out right now. Could be even more beautiful outside. Hey, I got people on the live stream. My people live streaming. You're gonna bark. Go, Pants. Go. No. Pants, go. Stay with me, Tuggy. Pants, I'm live streaming. Now stop it. He's gonna play tag. Stay with Dad. Stay with Dad. He's gonna try to tag you.
trying to tag you. He's going to try to tag Dad. Stay with Dad. Oh, we lost our... Oh, where'd our stream go? Chat filter. All messages. Oh, dude. Oh, okay, we got messages. All right, here's the old Yoda. So it's ice is beige. I painted it. I've just painted it by whatever. But it's ice is beige. There's the puppies. But there's my kitten girl. Hi, pretty girls. Hi, pretty city little pea. Little sweet pea. But okay, yeah, there's the third generation 3.4 liter. It's got the Iron Man or what is it? Rack on there. It's pretty nice. Got the bug out bag in the back. Yes, it's Panner boy. Yes, your boy. Yes, your boy. And Panner girl that we love. Look at them. They just come out and hang out with the kids. They think they're puppies. Oh, look at the kids. Look at the kids that I have. Look at the kids that I have. These are my kids. Oh, she's a sweetheart. Would you see her? She just loves her brother. They're not actually brother and sister, but we tell them that they are. Oh, look at her. She's a sweetheart. Get them. You give them some lovin's. They think they're dogs. Look at these cats. They think they're dogs. Tell me you don't think they're just like the dogs. Are you guys dogs? Are you my dogs? Are you my kitten puppins? You coming with the dad? Come on, let's go with the dad. Go with the dad. Run. Go with the other one. Isn't she a sweetheart? All right, let's go. We're going to go out the gate over here. What are you doing, boy? We'll leave this open if the kittens want to come out there. You can come out here if you guys want to come out here. Is Kevin's truck over there? Kevin raised his house up. I wanted to go check it out. Are you coming, Banner boy? You coming, Yasher boy? Are you going to cut through the yard or are you staying over there? I think Juniper's coming. There he is. Hey, come on! There's the Juniper girl. They're going to go get Kevin. Look, I don't know if he's coming back or if he was away from the house. I think he might be coming this way. Old Juniper's at my feet. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. Oh, what do we got here? Yeah, look at her. She's walking back here with Dad, way back here. Anyways, hey, I'm going to wrap this up, guys. I might come on here a little bit later. I'm going to go talk with Kevin here for a minute. I appreciate you guys that I can give you a shot of what we're doing out here. But love you, brothers, sisters. Thank you for before the end of the night. Again, stay in the Word. Thanks for all the long time you guys been hanging out. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.